Hello, I'm Debbie, your host at Alternate Juror, where we approach trials as a juror should approach trials, meaning no outside influence, be it from the media, streaming services, or anywhere else trying to push a narrative. We will decide the case based only on the evidence presented in court. I am very tired, Debbie, today. So you're getting tired, no makeup, Debbie. Probably not even prepared, Debbie. And I apologize if that turns out to be the case. Anyway, sorry, I am so tired. I think changing our clocks twice a year is pointless and dumb and stupid, and it just makes everybody tired and grumpy. But we shall get through it. So, we are going to pick up with day 8 of Detective Hoppy's testimony. He's a lead detective in this case. We're going to finish up what we didn't do on Friday. And then we'll jump right into day 9, which is also still going to be Detective Hoppy. Looks like he's going to be on the stand all day. Will not surprise me if he is not still on the stand tomorrow. This is where we should get most of our information about the trial, which I forgot to introduce. This is Jessy Kurczeweski. I cannot say that woman's last name. Kurczeweski's trial for allegedly unaliving her friend Lynn, who was 62 at the time, by giving her Visine. And the tetrahydrozoline is the ingredient in there that is, in high amounts, is obviously deadly. So, supposedly, she confessed, I believe maybe, to Detective Hoppy, because that's been kind of slid in there a couple of times. So I'm very curious to hear that. I'm hoping that he's going to bring that to the table. I assume he's going to have an interview with her. So right now they are talking about her installing apps on her phone and how that is all stored and laying that foundation for all the evidence that they're going to bring in regarding her phone. On what we did on Friday, he had brought in some text messages between her and between Jessy and her boyfriend Scott at the time, and between those two going to Wisconsin Dells. I cannot remember what that was tied to right at the top of my head. Friday got to be really, really long, and the end, and I know they have to do it. It's all foundational, but they bring in, 2 people to lay the foundation for their cell phone evidence, and it's super hard to not just check out at that point because they have to do it. It's not going to, at least for me, if I was sitting in there in the jury box, it would not lean guilt or innocence either way for me. But they have to do it. They have to lay the foundation for the evidence that they're bringing in. I get it. It's procedural. Got it. Necessary. All that good stuff. But by the time he got on the stand, it was just kind of like, I was kind of just over it for Friday. So let's finish his testimony up so we can jump into day 9. And let me I'm telling you, I'm on the struggle bus today. I test my audio before I started, so hopefully it's good. If anybody jumps in here and I can see who they are, I will ask and make sure. And so let's hit it, Detective Hoppy.
Yes, we did.
Is this Exhibit 190 a page of that piece?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of the piece of the download that we're talking about?
Yes.
I move Exhibit 190 into evidence, ask for permission to publish. No objection.
Exhibit 190 is received, permission to publish granted.
And if we scroll to the bottom, detective, is that exhibit sticker for 190 at the bottom there?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Okay, so I want to ask you just about a few of these lines going back up to
Sorry.
the top.
I don't know what happened right there.
Well, and specifically, you flagged this piece of the download, right?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, Detective Hoppy, does what the jury looking at here appear to be what applications are on this phone?
Yes. Well, application's going to be, I'd have to look at this one specifically, but this looked like it's going to be part of the usage.
Okay, so the questions I asked you about the installed application, fair to say that's a different exhibit?
It's going to, yes.
Okay.
It doesn't change the install app, so.
What, on line 65, is that significant to your investigation?
Yes, it is.
Why?
Again, we're looking at a timestamp date of December 5th, 2018. The subject is a Square deposit, and the location is the Lynn Hernan 1955 at gmail.com. And then there's a name and a number with the exclamation point after that.
Do you know if that name has significance to Ms. Kurczeweski?
Yes, I believe so.
And what is it?
Isabella,
Who's that person?
that is the daughter of Scott Craig.
I want to talk to you generally, Detective, about accounts and opening accounts. Are you familiar with that process?
Yes.
Including maybe a financial account or a Gmail account or an application on a phone?
Yes.
When you create accounts, is it pretty common for the vendor to require certain things in terms of a password on accounts?
Yes.
What kinds of things might be required when you create a password on an account?
Maybe a capital letter, small caps, and then usually maybe a number, and then a special letter or a sign, exclamation point or an asterisk, something along those lines.
Okay. And remind the jury what date the entry in line 65 is.
December 5th, 2018.
Is that before or after Ms. Hernan's death?
It's after her death.
Is that before or after this Gmail account was created?
This was after the account was created.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have on this exhibit. Now I'd like to show the witness exhibit 180, please. Detective, do you
forgot
see
to put his name
exhibit
up.
180?
Yes, I do.
Is that a 29-page document?
Yes, it is.
And can you tell in the middle of the first page what section we're about to jump into in this?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Can you tell from the middle of this first page what section of the download we're about to jump into?
We're about to go into installed applications.
And if we could please scroll through the various pages so the detective can see it. Detective, do you recognize exhibit 180?
I do.
What is it?
Again, this is the portion of the download of Ms. Kurczeweski's cell phone.
Were the installed applications section of the download significant to you in your investigation?
Yes, it was.
To be fair, is there necessarily relevant information on all 29 of these pages?
No.
Okay. I'd like to show the witness exhibit 181. Detective, with some pieces of your analysis of the downloads in this case, have you helped construct demonstrative exhibits that pulls pieces out in an easier format to read?
Yes.
Okay, is exhibit 181 one of those exhibits?
It would be, yes.
Can you see it before you?
I can.
Is this specifically related to the installed application data you just looked at in exhibit 180?
Yes, it is.
Are these pieces accurate copies from the installed application data?
Yes.
And do you believe that data is a fair and accurate copy of what's actually on the download?
Yes.
I'd move exhibits 180 and 181 into evidence. No objection.
Exhibits 180 and 181 are received.
And I'd ask to publish 181.
Granted.
All right, Detective, if we can go to slide 2, please. So at the top, there's some information. Does that tell the jury where this came from?
Yes,
Okay, so again, the exhibit 168 is the CD that I'm holding up.
that's correct.
Okay, what does that P1129 mean?
At page 1129, 1129.
Okay. And line 5 has been clipped out here for the jury. How come?
This is, as we talked about earlier, not every page has noteworthy information, but this is noteworthy for the investigation.
Why?
It's an installed application, which is the Adobe Acrobat Reader, PDF viewer, editor, and creator.
Can you tell when that was installed on the phone?
May 6th, 2019.
Could you please point on exhibit 228 for the jury the date that you marked for the probate estate being closed in this case?
The estate was closed on May 23rd, 2019.
And is that shown on 228, the court board?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Can you point to it?
Yes.
Now remind the jury when this Adobe was installed.
May 6th, 2019, so roughly 2.5 weeks prior to the estate being closed.
Okay. Detective, do you
Okay.
remember testimony in this case from Anthony Poza?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall a discussion about a set of receipts and documents that he got from Ms. Kurczeweski in this case?
Yes.
And remind the jury what that set of documents purported to be?
Financial documents related to the estate, receipts, and other information for the probate.
Did Detective Plennis also talk about that pack of receipts yesterday?
Yes, he did.
And were there oftentimes side-by-side examples of items from that pack of receipts?
Yes.
What did that show the jury?
It showed that there were receipts were different and appeared to have been created, and they were not the same as the original receipts that had been issued by the business or issued by the business at all.
Do you recall when Mr. Poza testified, is the time frame that he got those things from the defendant consistent with this installed application date?
Yes, it is.
Moving to slide 3, please. Now, Detective, are these all pieces taken from a different page of the download?
Looks like they may all be the same, but they're relatively in specific order, so not too far off.
Is there a page number at the top of this slide?
Yes, it's page 1132.
Okay. So starting at the top, line 37 is called Secure Eraser. Have you heard of that before?
I've heard of it. I don't have specific knowledge of it.
Okay. In your career in law enforcement, how many phone downloads do you think that you've analyzed?
Well over 100, hundreds of phones.
Okay, your face, you kind of made a face when I asked
Yeah,
that.
the reality is most of our investigations now, you're going to include a cell phone. I mean, it's especially the ones that I investigate and have investigated in the past. The majority of my work involved a cell phone download, so it's numerous.
Okay. Have you looked at numerous sections of downloads for installed applications?
I have.
Have you seen these eraser type applications before?
Not very often, if any.
Okay. Do you know what they're used for?
Actually asked and answered, and he said he wasn't familiar with it.
Overruled, he may answer.
My understanding of it is that it is used, again, as more of an editor or to edit documents.
Okay. In terms of the remaining 4 lines on this page, are those applications pretty consistent between the 4 of them of what type they are?
Yes.
Were you here when Detective Fredericks?
Do you see what's on line 46 there? Burner free phone number. Purchase date 1/18/2018, before Lynn's death. And I don't remember the dates. I don't think I wrote them down. That Jessy was calling no, that was after her death, that she was calling the credit card companies to change as Lynn to change mailing addresses and phone numbers. I believe that was after Lynn had passed away. I don't know. I could be totally wrong on that, but it doesn't look good because I think they have talked about earlier, and we all know there's apps out there to get a phone number so it doesn't look like you're calling. It can look like a different phone number is calling from your phone. I have personally never used one. I just know they exist. But, I think people need to understand technology is always going to tell on you. And it just depends on how the people that are in charge of investigating your technology want to use it. I've seen cases where you're not moving. You don't have your cell phone. Your cell phone didn't move. There was no activity on it. So you were definitely unaliving a person. I have seen cases where the phone was moving. And so you were definitely unaliving a person. It just, however they need to frame it, they will. But our cars, like, have so much technology in them. They're constantly tracking us. Everything is tracking us. We cannot go maybe in the middle of the woods, in the middle of nowhere, on the top of a mountain. Maybe. If you didn't take anything with you, you wouldn't be tracked there, but you'd probably be tracked all the way there by security cameras and things like that when you go by businesses. There's just so many ways to track you. One, don't ever unalive anybody, but two, don't ever unalive anybody and think you can get away with it. I've seen a lot of people that really thought they could get away with it, and they are sitting in prison.
Testified about the ability to use someone's cell phone to call and receive on a different number than what's assigned to the phone.
Yes.
Have you seen those applications used on phones during your time as an investigator?
Yes, I have.
Is that pretty common?
These days, yes, it seems that way.
Okay, and can you remind the jury what the purpose of those kind of applications are?
Again, you're going to be able to utilize your phone, and you're basically having a spoof number pop up. You maybe assign that spoof number for a specific period of time, or maybe a one-time use, but mostly it's you issue that number for a short period of time.
Now, in this case, you asked AT&T for some records, didn't you?
Yes.
Were those the records in Exhibit 172 that Detective Schrader used to make maps in this case?
Yes.
Now, if someone is utilizing one of these kinds of applications, add a line, phone numbers, free burner phone number, line 2, second phone number, if a device is using a number through one of those applications, are you able to then write a subpoena to that application and say, hey, we want the call detail records?
No, we do not get those records.
Why not?
It's basically what we call a voice over internet or a VoIP provider number. And I've never had any success and can't tell if anyone ever has. It's a untrackable number.
When you're working on a case and you target a phone number as being really important, but you don't really know much else about it, how can you get records for something just based on the phone number?
You have to, again, you're getting a search warrant for records. You're trying to locate or by any means find out what provider may have that number. You're trying to get anything, try to get records for that.
But how do you know, like in this case, how did you know to write the subpoena to AT&T?
There's
Sprint or...
There's law enforcement databases. There's also public databases too. Obviously, law enforcement databases are a little more accurate as far as entering a phone number and finding out who the service provider is or any background information on that phone number.
Okay. So if I use AT&T for my phone and you typed my cell phone number into one of these things, it would tell you AT&T?
Yes.
Okay.
Possibly even subscriber information.
Okay. What if you typed a phone number into something like that and it was in reality one of these internet phone numbers, spoof phone numbers?
It may come up with a company, but there's so many now that you're probably not going to get a company name, but the information you're going to get is the VoIP, and which is the VoIP, short for voice over internet provider. It'll literally tell you that that's what that phone number is associated to, which is telling us that it's basically an application, a number based off these applications.
Does that tend, in your experience, to be a dead end on that number then?
More than likely, yes.
But what if have you had cases where you were able to find out some more information about a number like that from something in the download that was helpful?
Yes.
Like, for example, what would that be?
There may be some form in the communications, it may be saved under the contacts, it may be in text messages, the number itself, somebody's giving out the number, or it could be somewhere in one of the categories on the cell phone.
Has that happened to you before?
Yes, I've seen the numbers pop up, yes.
Okay. In terms of this investigation, was it important to you to identify and get records for all the important numbers in the case?
Yes, very much so.
And did you do that for all the numbers that you could?
The ones that we thought were significant, yes.
Okay. Do you know whether there was a number in this case that was significant to you that you weren't able to get any records for?
Yes,
And did the jury actually hear about that number yesterday?
they did.
Was that number 262-421-5290?
That's correct.
When did the jury hear about that number yesterday?
That was one of the numbers that was given by Ms. Kurczeweski while speaking on one of the phone calls.
To Citibank?
Correct.
Did that phone number also appear in some of the financial documents, like loan applications?
Yes, it did.
Okay. In all of your investigation and in speaking with Ms. Kurczeweski, did she ever tell you that she had two different phone numbers?
No, she did not.
Is the phone number attributed to Ms. Kurczeweski in this case that number ending 1039?
It is correct.
Okay. Next slide, please. And Detective, what are we looking at here?
It's another application from page 1137, and it's a sideline second phone number app for business.
Okay, is that pretty similar to what we talked about on the previous slide?
Correct.
Next slide, please. In line 263, what is the jury seeing here?
Another installed application from page 1150.
Okay, and again, whose phone are we talking about?
Ms. Kurczeweski's.
What is this installation?
Hidden menu.
Have you seen that before?
I have.
What is that?
It's basically an app which allows you to which is what it says, you're able to hide stuff, you're able to place stuff in there. Different applications have different ways to access this. It could be holding down a specific button. It could be using the calculator, entering a code. Again, every app has a different way of accessing it, but it's basically a hidden section of the phone that we're not going to find.
Okay, thank you. We can take down exhibit.
I like how she's
181.
looking so confused.
Now, Detective,
They've
in
shown
this
that
case,
she's probably
you were
pretty
involved in
conniving.
several interviews with Ms. Kurczeweski. Is that true?
That is true.
And when was the first one?
The first one, well, I was with Detective Cole on the interview on March 6th of 2019.
Okay, so is that on our timeline there on 228?
Yes, it is.
Point to it.
Right here.
Okay. And the jury saw that interview with Detective Cole. Is that true?
That's correct.
Now, at that point in time, had you been assigned to this investigation?
We were still fairly in the initial stages of it. I don't think I was assigned as the lead investigator at that time yet.
Okay. Nonetheless, you were involved in it.
At the very minimum, I was a co-lead investigator at the time.
Okay. And was it significant to you the way that that interview was set up and why it was set up in this case?
Yes, it was.
Why?
We were attempting to get information from Ms. Kurczeweski. She was also reaching out to Detective Cole, and we wanted to get initial stages of information, partly finding out some about the financials and seeing what information that she had that she might have been willing to talk to us about.
On March 6th of 2019, did you already know the toxicology results and Dr. B's conclusion?
Not the final conclusion, no, not the final results, no, just the initial information.
Okay. Did you share that information with Ms. Kurczeweski and Ms. Flower on March 6th of 2019?
Not at that time, no.
Why not?
We just didn't, we weren't prepared to. By the time, I believe, at that interview, I think we were starting to realize that there was a major financial component to the investigation, and we didn't want to share that information that early in the stage of the investigation.
Do you have to make those kind of determinations when you're investigating a major case?
It's definitely a case-by-case basis.
Okay. In terms of, you were in court when you heard some testimony about Ms. Kurczeweski reaching out to the medical examiner's office, weren't you?
Correct.
In fact, Ms. Kukas talked about them keeping a log of calls, right?
Correct.
At some point in time, the medical examiner stopped talking to Ms. Kurczeweski. Is that true?
Yes.
Do you know why that was?
Based on the investigation at that point, we were, again, getting to the stage of the investigation, we felt we had an idea where we were going with this and that there was a potential for it to be a homicide investigation. We asked for a non-disclosure to be placed on the case, which basically stopped the medical examiner's office from being able to speak about the investigation with anybody except for, obviously, law enforcement.
And did it appear that that was what prompted Ms. Kurczeweski calling dispatch and the phone call the jury heard?
That's correct.
Okay. In terms of that March 6, 2019 interview that you were in, do you recall Ms. Kurczeweski ever telling you that Ms. Hernan had been drinking Visine and trying to kill herself?
Not at all, no.
In fact, do you recall what Ms. Kurczeweski told Detective Cole about her thoughts on whether it was even a suicide?
I do.
And what was that?
I believe she did not think it was a suicide, and they were trying to find out what could have happened and what could have caused this.
Was this before or after Ms. Kurczeweski knew there was tetrahydrozoline in the toxicology?
Before.
Were you able to speak with Ms. Kurczeweski again on July 9th of 2019?
I was.
Was Detective Cole there also?
He was, yes.
Okay. Was that the same day as the search warrants in this case?
It was, yes.
Is it fair to say that there's a lengthy series of interviews in this case that you were involved in?
Yes,
Okay. Have you looked at all of those many times at this point?
I have.
Do you know that there are parts of those interviews that are not going to be played at this trial?
Yes,
In fact, have you seen clips of those interviews to accommodate those portions that are not going to be played?
yes, I have.
Did you watch all the clips of all the interviews that we're going to watch with the jury in this case?
Yes, I have.
Starting with Exhibit 202, I'd like to just show the witness. Detective Hoppy, are you familiar that in making those kinds of clips, that PowerPoint is utilized?
Yes,
Okay. And going to slide 1 of this exhibit, do you recognize this PowerPoint presentation?
yes.
What is it?
This is the initial interview that was conducted with Ms. Kurczeweski once the warrants were conducted on July 9th.
And you've looked at each slide in this PowerPoint?
I have.
Are these pieces fair and accurate copies of the interview that you conducted on that date?
Yes, they are.
I move Exhibit 202 into evidence.
Objection. Exhibit 202 is received.
I'd ask permission to publish.
Permission granted.
Now, Detective, slide 1 has some information on it, is that true?
Yes.
Okay. Going to slide 2, this is a still image of the interview. I want to ask you some questions before we start watching anything. Along the top, is that going to remind the jury of the date of the interview on each slide?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Looking in the actual video box on the top right corner, there's information in white up there, right?
Yes.
And what is that information?
Again, date and time section.
Is that something that you or I put on this exhibit?
No,
Where did that come from?
that's on there. It's standard with our video equipment that shows the date and time of the actual interview or real time.
Okay. And did you notice that the time in that corner matches the start time in the lower left corner?
It does.
Okay. So for the record purposes, we've used that time ticking in the top left corner when we start and stop these. Is that fair?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Where are you?
We are
This image.
at the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department, and as it says on there, we are in interview room 1. We have 4 interview rooms, so this is obviously the one that we have labeled as room 1.
Okay.
I'm very curious
And
to
for
hear
the
these
purposes
interviews.
of all of these interviews, when Miranda rights were required, were those read?
Yes, they were.
And each time did Ms. Kurczeweski wish to speak with you about this?
Yes, she did.
All right, with that, Judge, I'd ask that we play slide 1 of Exhibit 202 for the jury with audio.
Go ahead.
I hope the audio's good on
Yep,
these.
I have it, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you are about to hear and view an audio-visual recording. Recordings are proper evidence, and you may consider them just as any other evidence. Listen carefully. Some parts may be hard to understand.
They have a year to do so, and it's not atypical for our medical examiner's office to take the entire year.
Yeah.
It's just what they do. Our Dr. Linda is very thorough and methodical. Her counterpart in Milwaukee sends stuff off real fast. She takes her time. We have some questions about Lynn's daily operations, because you were the one taking care of her, right?
For the most part, yeah, I was the only one around, really. For
Right,
the
'cause she doesn't really have anyone.
6 months. No.
What would her day look like?
She didn't sleep normal, so I couldn't say she got up because.
Did she sleep in her bed, or she always stay in that? Oh, okay.
She hasn't probably been in her bed for a couple weeks because when she came home from the hospital, she couldn't handle the height. She couldn't get up that high. So I would say usually before that, she'd wake up 3, 4 in the morning. She didn't sleep good, so she'd be napping throughout the day. And she'd sit and watch TV all day.
Did she walk okay?
Sometimes yes and sometimes no. Till right before the hospital, she could.
Okay.
During, on the way, we did an ambulance. She literally got out of the car at the hospital and they said, how are you doing this? So, they saw it. Her last 3 days at the house, she was falling. She would get up, but she'd fall. That's why I had the bathroom thing right by her. Because she could do some, she couldn't do some. Sometimes she'd get up and get water. She'd make herself try, I would say once or twice to get up, but it didn't always work.
What? Do you know why she went to the hospital the last day before her death?
She didn't go the last day before her
No, her last stay.
Her last stay. Physically, her body was shutting down.
She was weak?
She wasn't eating. She probably didn't eat in 2 weeks before. She was so dehydrated. And she knew she had to go. Me and her neighbor both said, you have to go and do something because your body is shutting down.
And what's the name of the neighbor?
Judy? June or Judy?
Okay.
No. I don't have my phone with me. You guys know it.
Did we talk to her that day?
You talked to her that day. She was
Okay.
the only one who helped me pick her up when she fell off the ground.
Okay.
But I can't. It's not Judy. Judy's the other one. But it's in my phone. I know.
And we talked to her that day?
Yep.
Um,
Yeah, she's all over. I gave you her information too.
and was she taking her own medicine?
She was taking her own medicine.
But she didn't drive or nothing?
No.
So you would go get the prescriptions?
Yes. Walgreens knows me. They got to know me very well.
Uh-huh.
Even when she was in the hospital, she wanted a prescription because the hospital wasn't giving her own prescription.
Uh-huh.
And I brought it in and I let the nurses know that I went and got it for her.
Okay.
And they took it from her.
Okay.
I said, I'm just doing what she told me to do, but I want you guys to be aware, so,
And were you paying for him or she paid you back? Or was it credit card on file or?
No. Sometimes I paid for him, sometimes she paid for him. I went both ways.
And Lynn was taking oxycodone, right, or some kind of opiate?
I don't even
remember?
remember offhand, to be honest.
Because usually the pharmacists are paying to have an opiate. They were fine with you because you were the person?
Well, they knew Lynn very well at her Walgreens. And they also knew me, and I was on file as who I was, but I don't know if she was taking us. She was taking, her main one was Xanax or something.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about Oxycontin. I don't know most of them by heart except for she liked her Xanax.
So,
and then she had a blood pressure, and I don't know the rest.
she's taking quite a bit of meds.
Yeah.
20 of them it looked like.
Those weren't all her prescriptions, though.
Okay.
I shouldn't say that. They weren't for the time. She'd have meds, and then the doctors would take her off. They'd put her on, take her off. So, she had meds all over her house. That was just the normal for her.
That was just the normal.
Yeah.
And was she taking stuff as far as prescribed, or was she kind of self-medicating herself?
Everything, for the most part, was prescribed. I know.
When I say as prescribed, as the doctor wants her to take it.
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
No.
Because my mom's an assistant.
Yeah.
So I take care of the meds,
Yeah.
and if something's not right,
I used to tell her all the
the
time.
pharmacy doesn't give me, you know what I mean? If we run out of the pay,
Yeah.
and they're like, no, you can't get it for another 10 days, then I start to worry what happened.
I used to tell her all the time. I would be gone. Well, I would do. Sometimes I'd get her stuff ready, and sometimes she would, because I wasn't there all the time.
Okay.
So I'd be getting stuff ready, and then she'd be getting stuff ready, and I'd come back, and I'd be like, okay, I left, and you had this many pills of this.
Uh-huh.
Or this or this. Especially the new ones, I knew because she just got them filled. None of it made any sense, and I used to tell her, oh, no, I'm fine. I said, what are you doing? That's not, you're supposed to, her set ones, and I don't know all of them, she'd take what she wanted.
Mm-hmm.
She took Xanax just because it calmed her down, or so she thought, and she felt good. I don't know because I'm not a pill person, I've never been.
Yeah.
I take ibuprofen. That's all
I
I
get you. We have a pill organizer. Did she use one of those?
No.
For the only
No.
Monday, Tuesday, Monday evening?
I've tried. Her pills wouldn't even fit most.
Yeah.
No.
Okay. So when you said sometimes you set the pills up, each day in the morning you come there, typically would you go there in the morning or the night? Or
I didn't have a set. It just depended how she was doing the day before and what she wanted or what I had planned. There
Would
wasn't.
she call you and say, I need you, or?
She would either call or I'd call her to check her. I always stocked her up on stuff, but it was, sometimes I could be out there a lot and sometimes I couldn't. So it just depended what was
It's
going
really
on.
like she's in
So you're out
handcuffs.
there almost every day then?
Yeah.
Especially
Towards the
I
end,
guess she was already
the
in
last
custody at this point.
2 months.
the day of her death. Do you remember when you were out there?
I gave my state. Honestly, I don't at this time. It was in the morning.
Okay.
But I don't know exact time frame.
Were you there in the morning for a little while?
Yeah.
Most of the morning?
Yep.
Did you remember if you gave her pills that day?
No.
Or set them up?
No. When I got there, she was sleeping. I woke her up, we talked for a little bit, and I had to go to the gas station, or not gas station, Pick and Save. I had a bunch of errands that I was putting off for days because I just didn't have time. I was tired.
Yeah.
And she kept saying, "Oh, just go do what you gotta do, blah, blah, blah. I'll see you later." And I remember before I left, I asked her, like, "Are your pills taken for the day? Do you need water?" Like, we have a system, you know, do you need this? Do you need that? Do you want something to eat? And no, she said she was fine. I said, "Oh, I'll be back in a couple hours. I just want to get the stuff done." And she was, like, pushing me to go.
So you got there in the morning.
It was sometime in the morning. I was roughly there maybe an hour, maybe 2 at the most. I don't know for sure.
But you don't.
I mean, I hand wrote her statement the day I left there.
No, I got you. And you probably didn't give her pills that day.
I don't think so. I'm almost positive I didn't because the last couple of days I really wasn't. She'd ask for water, or sometimes she would put her pills in. She had a certain, like, in something bigger that tasted really bad. So she would always put that in her yogurt or pudding. So she would ask for, like, water or pudding or something for me to bring by her, or certain pills, the bigger ones, she would, like, crush those up or whatever. So she'd be like, "Oh, can I get this or can I get that?" But I don't remember, because normally if I was there earlier, I would give her pills, or I'd check, like, the day or.
You would think in 2019 they can make medicine taste better.
Well, you would think they just would have a better system so people don't have access to that kind of medication.
I had this brilliant take my daughter her tonsils out, and I'm wondering if she doesn't want to swallow the pills because it's right? I don't have a little pain patch for kids.
Yeah.
That's a good idea. We say you run errands that day, so you're there for an hour or two, and then do you run errands for her then, like Pick and Save and Target or
No, I mean, maybe a few things, like maybe I got water or something. I don't know offhand. Majority was for me, but I might have gotten her stuff too. I don't know. You know.
So you went back home then? Because at the time you were living in Franklin, right?
I was living in Franklin. Well, yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry, you're making me rewind here almost a year. I mean, I did write a statement that day. It has everything that I did and times. And
No, I got you.
I'm just trying to remember. It's frustrating because I just don't understand why we don't have answers. I just don't get it.
Why? Because I didn't go to medical school.
No, I was excited thinking you had actually some news and.
Well, there's some inconsistencies, and we'll talk about those. But I'm trying to get an idea of how stuff works, because everyone was asking me how the pills were taken. Like, some of them are crushed, you said.
Yep.
And
some were and some won't. I don't know to what extent.
But you weren't, like, to me involved with, like, we crushed this one every day.
No.
No. Because she was kind of handling herself. Her brain was still pretty sharp that she knew.
She was doing her usual. I mean, she couldn't, her biggest thing was mobility. That was probably the biggest issue, but she still got up to an extent. She didn't leave the house is what she didn't do. But I didn't go and buy her drugs. I only got the stuff that she was prescribed. She had friends who gave her a ton of things back in the day. Yeah. I don't know towards her death, but.
There's no.
And for the record, Detective, that piece ends at 7:25 a.m. I'm sorry, 7:31 a.m. Sorry,
That clip, 7:07 a.m.?
Thank you very much. In terms of, I want to ask a couple of questions before we go on to the next one. At this point in time, how long had Ms. Kurczeweski said she was at Ms. Hernan's house that day?
A couple hours.
Did that change over the course of your interviews?
Yes, it does.
At this point in time, did you hear Ms. Kurczeweski say Ms. Hernan was rushing her out of the house that morning?
Yes.
Did that fact change over time?
Yes.
At this point, did Ms. Kurczeweski say whether or not she gave Ms. Hernan any pills that day?
She didn't believe she did.
Did that also change over time?
Yes, it does.
If we could please go to slide 3. It is 6 minutes.
All right, you can play that, and then we'll see where we're at.
Okay.
All the time.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's frustrating because she wouldn't listen and she didn't care and it made her feel good. I mean, her Xanax, she went to the ER twice for her Xanax because she took it all and ran out. So then she was having, like, withdrawals or made herself withdrawals so she could go and get more.
Did you take her then?
Yeah.
And which hospital did you go to?
We went to the same hospital. It's the one just right down the road from here.
Waukesha Memorial?
I think.
Is it in Waukesha?
It's Aurora.
Aurora. Okay.
Always. She was admitted in there 4 times in the last 6 months of her life, at least. And once she was ambulance, or maybe twice.
Sure. Is she taking care of her own bills at the time? Her brain's sharp enough that she's...
No, she did some things, but she'd tell me what to pay as well. She'd say, okay, this month I gotta pay this month I gotta pay this.
Like, did she have a car payment then, or...?
No car payment. She's had credit cards, like crazy.
What she's in the credit cards for?
No idea. Anything she wanted.
She buy stuff up, but she didn't drive or leave the house.
Well, I mean, at that time, no, but she still had bills. Or, like, when I'd go to the store from her, she had, the grocery card. She would tell me all the time, oh, I haven't used it in 2 months. Go get groceries on this, or go get... But she never, I mean, her finances were never an issue for her. She did what she wanted. She do this, do that, I need this. Here's this for taking care of me. I mean, her finances were never, that wasn't her issue. That wasn't.
She was sharp, though. I mean,
Yeah.
she
Oh, yeah.
was doing.
Yeah, she did. I mean, she wasn't,
And
she didn't lose her mind. I mean, she just,
Well, sometimes people, when they
No.
don't feel good,
No.
like look, my dad died at the end there.
Yeah.
He just didn't care anymore. He didn't feel good, and
well, I mean, she didn't care, but that wasn't about stuff like that. What she didn't care about was, okay, today I'm going to have 4 pills, I'm going to take 10. Or, I mean, that was more, she wanted
I'm
to
talking about the
be,
bills though. Like he didn't care at the end, the last
Yeah.
couple months, because I was taking care of everything.
Yeah.
And that my dad was also meticulous, but he took
Yeah.
care of everything. That's just the way he was.
Oh, no,
but
she
he
wasn't
was
like
just
that.
sick.
Yeah.
So, but she was pretty good. And
Yeah.
And you said she had a lot of credit cards.
Yeah. I just recently found out how bad things were.
And you say a lot.
Since everything with the
4 or 5 credit cards.
No, she had about 30 credit cards. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
she didn't have a big house with lots of storage.
No.
You know what
But it
she's
was
buying?
packed. Her house was packed. Well, she bought jewelry, she bought her car, she paid for everything outright or she put it on a card.
Okay.
So,
And her income was, she had Social Security, that's
Mhm.
the money was coming in.
correct.
And she had some money when her mom died.
Yeah.
But no other sources of income.
No.
You know of.
No.
And you handled
I mean,
this,
she cut hair on the side for a while, but
but not for the last
No.
year, right? I mean,
Yeah.
because she was sick for.
I mean, for people she knew, but not me. I haven't heard of that in a while.
When did she stop, like functioning normally? Like when I say normally, she just got sick.
Well, she's been sick for years.
Okay, but
So what do you mean, like,
when did she stop cutting hair for her friends?
oh, I don't know. That I can tell you.
A year, 2 years, more than that.
Maybe a year. But that wasn't because she was sick. It was just because she didn't do it anymore.
She just
didn't
didn't
have
wanna
to.
do it? Okay. I don't know her. I've
Yeah.
never met her.
No, I
All I
get
see is
it.
pictures. So I'm trying to get an idea
Yeah.
how she functioned or who she was.
She functioned normally up until about the last 3-4 months. I mean, she would go to the pool. If you ask her people in her condo, they all know her because that's who she hung out with. She walked around, said hi to everyone. I mean, that was her life.
Prior to the last previous to the last 6 months, was she driving then still?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And were you out there helping her then at that time a little bit, or mostly the last 6 months?
I was out there, but not like that. It wasn't helping her either. It was just out there.
Just out there?
Yeah, I mean, she was like family, you know.
No, I get it. But the last 6 months, you were kind of her caregiver. She was paying you.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't want to say 6 months. She functioned until the end. I mean, I helped her. And it wasn't even, I don't want to say she didn't function. She would be like, hey, can you go get water today? I don't want to go to the store. I mean, the people at the store know her, you know, so they knew if she was having a good day, a bad day. She was good friends with, like, for checkout people at Pick and Save. It was unreal.
She seemed like she had one of those personalities.
Yeah,
where
she
people
did. She
just-
talked to everybody.
Yeah.
She would talk to, like, just a stranger on the street. You'd see her and she'd say, hi, how you doing today? She was a great person. Great.
The last 6 months when she's not feeling well, are you out there every day, do you think, or almost every day?
Almost.
And is she paying you on a daily basis or by the week?
No,
Or she just,
I mean, it was all
did you have
different.
an official arrangement that makes
No,
$20 an hour?
no, there was nothing like that.
So she would just.
However she wanted to. I mean, there was no, you know, one day, oh, here's a check, one day, here's my card, go get this, one day, I mean, it was no set.
No set amount?
No.
I'll pay you
No.
$300 a week, something
No,
like that.
I mean, she'd help out, she'd help my mom, oh, this month I'm gonna pay rent, or I'm gonna pay your car. I mean, she always was one of those people that helped everyone. There was no rhyme or reason for what she did, but I know years ago, my mom helped her out, DUIs and stuff in the past. She owed my mom a ton of money and filed for bankruptcy, so she's always came back on that, even though she wrote it off. She's always helped me and my mom, our whole life. She's always helped us, you know. She paid my mom's rent probably.
And Detective, this is at 7:13 that this clip has ended.
That's correct.
Now, up to this point in time, has anyone told Ms. Kurczeweski that tetrahydrozoline poisoning was the cause of death?
No.
Jesse definitely has that Wisconsin no.
Judge,
Or
there's
Minnesota,
still
no.
a good amount of this interview
Ba-
left.
when bag,
Over an hour.
bag,
Yeah, and
however they
it's
say it.
4:34, so we've had a long day, and even though we had a little bit extra of a lunch break, how long is the next clip? I mean, I know you have lots, and we won't get through all of it today, but is the
12 minutes.
how do my jurors feel? It's okay to break. I'm not saying happy faces on that, so that's okay. We'll break for the day. It'll be a good point to break. Detective, you can step down. I have to read them the instruction.
The Wheel of Doom. I don't know that there's going to be. See, make sure there's not anything from the judge. Doesn't look like it.
All right, thank you. Be seated. Anything I need to address before we break for the day from the state,
No, thank you.
from the defense?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you,
Wow.
everyone. Then we are in recess. We'll see you all tomorrow morning.
Alrighty, let me do this. I'll see if closed captioning is available on this one. It looks like it might be. Does help if I share the screen. Sharing myself. Oops. Only me. Only me. There we go. Ding dong. Don't know why this keeps wanting to make my connection all weird because I am hardwired connected in. Not on Wi-Fi. I don't even have my Wi-Fi on. Alrighty. So this is Friday's testimony. It's going to be Detective Aaron Hoppy again. I'm not sure if this will still be all the state side because I don't know. My gut tells me maybe, but this is where we're going to get to the heart of, I believe, the state's evidence right here with this detective. I don't know if he's their last witness because after the defense presents their side, then the state will get rebuttal.
And good morning once again. The court will call State of Wisconsin versus, let's turn the audio on. Take two. I will call State of Wisconsin versus Jessy Kurczeweski, case number 21 CF 885. May I have the appearances, please?
Gabby Nikolai, JJ Crawford, and Randy Sitzberger appearing for the state.
Good morning, Donna Kukler, Pablo Galaviz appearing with Ms. Kurczeweski.
I'm told all of the jurors are here. Is there anything I need to go over with the parties prior to bringing them out for the continuation of Detective Hoppy's testimony?
Yes, Judge, we went back through the video clips that we prepared because I noticed yesterday with the first two we've already played, both of them had the wrong end stamp second, and I have paper copies for the court. So for example, the video would end with the second being 52, but on the slide it was typed in that it ended at 50. And so there were a few corrections like that I had to go through and make. There are two PowerPoints where actually I trimmed video back because it didn't end where it should have ended. And so we're gonna have copies of 202, 203, 204, and 205 provided on USBs today for the court and defense. I chatted briefly with Attorney Kukler. There's no video that's been added to any exhibit that wasn't previously there. The changes are simply, for example, in Exhibit 204, Slide 4 was trimmed by, maybe 3 seconds. So I want to make that record. I've got paper copies for the court.
Just wonder what she's looking at.
In terms of 202, the two slides that we've played already, we kept in the updated version because those are already in evidence, but they had to be corrected because the timestamps, for example, on slide 3, had to be corrected, that the seconds were off. I feel like I'm not explaining this very well, but there were issues between what the video was showing when the video ended on the sheriff's department time ticker versus the text that's been entered into these slides about what seconds.
Crazy that they had to be like that
Okay.
on.
So you'll go through that with the detective on the stand so it's clear to the jury, or are you just going through it with me on the record?
Well, moving forward, they're all correct, and the versions we'll be showing the jury are correct and accurate, so I shouldn't really have to say anything to them. My point is just because everyone already has copies of a different version, that's why I'm bringing it up.
Okay. So 202, I understand is, right, it has this paper copy of a PowerPoint. Obviously, the audio files are embedded, so it's not something that can be printed. That's been received. So I have a couple of questions. One, Attorney Kukler, any comment or statement you want to make on what the state has advised?
Yes, I do. First of all, previously we'd been provided a letter from the state, and that was brought up at the beginning of trial, that January 19th letter, where the state indicated what sections were going to be, the sections of the interviews that the state was not going to play, and they outlined it by time. And so we methodically went through those interviews to look to see what it was during those times that was not going to be played. Now that's going to, from as I'm hearing things, going to mess up what
I
was.
haven't heard that that's the situation, that has altered it in any way, has it?
No, it's simply, like I said, there's nothing that's been added to the exhibits. It's
Does
things
your
that have been
time-
taken back.
Right, but does any of that impact any of the redactions that you advised the defense about in that January 19 letter?
No, in fact, out of an abundance of caution, I deleted a slide from 202 that was less than a minute long because I felt that it discussed the defendant's, she discusses the possible penalty for first-degree intentional homicide. So I just took that slide out. So if anything, it actually is more careful than the list even was, if that makes sense.
Okay.
There's not a lot of changes, though. The only two that actually have videos trimmed to a different length are 202 and 204. The other ones are just correcting that time issue, like I said.
So my concern, Your Honor, is also that the state opened the door yesterday when they played a portion of the video where Lynn Hernan's drunk driving was brought up. That was something that was not going to be allowed to be brought up, but was played by the state yesterday. And so that door has been opened. I believe that going forward, we can go into that because they played that. I suspect that part of what they've redacted today is taking out what they went oops on yesterday when it played. And I think that's what's really causing this.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, but I need to focus on the initial issue that has been raised, not whether they've opened the door. We have a jury waiting. So
But
we can address that later.
No,
We haven't even gotten to cross-examination because he's still on direct.
what I am saying, Judge, is that they're saying that what they're admitting now is they've removed seconds. And I'm objecting to their having removed anything from anything that was played yesterday. So I do object.
I didn't change anything that was played yesterday.
That was my understanding of what you said.
Right. That was why I endeavored into this very lengthy process last night, because it wasn't right, but what's in is in, and I understand that.
All right, so in terms of the Exhibit 202 that's been received, if there's been a correction, it needs to be marked as 202A unless there's an agreement to replace it.
Okay.
And what's the defense position on 202 and whether it should be replaced or the new one marked as 202A?
Marked as 202A.
All right, without an agreement, that's what I need to do. The law's clear on that. Can't simply just replace an exhibit without agreement. So we'll have it marked. You'll have to do what you need to do in terms of having the witness address that. And we'll go from there. And just to be clear, because I don't have the contents of that letter in front of me right now. All of the times that you indicated in that letter that you were redacting out and not showing, from what you're saying, you may have added a little bit to that out of an abundance of caution, but you didn't include anything going forward that was listed in that redaction.
Correct.
And it's only in 202 and 204. Well, I may have got,
202 and 204 are the only the only two exhibits that have videos that have been shaved off a little in a couple of the slides. Correct. For the most part, the changes are the timestamp in the lower left corner showing the time that the clip depicts.
can you please tell me with 202 only right now, what slides, as I'm looking at the paper copy, I think you said slide 3 earlier, what has been changed? Taken off? What did you trim back, the video, not just correcting the time?
I did not trim any video from slide 3 because that was already played to the jury. But
you.
nonetheless, the timing was wrong. The end point of that clip should be 07:13:50, and yesterday it said 52. So that was what was corrected. The same with slide 2. The video wasn't changed at all, but
All right. And then what about any slides going forward? Did you trim the actual video?
on slide 6, there's 1 second cut off the end.
What is the starting time on that, just because the pages aren't numbered?
Sure, it's 7:31:14,
Okay.
and the end time for that is now 7:32:12, whereas in the original exhibit, it was 7:32:13.
Any other slides in that particular exhibit?
So in the original, slide 12 was starting 8:25:05 through 8:25:48.
Okay.
And that was the slide I removed because there's discussion about the penalties for a first-degree intentional homicide.
You removed the whole slide?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to print. Anything else on that one?
No.
Two 03 has not been changed?
No videos have been changed, but the timestamps on slide 2 and 6 were corrected to match the video later. I'm sorry, slides 3 and 6, not 2 and 6.
About 204, you mentioned slide 4.
Yes, slide 4 was trimmed and corrected. So that slide begins at about 9:45, and the new end time is 9:57:14.
Was it originally?
I don't have that in front of me.
With the PowerPoints, I don't know that I have, I know I have 202 and I have 206, and I only have 202 because Teresa printed it off for me. It wasn't in my box, and I don't know that I have those other ones.
These are for the court.
May I see those? Sure.
You don't have one for me?
I think she said she gave it to you on a flash drive.
No.
But,
I have not received any kind of flash drive.
it's right there.
Oh, goodness. I might fast forward through this.
Do you have, were these previously provided to defense at all?
Yes. Oh,
The PowerPoints?
these were turned over like last Monday when we brought exhibits through, but since last night, I've had to correct the slides, and that's what's just been provided to defense in the court.
Okay. So defense has them electronically?
Right.
And now you've given them a flash drive yet?
Yes.
I do not have them electronically. It's not been sent to me, not the new version. Just this very minute, I'm handed a flash drive, which I haven't looked at yet. Nothing was sent to me overnight.
I don't think that's what she said.
I thought that's what the court was
No.
suggesting. Okay.
That is 202, 203, 204, and 205.
All right, just because there's been a change, and I don't want to hold this up too much longer, anytime we have a change, we should, just an abundance, make sure that you're printing off copies for me and the defense. I understand it can get voluminous, but I'll have Teresa print them off or copy what I have, just so we can get them to them right now. You can use the printer in the chambers, Judge Lawrence chambers. If you have them electronically, oh, you have the flash.
Yeah, I can't plug the flash drive.
Actually, let me do this. I need Teresa in here. I can't have her doing this. If the state could have them printed off and delivered as quickly as possible, that would be great. That way, and then you should be able to compare what you have with the electronic copies that you received with the information that was exchanged last Monday at the start of the trial due to my order on exhibits.
The only concern I have right now is that there are some minutes that have been redacted. Looking at the original slide's not going to help me. I'm going to have to listen to hear what it is that's been redacted, which is what we did on the original letter that had come through. Now, there's 3 sections that we've gotten to so far that have been discussed that have additional redactions that I need to listen to.
I'll give you ample time before your cross to compare. This is not, the information's not new. All of these videos have been turned over as part of the discovery process, some for a very long period of time. So I understand what you're saying. From what I have taken notes about, with the exception of the one entire slide, these are small changes. And we will all be here listening, watching during his direct examination, meaning of Detective Hoppy. I will give you extra time before you have to start your cross to compare whatever it is you want to compare and make any requests that you want to make in terms of whether any of that should be added back in. And if that means even if he gets done, today at noon and I need to give you an extra long lunch or whatever it is, we'll do it. That's fair. But I don't think it should hold up continuing his direct examination this morning. I will make sure we wait, though, until those printed copies are provided, because I know for me, I take all of these printed exhibits and I make extensive notes on them. And it's just easier for me to do that, to keep track of things. And maybe that's helpful to you, so I'll at least give you that, so you have the printed copies of the replacements 202, 203, 204, 205. And I know there's a 206, but that wasn't touched, is what you're telling me?
Right.
So that you at least have those before the direct examination continues. That way, I know you have, I think, 2 computers there. You should be able to pull up the electronic versions of the originals that you have and at least make some comparisons. And again, I'll still give you time before you have to cross-examine Detective Hoppy to go through all of that. But
I do believe she has
other than what I
extensive
just
notes
said,
on all of
in
these
terms of waiting
things.
till the printed
Every case.
copies are provided to you, your opportunity to really review this will be in between his direct and your cross. Now, since I know we have a little bit of time and reference has been made to whether the state's opened the door, I am not allowing the defense to get into her drunk driving past. That is just simply an attempt to slander the victim's reputation. It has nothing to do with the allegations in this case, whether she has drunk driving convictions in the past. It was a passing reference. We've heard here today that was not originally intended. I believe that's inadvertent. I have no reason to believe otherwise. Even if it was or couldn't be avoided because of the context and the interview of your client, I am not going to turn this into a sideshow, frankly, about her past and drunk drive. It is not relevant to the charges in this case, period. I know that sometimes information comes in because it's unavoidable in the context of an interview, but that doesn't mean the door has been opened, nor does it mean, even if I were to consider that the door's open, that I'm going to allow further testimony and evidence on that issue. That's my decision, not taking any argument on it. I expect that the parties going forward will follow that. Now, if there's some other, I guess, slip along the way, or comes up, well, I obviously will reserve my right to revisit that should there be a request. But at this point in time, the motion in limine, I believe it was number 19 that I granted in favor of the state, remains. I've not changed my ruling on that. The last thing is, and I've told the defense, and I haven't had a request, obviously she was in custody during this. She was in her civilian attire, but I could see her hands were in handcuffs. I know going forward, there's interviews where she's in the jail orange. And so I've let the defense know, if you want me to read an instruction about, that should not be held against her in any way, let me know. The sooner the better. I do intend to have it in the final jury instructions in some form, and it may be better just to do it at that point. But as a cautionary instruction, I will leave it up to the defense to make sure you request that from me. And if there's a specific request as to when, please let me know. All right, so with that, we'll just be in a holding pattern until those printouts get here. All right, I'm gonna step off the bench. We'll be in recess.
Well, that was a big waste. Here, I thought I had it all queued up. Wrong answer. All right, I don't think we missed anything with the jury entering. Oh, they already been in yet.
No, when
Ah, we
after they
didn't
come
miss
in.
anything.
Yeah, sorry. He's just prepared for
I was
when
ready.
they come in.
All rise for the jury.
Or not. That was funny. We needed a little levity. That was good. Apparently my computer doesn't want to sign in today.
All rise for the jury.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Detective Hoppy, you're standing. Please raise your right hand. Madam Clerk will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. Be seated. And once again, since it's a second day of testimony, just state your first and last names for the record.
Aaron, A-R-O-N, Hoppy, H-O-P-P-E.
Thank you. Go ahead, Attorney Nicola. You may continue with your direct examination.
Thank you, Judge. Detective Hoppy, when we left off yesterday, we were watching some videos, right?
Yes.
Can you remind the jury what day that interview happened?
July 9th, 2019.
Okay. And yesterday, I think we got through just 2 clips of that, right?
Correct.
In terms of the video clips, do you recall that for the record there is a typed timestamp in the lower left corner of each slide, so we know what the clip is of?
Correct.
And yesterday, did you notice that some of those stamps were a little bit off?
Correct, yes, they were.
In terms of when the actual time running on the video was ending, it didn't match by a few seconds.
Yes, there's just a few seconds off.
So overnight, have you been able to look at that, and have you seen what's been marked as State's Exhibit 202A?
Yes.
And does it correct some of those errors?
Yes, it does.
Does it add any content that wasn't in 202?
No, it does not.
Okay. I'd move 202A into evidence, ask for permission to publish.
No objection.
All right, Exhibit 202A is received. Permission to publish granted.
And Detective On the screen before you, do you see that marked 202A?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, if we go to slide 2, please. This is a slide that the jury saw yesterday, is that true?
Yes.
Has the video been changed at all on this slide?
No, it is not.
Okay, going to slide 3. Again, is this a clip that the jury watched yesterday?
Yes, it is.
Same question, was the video changed at all on this slide?
No, it's not.
Okay, so if we can please go to slide 4.
Oh,
And Detective, is this a continuation of that interview?
Yes, it is.
Where are you sitting?
I'm basically beneath the camera. I'm in the corner of the interview room to Detective Cole's left.
Okay, thank you. And for the record, this is a clip from 07/13/57, and at this point, I'd ask to publish that.
Go ahead.
and we've never taken advantage of that, if that's what you guys are thinking. I mean, she was, anybody who knows her, she gave everyone money. That gym guy, she helped him with over $20,000 in legal bills, his house, his this. I mean, that's just how she was. It wasn't, you know, I mean, because I feel like now you're getting into finances, like you guys think something's up, but that's how Lynn was with her money. She did what she wanted, how she wanted. Mm-hmm. She had a $10,000 bracelet, a $12,000 necklace. Why? Because she wanted it. She bought that a year before she died, just for the fun of it. Mm-hmm. I mean, she didn't have a rhyme or reason how she did things. She did what she wanted because she could, and she was always poor. Her parents died. She said, you know what? This is the first time I can do what I want, how I want. She bought the Jeep she wanted. She bought the condo. She hid the condo. She wanted to get out of it. But she was one of those people that lived day by day. This is, today I want to go shopping, or today I want to buy a jewelry. She'd call me all the time, hey, I want to go on vacation today? Let's just book a trip and go. I'm like, Lynn, what are you talking? I can't just up and go. But that's the type of person she was. Or towards the end, she got mad because one of her credit cards got reduced. I might just go blow it all. That's what she bought, the bracelet and whatever. And I'm like, what do you think? Like, her mind was just, she did what she wanted, how she wanted. I can't, have any say or control because it's hers. It's her stuff. It's what she wants.
The last week or two, mm-hmm. she sent to the hospital and then she died like within the 2 weeks, right? Yeah. Does it seem like she's out of control then when I say that? Like she doesn't care, she's taking pills?
To me, it seemed like she gave up before she went to the hospital. It seemed like the hospital was the last-ditch effort for everyone who loved her because we were all pushing her to go. Her neighbor, Judy, her ex-husband, my mom, me, she was just in bad shape and we wanted her to get help.
Who's the ex-husband?
Or ex-boyfriend, sorry. Ex-boyfriend, not husband.
Okay, and that's that gym dude, right? Mm-hmm. So I'd never heard of an ex-husband.
No, it wasn't. It was ex-boyfriend.
Okay.
It just, we wanted her to get the help. We wanted her, and I think she went back and forth. She kind of wanted to feel better, and then she just was sick of being sick. She went both ways.
Did she struggle in the hospital?
Oh, a lot. A lot. They put a camera in after a couple of days because they were having problems.
Because in the hospital, they make you follow the rules as far as take this and just, you don't get so.
Oh, I mean, I'm sure medical examiners at the hospital about her, they've asked, and I'm sure they had some words. The nurses, the doctors, I mean, they all had things to tell me every time I came in. That she was a handful. Because she wanted to do it her way. Didn't care what they told her. And if they didn't get the pills she wanted, they were giving her something generic. That's when, well, I need you to go get my prescription. I said, Lynn, they're giving you what you need. I'll get it because you're telling me to, and it's yours. It's rightfully yours. Mm-hmm. But that's why when I came back, I purposely told them. I said, I'm going to let you know right now. She has it. It's up to you guys what you want to do with it, but she wanted it. Mm-hmm. And that's when they took it from her.
Were you there when they took it from her?
No.
I think it was a pretty good fight.
Maybe. She got it back.
Was she mad at you when she found out you told them? Because she probably figured out that you told
them. Well, no, I did tell her I was going to tell them. Because I said, I don't know what you're supposed to be doing or not doing. And, I feel like when you're in the hospital, they're going to give you what you need.
Yeah.
So that's just my opinion.
They don't give you anything you're not supposed to. And then
no.
They don't even like you bringing stuff in like a cheeseburger or something,
No.
They want you to know exactly what you got going in and out.
Well, that makes sense. I mean, yeah. But.
Did your mom help out with Lynn?
No.
No?
No.
Oh.
My mom didn't. She did, prior. My mom helped out when Lynn's parents died. She couldn't physically do it again. She watched Lynn have a nervous breakdown and come back from it, but it was like a 6-month nervous breakdown. And she trashed her parents' house. A lot happened when Lynn's mom died. And physically it wore on my mom, just seeing her like that, because she'd never seen that side of her. It was a totally different person. So that's why Lynn purposely had everything in my mom's name, like to take care of everything if something happened, even medical when she was alive. And she switched it to me because she said, your mom, A, doesn't have the time for it, my mom with her job and stuff. And she said, B, because she was there prior, I don't want to make her do it again. So.
Okay. I was going to ask you why it got switched to you. That explains it.
I didn't know if she switched everything. I only knew she switched some things. I had no clue at the end. I didn't know.
Were you authorized to use her on the credit card and stuff when she's telling you to do? But not on all of them, because you said
Oh,
you're
I don't know.
surprised.
I have no idea. That was her doing, so I don't know.
We said she had 30 credit cards.
She had a lot of credit. I don't know exact, but
I don't
a
know.
lot.
But she wasn't giving you different cards every time. You were using.
Oh no, she gave different cards. She liked to use her different cards. She said it all the time. I got to use this one. I haven't used it. She had stickies with dates and last time she used them and everything. I swear to God, I've never seen anybody like that.
Why?
Because she liked to keep track of when she used it last and okay, and you use it this time. That was just what she did.
Just cause.
I have no idea.
How many credit cards you got?
I have 4.
I mean, you got 2. Yeah, I think I got 2.
Well, not of all that I have, I don't use. So.
Well, you said Lauren's younger, but you kind of figure out that you don't need.
No.
You kind of pair it.
I mean, I was in shock. I was like, I have never seen this amount of stuff. Never. And her thing was, too, like the hospital. She kept saying, well, I'm just going to use everything because one day when I'm not here, I'm not paying any of it. That was her biggest thing. Pushing it. I'm just going to use it. I'm going to use it. I'm going to charge it all. And I'm like, what?
It's your money. I mean.
Well, yeah, you can do whatever you want.
I guess. I mean,
you're going to get stuck paying it.
we have different. Everyone's life's so different.
Yeah.
You know, I used to live a lot looser. Now I have children, so you know how that changes. Your
Yeah.
whole concept.
I'm the same way. You got to be very careful with money.
You know, it's like you gotta. I don't buy soda at a gas station because it's like, well, I gotta put 2 kids through college, at least one.
Yeah.
You know. The last 2 weeks, did she fall the last since she got out of the hospital, the last hospital stay?
Yeah.
Did she fall at all?
Yeah, that's when her neighbor helped
And
me.
Judy came and helped her, or whatever her name was,
Yeah.
June, or.
I don't know why I can't think of her name right now, but I haven't talked to her in a while, so.
Um.
Yeah, she helped me
Did Jim ever come over?
Oh, no.
Help?
No.
When did she give Jim the money? Do you remember?
I want to say within the last year. And I think she might have given him money like 2-3 times, not just that. I want to say maybe like the last 3 years.
Do you know the last time Jim saw her? So I thought at one time, and someone told me that she didn't want him to see Jim anymore. She told him not to
Her
come.
looks and stuff, yeah. I don't know, because he didn't come when I was around.
Okay.
His mom did. His mom was Judy. His mom did.
His mom's Judy.
That's Judy.
Okay.
Not the neighbor, but that's where they
Oh,
got
no,
the name from.
different.
Yeah.
Fine.
No, I can't think of the neighbor's name. It's driving me nuts right now. It's on my phone, but I can't think of the neighbor's name. But the neighbor would be probably the one who saw her just as, not as much as me, but I mean, more, and helped out. When she fell, I need help.
Yeah, you can't get her yourself.
And then Judy was Jim's mom, and she would come every so often. She saw him more than Jim. I saw her towards the end more than Jim. So I don't know though than Jim. I couldn't tell you.
You don't know. There's another beneficiary in the will.
Anthony.
Who's that?
That is Kareen's son. Kareen is her best friend, just like my mom.
Does Kareen come over and help? Again, I don't know anyone. You don't say. I kind of ask you why is
So-
Kareen coming over? Because he's my best friend, right?
Yeah.
So if he's in the hospital, God, besides wiping his butt, which I would do, you know that, right?
Yeah.
Just say you come take care of your guy, you know.
A, half people didn't know she was in the hospital. B, she didn't want him to know, and she didn't want to see him.
So
These weren't
she's
people
kind of pushing
who were-
people away.
Yes. But that's how she was. If she did feel good, she didn't want you around. I mean, I wouldn't have been around when she
Including
didn't
you.
feel
I
good.
mean,
She
she
needed
tell
help.
you don't
Well,
come.
she'd have days that say, yeah, don't come, don't this, don't that. I mean, she did what she wanted, how she wanted.
Yeah.
Some days she didn't feel good. I usually knew if she said don't come. Most of it was because she didn't want me to make the trip out again or drive out again. But I usually went. I mean, I'm not saying I did every time, but I mean, she'd call me, I'd be out doing something. She'd call me and she'd fall. I'd have to leave and go, and I would. It wasn't a question of, oh, well, let's see, maybe I'll come. I mean, I just went. You have to.
This dude you're living with, I assume that's your boyfriend. Is it Scott or Craig? Or
Scott Craig?
does he ever go see her?
No, he's never met her.
Never
She
met her?
never wanted to meet him.
Just cause?
Because she was sick.
What? Interpret it clear. You're not Jessy.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry.
You know what I mean?
He would have loved to meet her, but she just didn't want to do it. Only one time, she was willing to let him come to the house because she said, well, this isn't what I look like her. I told you, she gained the weight and everything in the wait was 2-3 years. But her appearance changed. She always said, I don't want anybody to see me. And I'd be like, well, he's going to stop with me. I was like, no, just can you drop him off at home? So.
Okay. Anyone else have contact with her besides you and the neighbor?
What do you mean contact?
Well, go see her.
Well, people talk to her.
I'm talking about go see her physically at the apartment or the condo. That's the neighbor.
No.
Oh, there's 2 Judys, right?
Yeah, her name isn't Judy. It's Jean.
Jean's the neighbor.
Yes.
Okay, Jean's the neighbor.
Yeah.
Judy's Jim's mom.
Yeah.
Do you know what's her last name, you know?
I gave you all this.
Okay.
Sorry, I don't have it.
That's fine. I didn't plan on doing this today, to be honest with you. Okay?
You did.
I just came back from vacation.
I mean, I really didn't plan on any of this. I mean, I wanted to get information, don't get me wrong, but not.
Detective Hoppy, in that clip that the jury just watched, did Ms. Kurczeweski discuss with you and Detective Cole some things that she says happened in the hospital during the hospital visit?
Yes.
Do you recall discussion about a video camera?
Yes.
What was that about?
She said that the hospital was concerned for things that Lynn was doing, and they had set up a camera in her room.
I'd like to show you an exhibit before we move on to the next clip of 202A. If I could please just show the witness exhibit 207. Detective Hoppy, throughout this case, were you able to review medical records from that hospital visit?
Yes, I did.
And in fact, were you in the courtroom when many of those records were shown to the jury in this case?
Yes, I was.
And fair to say exhibit 207 is a 2-page document?
Yes,
Have you seen that before?
I have.
Is it significant to this case?
Yes, it is.
Does it look like a fair and accurate copy of that portion of the medical record?
Yes.
I move exhibit 207 into evidence, asked to publish.
No objection.
Exhibit 207 is received, permission to publish granted.
And Detective, you see the exhibit sticker is actually on the top right for this exhibit, is that true?
Yes, it is.
Okay, if we can scroll to the bottom of page 1 and zoom in, please. It looks like there is a note that begins on the bottom of the page and flows into the next page, is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, so if we go to the top of page 2, does that note continue where it says progress notes?
Yes.
Do you see anything in this note significant to Ms. Kurczeweski telling you the hospital put a video camera in Lynn's room?
Yes.
What is it?
It says that there is the Avis placed in the room for safety.
Do you know what Avis is?
It's a camera system that the hospital uses.
Does this note say why that was done?
Yes, it does.
What does it say?
Patient confused at times trying to pull on lines and get out of bed without calling. Patient does not use call light appropriately.
What did Ms. Kurczeweski tell you about why a camera was put in Ms. Hernan's room?
About misuse of medication.
Does that seem consistent with this record?
No, it does not.
When Ms. Kurczeweski talked to you about that misuse of medication during her testimony or during her interview, how did she say Ms. Hernan got that medication to misuse it?
That she brought the medication to the hospital.
Okay.
Being Ms. Kurczeweski.
Okay. Ultimately, did Ms. Kurczeweski tell you that she told a nurse what she did when she brought it in?
She alleged she told the nurse, yes.
Have you looked through the medical records in this case?
Yes, I have.
Is there anything in the medical records consistent with the allegation that Ms. Kurczeweski brought medication into the hospital and then told staff she did so?
There's no documentation stating that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Balconier. If we can please go back to Exhibit 202A, and we are on slide 6. I'm sorry, slide 5. All right, Detective, is this again a continuation of that same interview?
Yes, it is.
All right, we can go ahead and play.
Something you weren't supposed to do.
Never.
Just all everything on there is for.
Always permission. Always. I know better. I know better.
Okay.
There's a reason I don't want to be sitting in these. I know better, and I really.
And you know why I asked, right?
I feel like you're asking because of my history.
That's
and
fine.
I feel like I'm sitting in cups for a reason now. I'll be very honest with you guys. I feel like this is all mixed together.
Your consequence policy.
No, but I mean, I feel like I was brought in because of this. I didn't put two and two together until I saw you guys, and I'm wondering why I was going to Waukesha. Granted, I was half asleep when I left the house, but I'm really starting to think you guys think I did something or I did something wrong. And if you knew Lynn, you knew the way she was. I didn't do anything, and I'll tell you that honestly.
I don't know.
love her to death.
I don't know her. That's why I'm asking you a lot of questions
Yeah.
because I don't know who she was.
I get it.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's one of the
Bad
disadvantages.
choice of
this
words.
job
I
is
love her
you
to
know her
death.
Intimately.
Yeah, I know her very well.
And I'm investigating a death.
I get it.
And there's an anomaly in her toxicology. There's a drug in her system that's not supposed to be there.
And what would that be?
It's called tetrahydrazine.
What is that?
Commonly known as eye drops.
She uses eye drops all the time.
What did she use them for?
She used them for her eyes, but
Yeah.
she went through them like crazy, which didn't make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like when you say a lot, how much was she using?
I probably brought her 4 bottles while she was in the hospital.
Yeah.
She put them in her eyes all the time. All the time. And I was like, I've never met somebody that goes through it. She's like, my eyes are always dry. Always.
What kind of eye drops were you buying her?
Whatever kind. She didn't care. She didn't have like a history.
I mean, I'm not an eye drop guy, but we also refer to it as Visine. Is that?
Well, no, there's different. She liked a different kind. I don't know without looking at it. I really don't.
Okay.
No.
The hospital didn't have concerns with it?
I have no idea. I mean, she had it sitting out on her thing.
the last couple
But
weeks.
what would that do anyway? I don't get it.
Apparently, it's not good for you to use lots of eye drops. And that's what the medical examiner is concerned about.
Did they look in her house because she has boxes of them?
Does
Or
she?
had, yeah. So she was well known for eye drops.
Okay.
Yeah. That's why I'm like, what is that? Because that just sounds really weird to me when you said
Well, it
that.
sounded
'Cause I'm
weird
like,
to us, too.
Yeah.
So were you going to buy eye drops for her? You're buying at the end? Were you
I mean,
buying
that's
lots?
the same stuff that I bought for her all the time. Yeah.
How many boxes of eye drops you thought you'd buy in a week, maybe?
In a week? I don't know, a week. But usually every time I went to the store, she'd ask for them. So I'd get anywhere, maybe like 6 at a time.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're probably buying, so 3 times a week?
No, I wouldn't think that.
I don't know how many times you went to the store for,
No,
once a
I
week?
couldn't tell you how often, but usually anytime I went to get her water or something, she'd be like, oh, get eye drops or get, I always had the same list usually of what she wanted.
When you say water, it's more like bottled water?
Yes.
Is that just what she preferred?
Yes. She didn't drink, yeah. She didn't trust her. Ever since she lived in those apartments, she said the water was just funny. She had to test it like 3 times. And she said that it just had a bad taste to it, like well water or whatever, because she lived in a lot of places with well water. So she's done like that for as long as I can remember.
Did you ever taste the water?
I always drink the bottle too. It's habit for me. I just all at home.
Just asking if
Yeah.
you ever tasted the water. Maybe it's, I don't know.
No, I drink bottle just like her. I never liked because we have funky water too. So
Did you ever see her, like squirt the stuff in her mouth?
no.
Eye drops? No?
No.
No. Did you ever see her use different kinds of alcohol when she's taking her pills?
Oh, a ton. Well, what do you mean alcohol?
Alcohol, like
Vodka.
spirits. Vodka.
Yeah, she drank vodka all the time. That's what was her main drink.
The last couple weeks, was she drinking?
She drank up until I can't even say for sure. I know when she passed, she still had bottles at the house. She normally would go through 2 big things of vodka in 4 days, but I can't honestly say.
When you say big ones, the big 1.75 liter ones?
They're the.
What's the handle on it?
The Fleischmann's. The big Fleischmann's. Or was it Fleischmann? No.
What Fleischmann's makes a vodka?
I know when I see it. It's the big
Plastic
plastic.
bottle?
Like the biggest one you can probably get. And she'd go through 2 of those in 4 days. But I don't know what she was really drinking at the end. I don't, because she'd say she wouldn't have one, I'd come there and she'd have a drink with me. So
The day of her death, in the morning when you're there,
yeah.
do you just think she's drinking that day?
I don't remember if I saw a cup out or not, to be honest.
If you saw her drinking at 9 in the morning, would you?
Oh, no. She used to wake up and drink at 3, 4 in the morning. That was normal.
That was normal.
Yeah. That's half of why towards the end she didn't drive a lot, because you never knew when she was going to have a drink.
Excuse me.
And when she took pills, and when she's drinking, taking pills, you say, you shouldn't do that? And I know she'd say, it's none of your business, right? Or,
If you knew Lynn, she's been doing this for years. This is just what she did. I'm sorry, but it's what she did.
Detective, I have some questions that I want to ask you before we move on to the next clip. Up to this point in time, had anyone told Ms. Kurczeweski that there was tetrahydrozoline in Lynn Hernan's toxicology?
No,
Do you still have the marker in front of you?
I do.
Can you please put a star on the left of our timeline to indicate to the jury when that information was first relayed to Ms. Kurczeweski? Thank you.
I apologize.
Okay, that's fine, thank you. The minute that eye drops were mentioned, what did Ms. Kurczeweski say about a habit Lynn had?
She immediately went into saying that she was well known for eye drops and used them all the time. And Ms. Kurczeweski said she had to purchase several bottles at a time for her.
Was Lynn Hernan being, quote, known for eye drops something that had already come up from any other source in your investigation?
No,
When, during this clip that we just watched in slide 5, when this substance is mentioned, what does Ms. Kurczeweski say about what that can do to the human body?
she doesn't know. She asked the question.
Okay, I'm just going to play devil's advocate here because I've seen enough of these to know that if she had brought it up right away and they've then found all the rest of the stuff that they have found, they would have said that it was odd that she brought it up right away. I didn't really think bringing it up and then her saying, well, yes, she's known for eye drops. I didn't really think that that was an odd timing of that. But these guys will always phrase it however they need to fit their investigation. If she would have brought it up early, it would have been odd that she brought it up early. She brings it up when he mentions it. It's like, oh, well, she was known for eye drops. Unfortunately for Jessy, the types of eye drops that Lynn had in her house were those Theratears that does not have tetrahydrozoline in it. So that's an issue. If those were the only kinds that she was, buying in bulk, every 6 bottles at a time, that's an issue for her. She never said she had Visine. She didn't say, oh, well, you should find X amount of bottles of Visine. She had tons. She had boxes of Visine. No, she had Theratears, and Theratears doesn't have that ingredient. But this whole thing about whether she said, when she said it, if that was off, if she had never said it, well, that would have been off. If she said it too soon, well, that would have been off. So that question right there that she just asked has zero weight with me as far as I would be concerned if I was sitting over there in the jury box.
Of what happens.
Do you recall in this section, Detective Cole actually asking Ms. Kurczeweski if Lynn Hernan was drinking eye drops?
Yes.
What did Ms. Kurczeweski say?
She said that she puts it in her eyes.
Okay. At this point in your investigation, did you have information already that Ms. Kurczeweski knew exactly what tetrahydrozoline was?
Maybe at that moment, no, but later on we learned yes.
Okay. In your investigation, did you actually find evidence that at least the device of Ms. Kurczeweski used the term tetrahydrozoline before this interview?
Yes.
I'd like to show the witness only, please, State's Exhibit 187. And actually, I'll get you the copies out of the box because I know that you looked at the paper copies of this, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I'm handing you, Exhibit 188. 188 and 187. Detective, do you recognize those items?
Yes, I do.
Yesterday, we talked a lot about your investigation involving downloading a couple different cell phones, right?
Yes, we did.
And the jury heard about Exhibit 170 in this case from Detective Fredericks.
Yes.
Can you remind them whose phone this was?
Scott Craig's.
Okay. Are Exhibits 187 and 188 data from that phone download?
Yes, it is.
What kind of data?
Exhibit 187 is an excerpt of the timeline from the download of Scott Craig's cell phone, which again is chronological order of messaging or activity in the phone.
Okay, what is Exhibit 188?
It is a demonstrative exhibit, again, more readable version of text messages between Mr. Craig and Ms. Kurczeweski.
Have you checked to make sure that the raw data was correctly put into Exhibit 188
Yes, I have.
on the version in front of you?
Yes, I have.
How do you know?
I initialed every page of the document.
Okay. At this point, I move Exhibits 187 and 188 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Exhibits 188 and 187 are received. Permission to publish granted.
So Detective, would it be fair to say that 187 on the screen right now is that kind of raw data we talked about yesterday?
Correct.
Okay. If we can please go into 188 with the jury, I'm going to have you read this conversation similar to what you did yesterday. Now, you've indicated a time on the first slide. What is that?
This is the date of the January 2019 message thread.
And if we go to slide 2, again, does this indicate for the jury the participants in the conversation they're about to see?
Yes, that's correct.
Have we used the same numbers or the same colors that we used yesterday for those people?
That's correct.
Okay. Moving on to slide 3, please. What date does this discussion begin?
January 12th, 2019.
Okay. Can you please add January 12th of 2019 on our Exhibit 228, our timeline? All right. Thank you. starting at the top, can you please read through this messaging as you did yesterday?
At 8:10 p.m., Scott sends to Jessy. And then what? Can't stay like that all night. It's almost done. At 10:21 p.m., Jessy to Scott. I love you, glad I came having a good night away. 10:22 p.m., Scott sends to Jessy. That's good, be safe. And at 10:29 p.m., Jessy sends to Scott. We Ubered and I'm sobered.
Next slide, please.
This is now the beginning on January 13th, 2019.
So is this the next day?
That is correct.
Okay.
At 9:57 a.m., Jessy to Scott. Scott, I don't feel good. I know you're mad at me and I'm sorry, but I'm throwing up blood. This is 2 times this morning. I might need to go to walk-in. This isn't. Continuing at 9:50 a.m., Jessy to Scott. Normal. I feel so sick. At 10:34 a.m., Jessy to Scott. OMG, presumably, oh my God. I just got here and had to run literally to the bathroom and just shit for days. Sorry. WTF. I wish you came with me. At 10:35 a.m., Scott to Jessy.
Ew.
At 10:35 a.m., Scott to Jessy. Well, sorry. I'm hurting so bad right now, too.
In terms of, if we can stay on that slide, please, the discussion in pink on the left, in the top box, the words walk-in is used.
Correct.
Does that have any significance to you?
That was information we believe was related to a walk-in urgent care clinic type location.
And then in fact, a couple down, it seems to suggest Ms. Kurczeweski arrived at a new location.
Correct.
Okay. Next slide, please.
Continuing on January 13th, 2019, at 11:03 a.m., Jessy to Scott. Did Alex take Liam? Are you feeling better? At 11:03 a.m., Scott to Jessy. Yes, she took him. I feel horrible. So bad. At 11:06 a.m., Jessy to Scott. Sorry, hon. I feel pretty bad right now, too. They said my blood pressure is really bad. I'm shaking bad right now, and my heart is flying out of my chest. It starts with TH and then continues on to the next text message, which was broken up at 11:06 a.m. Continuing. Presumably, they got me drinking water like crazy. Might have to give me fluids in my arm if it doesn't improve fast. They took blood, waiting. The nurses keep, continuing at 11:06 from the last text, the nurses keep coming in every 2 minutes to check my blood pressure.
Okay, next slide, please.
Once again, we're continuing from January 13th, 2019 at 11:08 a.m. Scott to Jessy, oh geez. And 11:30 a.m. Scott to Jessy, what's up?
Okay, the next slide.
Continuing on January 13th, 2019 at 11:39 a.m. Jessy to Scott. I have traces of tetrahydrozoline in my blood. The doctor said that's what's messing with my blood pressure and why I feel like crap. He said that's the main, broken up to the next text, which is at 11:39 as well, ingredient in eye drops, WTF. I'm freaking out right now. He said so much stuff that I'm in complete shock. He asked me a ton of questions, where I've been. Next text is also continuing at 11:39, who I've been around and all this shit. I have to go for a chest x-ray and get fluids in my vein now. I have to have the charcoal crap. It's so nasty. I don't. Continuing at 11:39 a.m. Jessy to Scott. Want to. I'm waiting for the x-ray. I'm shaking now again. I'm reading about it online and I need to stop.
Next slide, please.
Continuing again on January 13th, 2019, Scott to Jessy. Jesus Christ, we'll try to calm down. At 11:40 a.m., Scott to Jessy. Well, at 11:41 a.m., Jessy to Scott. The whole shitting thing is false. It messes with you really bad and not with poop.
Okay, next slide.
Once again, continuing on January 13th, 2019, Jessy to Scott. He said that people put it in people's drinks all the time. He said there's no taste to it and people don't notice. Who the fuck does that? Is this Mike's? And then the text is broken up. 11:44, Jessy to Scott continuing. New sick joke. Thinking of his new poop ideas or what? At 11:45 a.m., Scott to Jessy. I have no idea. At 11:45, Scott to Jessy. I don't see why he would do that.
Next slide, please.
Again, continuing on January 13th, 2019, at 11:48 a.m., Jessy to Scott. I don't fucking know. Seriously, I just want to cry. I can't even believe this. At 11:52 a.m., Jessy to Scott. Have you read on this shit? OMG. At 11:52 a.m., Scott to Jessy. No, stop reading. At 11:59 a.m., Jessy to Scott. I just want to come home. At 12 p.m., Jessy to Scott. Are you feeling any better? 12 p.m., Scott to Jessy. No, not really. Ibuprofen and Tylenol isn't working.
And next slide, please.
January 13th, 2019, Jessy to Scott, sorry, hun. I'm sorry, that was 12:01. At 12:02 p.m., Scott to Jessy, yeah, me too. 12:13 p.m., Scott to Jessy, don't tell anyone about what's happening to you. At 12:13 p.m., Scott to Jessy, who were you all with? 12:16 p.m., Jessy to Scott, I told Mike because I asked him. Mike, Tina, Antonio. 12:17 p.m., Scott to Jessy, great, you shouldn't have told him.
Next slide, please.
Continuing again on January 13th, 2019, 12:17 p.m., Scott to Jessy. It has to be one of those three. 12:17 p.m., Scott to Jessy. Nobody else would do it. 12:17 p.m., Scott to Jessy. Doesn't make sense. 12:17 p.m., Jessy to Scott. Sorry, I wanted to know if he did it. 12:17 p.m., Scott to Jessy. You think he would tell you? Duh.
Continuing on.
January 13th, 2019, 12:23 p.m., Jessy to Scott. I don't know. The whole thing bothers me. You can die from that. I don't see any of them doing it. The doctor said it's a new trend when you mix with alcohol. It's continuing 12:23 p.m., Jessy to Scott, like a date rape drug, but different. We did put our drinks down once when we went to smoke. Otherwise, Tina and Antonio held on to them other times. I, continuing 12:23 p.m., Jessy to Scott, can remember everything until we went to leave, and then I start forgetting. I don't even know what happened at Palace at all except getting there. And Tommy, 12:23 p.m., Jessy to Scott, continuing, telling me I had to leave. I keep trying to figure out the night I have pieces. I don't feel like this. I don't want to go out anymore. Mike said, 12:23, continuing, Jessy to Scott, I seemed off too.
Can you please, going back. On slide 13, can you please use your finger to circle where Ms. Kurczeweski tells Scott you can die from that? Madam Clerk, if we could please capture this as 188A.
So I think those are text messages where she
And then we can
faked
clear the
getting
screen and continue.
poisoned while she was out.
Go ahead.
January 13th, 2019, 12:24 p.m., Jessy to Scott, I feel so embarrassed and stupid. 12:25 p.m., Jessy to Scott, they have to notify the police on this too. 12:26 p.m., Scott to Jessy, wow. 12:26 p.m., Jessy to Scott, I don't have to talk to them, but they have to report it. He said this is very serious and they are obligated because it's considered poisoning. Continuing, January 13th, 2019, 12:30 p.m., Jessy to Scott, my chest x-ray is good and the levels of my pee are low, so he said it's towards the ending, meaning that when ingested, it only affects you for so much time. 12:30 p.m., Jessy to Scott, unless you keep ingesting, my blood pressure is still up, down. 12:30 p.m., Scott to Jessy, well, keep drinking water so you pee. 12:31 p.m., Jessy to Scott, I'm just glad I don't need the charcoal. Continuing on January 13th, 2019, 12:35 p.m., Scott to Jessy, this is the second time this happened to you. 12:37 p.m., Jessy to Scott, yep, awesome. Me not the same though. Why do people hate me? 12:37 p.m., Scott to Jessy, what do you mean not the same?
Detective, did you identify this series of messages in Exhibit 188 as significant in your investigation?
Yes, yes, we did.
Why?
During our interview, again on July 9th of 2019, Ms. Kurczeweski clearly denies any knowledge of tetrahydrozoline, asks what it is, denies any knowledge of it, and has no idea about the ingredient or the effects. These messages clearly would state otherwise.
In fact, remembering back to the clip we just watched in Exhibit 202, Slide 5, do you remember when Detective Cole told Ms. Kurczeweski about that anomaly in Ms. Hernan's toxicology?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember if Detective Cole pronounced the word tetrahydrozoline correctly?
No, he did not.
Okay.
Close, but not correct.
If we could please go back to Slide 7 of Exhibit 188. Detective, can you please circle the word tetrahydrozoline in this Slide 7 of Exhibit 188? Based on your information, is that word spelled correctly in this message?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Madam Clerk, if I could please capture this as Exhibit 188B. Thank you. Detective, were you in the courtroom when Scott Craig testified earlier?
Yes, I was.
Was he asked questions about this exchange?
Yes.
Did he recall it?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. We can take that exhibit down and go back into Exhibit 202.
we could unpublish for a moment. Oh, we're all set. Sorry. We are on slide 6. And we are ready to publish, Madam Clerk. Detective, we're still in Exhibit 202. So is it fair to say this is the same interview we've been watching July 9 of 19?
Correct.
And remind the jury how long after that text conversation this interview was taking place?
Almost, it's about 6 months to the day.
Okay. I'd like to play slide 6.
I tell her. Nor am I gonna make her change. It's her choice. She's older than me. You know, I don't do it, but no, I just it's just I guess it's hard for me because you guys don't know her. And anybody who knows her will tell you the same thing. This is how she is. You're not gonna tell a full-grown adult that you can't drink when you want. I mean, not kidding. She would call sometimes at 6 in the morning completely wasted. Because that's what she wanted to do. If she felt like it.
She tried just to talk?
Oh yeah, she's gonna talk to you for an hour on the phone. And half the time you didn't know what she was saying, I'll be honest. She was very hard to understand when she started drinking and using her pills and whatever.
Did you go check on her then? Did she call you at 6 in the morning and all blotto and say?
Usually not 6 in the morning, but
Later that
eventually,
day?
yes. Not always, because I mean, that's just how I was used to, that was her. So I knew she was.
And the next slide, please. Slide 7.
If you thought she was doing something wrong with the pills, you would have tried to stop her, right?
Well, I told her all the time she was doing something wrong. When she doesn't have the right amount of pills in there. But I don't know what you mean by stopping. I'm not going to take her pills away from her.
If she had
do
you know how you found her. Did you ever see that happen before?
Yes.
When was the last time you saw her that she's spooning pills into her mouth?
First time in the hospital.
Just before?
I would say about a day or two.
And
I'll be honest, there's been 3 times that she said, I want to give up.
yeah.
I don't want to do this anymore. And she always said, the day when it comes, I want your help. The day when it comes, I want your help. I said, I'm not helping you do anything. When it comes to pills or messing around with anything, I'm not looking for trouble. I'm not trying to get in trouble.
But she
She's
said
a full-grown adult.
like her Dr. Kevorkian type thing to help her kill herself?
She wanted it a million times.
Yeah.
I mean, she just was sick of being sick. And that's why towards the end, we said, Lynn, you need to go back in. The only one that can help you is a doctor. We physically don't know what more to do for you. When you completely give up and you're not eating, you're not drinking, you're doing whatever you want when you want to your body, but you're not doing physically what your body needs, it's going to shut down on you. And hers was. And that's why when she went in the last time, they were shocked. We walked in, they said, how are you even walking in here? Granted, we did get her a wheelchair as soon as we got in there.
Mm-hmm.
But she just didn't care. She was at that point where nobody was helping her. They weren't telling her what's wrong with her. She didn't know what more to do.
When you were there the morning of her death, did you get the impression that something with that was going to happen that day?
I didn't, looking back at it after the things she said, right away. When I came back and when the way I found her and replaying everything in my head from that day, I knew. That's what hurts the most. I didn't know when I left. Obviously, if I would have known, I would have never left. That's the hardest part I have to live with, is knowing that she did this, and I could have been there, or I could have maybe got her help or something. That's my hardest part. That's why I want to know what the hell's wrong, or what's going on with her. But for me, that's the worst part, is she died, and I wasn't there, and I felt like she did it so I'd find her. Not that she wanted me to find her, but she did it knowing that I was going to find her, and she just wanted to be alone. Mm-hmm. And she did. She left that day, or I left that day. And, the things she said, it was just...
Is there something specific that sticks out in your head that she said?
No, she said, I'll see you later on. Her usual. But it was just, she was rushing me. Just go do what you gotta do. Just go. I'll see you a little bit later. And then I think it's just certain things, I guess, over the course of time, that she said. And, she was very big into, I want the doctors, the doctors aren't helping me. I want to know what's wrong. I want to know. And then, the next day, I just don't care anymore. I don't want to be here. She hit this where she went back and forth. And she always was, I'm sick of being sick. I'm sick of being sick. That's all she ever said, is I'm sick of being sick. I just want to feel better.
You said earlier that you kind of would crush the pills up for her.
No,
You never did?
very once in a blue moon. That's when she didn't have the strength or would say, I want this under my plate.
But the day of her death, you didn't crush them for her.
What?
The day of her death, you didn't crush them for her before you left. The last time she caught her with the spoon and the pills, did you have to take the spoon away from her? Did she fight with you?
I've taken the plate and the spoon away from her, but I've also brought back to her because there were certain pills she couldn't swallow. Physically, she couldn't.
Mm-hmm.
We'd sit there and they'd come back up. Sit there and they'd come back. So, it went both ways as far as the pills she crushed. I didn't sit there and let her crush 20 pills in my presence. I let her, the main few that she always did. Usually if I come back, there'd be more or different ones or, know, you can tell by looking at a plate. You know, obviously they're all white, you can't tell. But I mean, I'm telling you, I know when I left every day, and I come back and the pill amounts aren't what they should be. And then she always kept pills on the side of her that she didn't take anymore. And those were suddenly getting put up on the table. And I grabbed those medicine. You know, she'd make up stuff. And she'd act like she didn't, you know, like, oh, I didn't put those there, or I didn't take any of those. I'm like, why are they out?
I'm guessing at one point you tried to like get rid of the old pills and try to get it organized.
No,
or no?
I've never tried to get rid of her old pills. You do not touch her stuff. When it comes to that, you do not. Because her thing was that if I need it down the road, I'm going to take it. They were her pills prescribed her, even though she wasn't taking them anymore. They were hers. I was not. There's some things you just do not mess with of hers. And that's her medicine and her vodka. The one time I tried taking her pills away from her and put them where they were out of her reach and hid them from her so she couldn't find them, she was pissed. Those are her pills. They're prescribed to her. And I thought, you know what, I'm not going to argue with you. We spent an hour and a half fighting about it.
Yeah.
They're her pills. I am not responsible for her. She's a full-grown adult. I gave them back to her because I spent an hour and a half fighting with her.
Oh, I get you, but you got some responsibility because she's paying you to kind of help her.
You have some
Sometimes
responsibility. I
sometimes
understand
people aren't in
that.
the right mind, you know, and it sucks.
It's not that. She was like this before she was sick.
Yeah.
If it wasn't this pill, it was that pill. She's been like this for years, and that was before she was sick. She liked her pills. Doesn't matter what it is. There wasn't a set. She was well known to like drugs and alcohol. That never changed. Lynn grew up that way, and she stayed that way. Maybe the pills changed, or the alcohol changed, or the drug of choice, but that's what she did. So it's just it's so frustrating sometimes. Just thinking of like how she was.
I'll tell you this: she didn't overdose on any kind of prescription medication.
And Detective Hoppy, we paused it at the timestamp of 07:39:29. Is that true?
That's correct.
And there's quite a bit more to this clip. Is that fair?
Yes.
And I know that we're getting into morning break time, but there's a couple questions that I wanted to ask you before that about what we've already heard. So you talked to the jury yesterday about that March 6, 2019 interview with Ms. Kurczeweski, right?
Yes.
And around that time, what was Ms. Kurczeweski telling law enforcement about the likelihood of suicide here?
She didn't believe that was the case.
Okay, now in this clip on slide 7 that we've just watched, Ms. Kurczeweski tells you that there were 3 times that Ms. Hernan said she wanted to give up. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you remember the portion where Detective Cole is asking Ms. Kurczeweski if she knew when she left that day that Ms. Hernan was going to die?
Yes.
Do you recall Ms. Kurczeweski getting very emotional at that point in time?
Yes.
And what did she say her feeling was when she left?
She, not looking back on it now, she didn't. She looking back on it now, she thought that there was some concerns.
Okay. But at the time, as she's crying, Ms. Kurczeweski says, I had no idea when I left this might happen. Right?
That's correct.
And she's crying, right?
Yes.
And Ms. Kurczeweski says if she knew, she never would have left.
Correct.
And that Ms. Hernan was rushing her.
Yes.
Does that story stay the same throughout these interviews?
No, it does not.
Okay. There was some discussion, and the last point that I want to chat with you about before we break, that there were certain kind of pills that Lynn Hernan couldn't swallow. Did you remember that?
Yes.
And that they have to be crushed. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Going back through those medical records, did you see any note ever that Lynn Hernan couldn't swallow pills?
No, I did not.
In fact, were you here when Dr. Bedrisky showed this jury 5 pills that evidently Lynn Hernan did swallow?
Yes.
Because they were inside of her at autopsy.
Yes, that's correct.
I think this would be a good time for a break, Judge.
Well, our jury's only been out here for an hour, though.
Oh, I can keep going. I
Yeah.
just wasn't sure.
No, I appreciate that. We have been trying to stop at 9, but,
Okay.
or at 10, but since they've only been out since
Sure.
around 9, let's go another half hour.
This clip is probably a little longer than that left, but can we just finish this one up? Okay, thanks. And for the record, we're starting slide 7 of Exhibit 202 at 07:39:29.
If you thought she was doing something,
That's not me this time. I don't know what they're doing, but it's not me.
If you thought she was doing something,
Take the publish down for a second. I can see that you're trying to get to the point in time and it's jumping. These are hard on the PowerPoints. If you can go back to that 0727, you could just mute it and then turn it on. If we have to wait a minute or so while it happens until it gets to that 072939, that might be the best thing to do at this point.
Old technology. It's great till it's
While we're
not.
waiting, do any of my jurors need a comfort break? Because we can take a quick break if anyone needs it. Me too. So we'll take 5 minutes just to use the restrooms.
Just a
have little
second
bit of
ago,
comfort.
she wasn't
We'll get
gonna
that cleaned
take
up and we'll
any.
Come back out. All rise for the jury, please. Since we're having a tough.
It's like, no, we're going another half an hour. Does anybody need a comfort break? Oh, okay, me too. Where's my mouse? Oops. You know, earlier before I was doing this, I was doing just fine. Making this work down here. There we go. This takes me a little bit longer, but as I say, it keeps me from jumping ahead. Just kidding.
I have the jury coming in, so stay standing. I don't know why I told you to be seated. It was force of habit. It's kind of like driving home. You just do it.
Right.
Audio's on. For now. Let's get through this clip and then we'll see where we're at. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Are you ready to publish?
Yes, we are. We found our spot. We're gonna just do the rest of this without being in presentation mode because otherwise we can't get the right time. So, detective, we are at 7:39:28, and we will continue in this clip. Thank you. Go ahead.
The therapeutic level.
What does that mean?
I mean, she didn't have too much of it in her system. She's supposed to take 200 milligrams of.
They were there.
That's what her blood showed. That's what she was taking.
So then what?
What killed her is the eye drops.
Are you serious?
You do think someone would have went in there and tried to kill her with eye drops?
No.
Put it in her drink?
I swear to God, I
Her
don't.
vodka?
No.
Does anyone have a motive?
No.
Jim,
No, this would be all her. And I'm
Kareen?
100%
Is
honest. with
Kareen
you.
financially
No.
squared away? She doesn't need the money?
It's nothing for money. This is what Lynn wanted. I'll tell you that. She looked at a million, I didn't know that, but she looked at ways.
Yeah.
Long time ago. She looked at the bag thing. This is something she knew what she was doing, obviously.
Uh-huh.
I didn't realize it, but she had to know what she was doing. Lynn was very determined to go out on her own way. She was determined to do things her way. That was just plain and simple. And I hate to say it, but she did what she did. The same with her pills. I mean, she got sick on her vodka. She got sick on pills. She did a lot of things that I don't agree with, but she did them the way she wanted them. I don't know how more to say it.
The medical examiner tends to think someone killed her.
Are you serious?
Okay.
Why is that?
Because they didn't find any Visine bottles next to her.
They're all over her house.
But she didn't really move around. That's what we were told, is she didn't really move. So the medical examiner
I
tends
can
to
honestly tell you, I know they're
think
all
that someone
over her
gave
house.
it to her.
No. I was the only one there.
I was there. I didn't see any Visine.
I did not give her. They're all in her bathroom. And there was 2 on her nightstand. Two.
Not next to her.
They were on her nightstand next to her. I swear to God, I know they were because she always kept them right there.
Well, there's a picture of the nightstand. The medical examiner does a real thorough job on it.
I agree with what you're saying. 100%. But
And there's no
I don't know anybody who would do that to her, and I'm not lying. I don't know anybody who would want to do that. Who
I don't
would
know.
do
I'm
that?
asking you.
I don't know anybody.
I don't know either. That's I'm asking.
I know. Out of curiosity, she was in the hospital for 2 weeks. Why wasn't this found there?
Apparently, the body metabolizes it very quickly. That's why you can put it in your eyes. When I say metabolize, you know what that means?
No. Well, I do. I mean,
Process it real quickly.
Yeah.
And people use eye drops for like a date rape drug, so they can slip it in your drink like a Mickey.
I heard that.
Yeah. In fact, it was in a movie one time, apparently.
Is it not White Crashers, I think?
Yeah,
But it
yeah.
was used to like diarrhea or something.
Yeah, it gives you diarrhea. And did Lynn have diarrhea at all?
All the time.
Yeah.
All the time.
So I started wondering if Jessy really did this, if the reason that Lynn was so sick all the time and they couldn't figure out what was wrong, was she slowly dosing her until she got it to the point of it was enough. Because they wouldn't have tested for it in the hospital. Wouldn't have even thought to look at it. The problem with Jesse's argument about the eye drops being there, they were Theratears and they don't have that tetrahydrozoline in them. But the other problem is they processed the scene as a self-deleting, so they didn't take a lot of the pictures they would have normally taken had they originally thought it was an unaliving by Jessy. So there are issues there. But I don't know if she had Visine in her house. In the one picture, there was a bottle. It was Theratears. The defense brought that up. The medical examiner quickly pointed out it doesn't have tetrahydrozoline in it. So it's my own wondering, my own theory, as if she was giving her doses of Visine, and that's why they couldn't figure out what was wrong with her. Because just like you said, the body metabolizes it very quickly, so maybe she was getting better. She'd give her some more. But anyway, there's no evidence of that. It's just my own theory. My own wondering. It's not even a theory, I don't think. I don't know. I'm tired today. I'm not thinking. Very, very tired.
Which kind of mean the medical examiner thinks someone was giving this to her in an attempt to kill her. Because she has a lot of it in her.
What do you mean a lot?
A lot. Like not enough, you can't take it through your eyes. It has to be ingested. Through orally.
I've never seen her drink it. Ever. Ever. And why would you drink eye drops? I mean, what would it taste like? I don't even know, but...
I don't know. It's very odd. This is why it's taking so long.
So...
There's not a lot of research on this either.
I understand.
You know, it's not like rat poison. The little rat poison thing with the wife and husband.
All her medications were completely normal. I find that very weird.
In fact, there's 2 pills in her stomach. That's it. So medical examiner thinks the body was staged.
I was the only one there, and I didn't stage anybody. I'm not lying. I was the only one there.
I don't know
So
if
you're
you see
freaking,
that.
I know, but you're freaking me out right now
I'm-
because I know what people are gonna think, and I spent the most amount of time with her, and I didn't kill her. This is my family.
I told you
have
I had
no
to, and
reason-
here it is.
This is,
Something's wrong.
I see that, obviously. I mean, I kind of figured something was wrong, period, because I didn't think it should take this long, but I didn't think this is what you tell me. I thought it was gonna be 200 figure out pills or something of that nature.
It's real odd because the pills are where they're supposed to be. Everything's fine. There's no pills in her stomach. When I say no, there's 2 pills,
Yeah.
which is inconsistent to her.
But that's inconsistent with what she should have been taking on a regular basis. Well, I don't know how long pills and tablets.
And I don't know either how long it takes to process through the system. But if someone's spooning pills into their mouth,
Yeah.
they're going to be here, you know, and they're not here.
Yeah.
And this tetrahydrazine,
What about the pudding? Did they find pudding?
I don't know. I can't answer.
I mean, I'm just scared because I do know the day before I was
What do you
there
think
when
stomach
she
contents like pills?
Yeah.
Pills kind of stand out.
Yeah.
You know,
Well, no, I understand, but I'm saying if they're crushed pills, I just remember the day before when I left at nighttime, she took her pills in her pudding, and I was there for that.
Yeah.
That was like a regular.
But if you saw her in the morning and she's fine. I mean,
Yeah.
everything's cool.
I mean, she wasn't fine, but she wasn't.
She wasn't like this, you know. She was talking to you. I'll see you later, hon.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff. And then you come back, like at what?
I mean, she wasn't. She was asleep when I got there. She was her regular. You know, when we talked for a little bit, it wasn't like.
You didn't think something was eminently wrong?
No,
You didn't
nothing.
need to call 911.
No, I would have called in a heartbeat. Obviously, I mean, I'm the one who took her in. I'm the one who called the other times if she didn't. I would have never.
But if she crushed her pills and she spooned them into her mouth, would they not dissolve faster than if she took a whole pill and all that coating had to start coming off and they have to start dissolving the way they're manufactured to work? I mean, wouldn't the crushed pills be gone already? I mean, obviously I'm not a doctor, but it just seems like they would be quicker into your system because it seems like they're already pretty much kind of started dissolving because you've crushed them, that they would be absorbed faster or whatever.
Never thought anything of that nature, ever.
Again, the medical examiner is concerned because it looks like the body staged with the spoon and the plate because there's no pills in her. Her medicines are fine therapeutically in the blood. Everything's where it's supposed to be. There's this tetrahydrazine in her system, and I'm probably mispronouncing that.
I don't know.
However, she's supposed to have 0 parts in your body.
Mm-hmm.
And she has 160 parts. They say 60 parts is lethal to an adult. That's kind of the common belief in the
What do you
medical.
mean, like, how much is that? Like,
A part. When you say part, that's a scientific term.
okay.
So
I mean, is that like 5 glasses or?
the medical
Yeah,
examiner thinks
like, I
to
don't-
think about 4 to 5 bottles of the little bottles of eye drops, and
Yeah.
typical Visine drops. And it's probably given in a short period of time.
So when they say like time, when do they think she died? Did they know that?
Exactly, they don't. And it's not like on TV where they put a thermometer in and go,
Yeah.
the body's been dead approximately between 4 and 2 hours, 2 and 4 hours. It doesn't work that way in real life. She obviously died that day.
Yeah.
They know that based on the rigor mortis and
Yeah.
that kind of stuff. That kind of stuff. Even that's not an exact science to the minute. So that's why we're real concerned about how there's no pills in her. The blood's therapeutic. She's this high level of this drug in her system, and it has to go in real quickly. Because originally, when we found this out, we kind of thought, well, maybe this was being done over a period of time,
Yeah.
that it builds up in your system, that kind of stuff, like it's, being accidentally ingested through the eye, and it took her a long time, a lot of calls to Boston, that kind of stuff, to get some more information on this. A lot of real smart people have been working on this for the last,
I
January.
understand, yeah.
Since January.
I get it. They've been working on it for a long time. That's why I thought we got something.
So, I mean, the medical examiner is going to say that she was poisoned with Visine. Now, the question is how it got in her.
Yeah, I understand that.
You don't think, what's the neighbor's name again? Not Judy, it's
Jean.
Jean. You don't think Jean would do it?
I don't see anybody doing this. I really don't. I mean, I know all these people, but I don't see any of them doing this. I'm gonna be 100% honest. I don't see any of it. I don't. This just doesn't even sound right in my mind. It's like mind blowing because I thought for sure it was this, and I would have never in a million years thought differently. And I'm being 100%. I just don't see it.
Well, they're trying to look at this as a murder.
That's just insane to me. And this is why I'm here.
One of the reasons.
Do you guys think I murdered her?
Did you?
I swear to God, I didn't. I
You
did
seem to
not.
have the most to gain on this.
I have no reason to murder her. I could see why people would think I'd have the most to gain. I have no reason to murder her. She was my family. I'd rather have her be here now. I did not murder her. Under whatever I have, I did not murder her. I did not. I'm 100% honest with you.
Did you?
I didn't give her.
Help her end her life?
I didn't help her end her life.
Because I'd understand if you did.
I did so. I swear to God, I did.
Because my dad's dying there, and he's saying, Christopher, I want to die.
I get that.
And
She said it.
you're just hearing it, and you love him so much, and you don't know what to do.
No, I did. I swear to God, I did not. I've gotten her everything she wanted, but I never would have thought that. I would have never, in a million years, I would have never done this. I would have never done this. This is the worst thing that, for anybody. And if she even knew this right now, or knew that I was going through this, she would be in shock, complete shock, because this isn't what she would have wanted. I can tell you that for 100%. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. I didn't help her. I didn't do anything without what she wanted. And I don't even want to say it like that because that doesn't sound right. But I didn't give her anything. I didn't even give her pills wrong or vodka or drug. I didn't give her anything. I didn't give her this eye drop or whatever it's called. I didn't do any of that. I didn't give her anything except for buying her stuff. I didn't physically put anything in anything, crush up anything, make her swallow anything, I didn't do it, whatever it is. I didn't do it. I can tell you that. It didn't happen. I didn't feed her anything. Everything she did was on her own will, except with I would put in, or I would get her water or get her pudding for her or crush up the few things, but I never put anything in anything except the way she had it. Mm-hmm. I didn't put eye drops or anything with eye drops except purchase them. I didn't give them to her. I did nothing. I swear to God on that. I didn't. This is just freaking me out right now.
How much money did she give you over the last 2 years, do you think?
A lot. I don't know. Dollar-wise.
Throw a number out at me.
Maybe 20,000.
If a forensic accountant looked at the stuff and thinks it's closer to 190,000, would that surprise you?
It might, but maybe not. So I honestly don't know.
Because it looks like she gave you close to a couple $100,000 in the last 2 years.
Oh, yeah, she has.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
It's a pretty significant difference for 20,000.
Well, I guess I don't really think
about 200,000 and 20,000. I
get it that way. I guess I just don't sit and think about she's done a lot. I mean, don't get me wrong, but I don't sit and think about it that way. And me killing her is going to do what? What would that do? I'm just curious, because how would I get her money then? I'm splitting it with somebody, and we paid bills. Mm-hmm. So I didn't make a fortune off her dying, nor was I looking to, because I didn't kill her. She did more for me alive. And I don't mean that in a mean way. I mean it truthfully. She did a lot for me. So the fact of her being dead would do what for me?
Well, the debt's kind of coming up to overtake the assets. She has more credit debt than she has money.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So the money's running out.
Yeah. So, but I don't get what you mean by that. Yeah, they were. I don't understand what you're saying.
The fact is she paid you $200,000 over the last 2 years. Mm-hmm. You're the you are handling the money. You are on the signer on the accounts. You are running the show.
Yeah.
You are handling the credit card stuff. Mm-hmm. You know what's going on financially with her. Mm-hmm. The money is going to be gone here shortly.
So I would kill her because of that?
People do weird things.
Why would I kill her for money?
I mean, it's
my family.
I tend to think that you didn't. When you say kill her, I don't think you killed her. I think she was sick, and she didn't want to. She was done, and she wanted to finish her life, and she needed help. She wanted help.
I understand.
And I think you helped her.
As far as helped her, though, I didn't.
I think you administered her some of that Visine.
I did not.
The medical examiner tends to think that someone else had to give it to her because it makes her real lethargic, and you kind of fall in and out of consciousness at the levels of what was in her, which means someone has to keep giving it to her because she's not capable of going to get another bottle. She won't be capable of disposing of the bottles, which aren't found around her. She needed someone to help her.
Yeah, I always picked up her garbage bar and new bottles, but I didn't put anything in them. I've never even uncapped them for her. She did that herself.
I gotcha. But that day, with the level of drug in her, someone needed to give it to her. Because once she starts to take it, she's not going to be able to function properly. At that level of toxicity, she won't be able to walk. She'll be able to keep her eyes open.
I wasn't there, though, and I have receipts to prove that.
Uh-huh.
I wasn't there. I was there for a short time. Does that not help me? Because I can see what you guys are thinking, but I literally was shopping.
I'm thinking that you helped her.
I didn't help her, I swear to God. I did not help her. I would tell you the honest to God truth. She's asked me a million times to help her with things, and I did not help her.
So you're there for a short time. What's a short time?
Like an hour or two at the most.
And then you went back home, or you said ran errands?
I ran errands. I went to stores. I was shopping for hours.
What store did you go to then?
I went to Pick and Save.
Which one?
Highway 100. I didn't get your receipts for everything.
Highway 100 and where?
Highway. Hold on, wait. Let me just rethink and make sure I got the right stores.
Just take your time.
No, because this is a big deal.
I'm sorry, it is a big deal.
I believe it was Pick and Save on Highway 100 in House Corners. Woodman's, I think I went to Woodman's. It was like 4 stores, Walmart. It was those stores, and I have actual like receipts and proof I went. I mean, I can get them. I don't have them on me, but I was literally gone for like maybe 4 to 6 hours. I mean, the neighbor knows when I was there that morning when I left. I wasn't there a ton of that day, and I left and I was gone for a couple hours. I don't know. It was like maybe 4 to 6. I don't know.
When you found him, who did you call?
I called 911 immediately.
Who's phone?
I don't know if it was my phone or the home phone. I think it was the home. I honestly don't know.
You know what time you got there?
Maybe 5 or 6. I honestly don't remember.
Yeah, you called 911 at 4:55.
Okay. I'm sorry, I didn't remember.
No, we got your phone records.
Okay. I mean, I really called, right?
Yeah. No, somebody called 911, but we got your cell phone records.
Okay.
You called your mom 4 minutes before that, and you're already there.
Because I was probably pulling up.
Why would you tell your mom if you were pulling up?
I don't know. I talk to my mom all the time. I really do. I talk to her all the time. I don't know why I would have. I don't know for sure that day why I would have called her first. I don't know.
Did you call her first?
I honestly don't know. I don't think so. I thought I called 911 first.
Kind of looks like you called your mom first, and then 911.
I don't.
Mental note, don't use your cell phone to call somebody right before you walk into somebody else's house, apparently. This is what I was talking about earlier. They can use the simplest thing to make you look horrible. It could have been a very innocent phone call. I'm not saying it was or it wasn't, but it could have been a very innocent phone call of maybe she called her mom and said, hey, I'm stopping by to check on Lynn's and then I'm coming over. And that's it. Maybe it was that innocent. But they will use that to against her. But I don't know. Because I wasn't there. They weren't there. I just hate when they do things like that.
People are shocked do weird things.
I honestly don't know right now. I mean, this is all just shocking me out right now.
How long do you think you were there that morning?
At the most, 2 hours.
It's not consistent with the phone records.
Okay. How long was I there? I thought it was about 2 hours. I'm sorry, this happened 9 months ago, 10 months ago now.
You were there for about 4 hours. Again, it's a difference, Jesse. If we tell you,
I understand,
like,
but you want me to remember 9, 10 months ago to exactly.
We want specific details because when you tell us
I did.
that the gap, just like before, when it was, no, she gave me about 20,000. No, she gave me 200,000. There's a significant 2 hours and 4 hours is a pretty big time gap. So we're trying to figure this out.
I understand. I wrote a statement that day, though. That's my best recollection. It's been how long?
It matches what you just said. It matches what you just said. So your statement's off, and now what you're telling us is off because you're there for about 4 hours.
I did not kill her. Oh my God, this is just. I did not kill her. I didn't give her anything. I've never given her anything. This is just insane. I don't even. I never gave her any Visine. I swear to God, I've never put it in her stuff ever. Not the day she died. Not prior. Not nothing.
Did anybody ever? And you know, this is the time. It's all about the truth.
Yeah.
Did you or someone else in those last couple of months fill out any paperwork for loans or open any credit cards? And again, we've been digging for months on this. So, Jesse, who was trying to do that shit?
Lynn and me together, we took out a loan from, God, what was the name of it? You guys do know, because the papers were there, she was trying to mortgage her house. She was trying to mortgage her house, and she couldn't do that.
Well, clearly,
and then there was a...
when we were there that day,
Yeah.
we didn't know this. We didn't know what was going on
Yeah.
for a couple of months before
Yeah.
that medical examiner called, so there's a
Yeah.
problem. So, no, we don't know a lot of what was happening.
I did say that, though, I think, last time. She said she can't be a condo. She
Okay,
can't.
yeah. Okay, but, so,
Yeah.
you guys are trying to, where was this?
We looked numerous times at her bank, and then she took out one from, she had me looking all over for different places. I don't know the name of it offhand right now, but we tried a lot of different things because her main goal was to get out of there, to put that place up for sale, get out of there and get somewhere else. But realistically, she didn't have the funds anymore to do that. That's what she wants. She hated that condo.
Why do you think she would give you that much money if she was out of money? Don't you think that's weird?
Well, she wasn't out of money when she first started. She wasn't out of money at the beginning. That was towards the end. I wouldn't say she was out of money. She just spent it how she wanted to spend it. It wasn't that she was completely out.
Did she apply? I mean, who applied for loans? Because we know there were
Both
loans.
of us. She had me look up online stuff for her because she didn't do anything online. So I will say both of us. I didn't do anything
Do
fraudulently.
you remember where?
Offhand, most of them, no, I don't. I'm gonna be honest. I mean, we looked at so many places. She didn't have internet access, but I never did anything without her permission. I'm not lying. That's one thing I didn't do. To everything I've ever done, I've had permission from Lynn. I mean, she has in writing a million different things because of that. I've never forged her name. I've never nothing.
Were you in debt?
Not really.
What would you do with the money? What would you have done with $200,000 over?
I mean, I was at that time.
Okay.
Someone tried to open up credit when she was still alive.
Yeah, we did. A lot of times.
It wasn't your phone number that was used.
Okay.
It wasn't her phone number.
So who was it?
It was your mom.
What? Why would my mom do that?
I don't know. Tell me.
I don't know.
You see like things look real weird all the time?
Yeah.
Because we look into Lynn's financials, and there's a bunch of stuff there prior to her death. And it's like, well, this doesn't make a lot of sense because she's taking care of you.
I told
I
you.
mean, you're making your money. You're taking
Was
care
her
of it.
mom?
I know how people can be. So I'm not faulting you. I'm taking care of someone that's sick because it's hard. It's hard like when someone's pushy.
We haven't
I-
heard
But
that
she also
until now.
was that type of person, and I said it. So, I mean, obviously, I feel like anything I say isn't believable at this point. But she was, and the hospital can attest to this because she said when she was there, I am going to run up my debt. I am not leaving anything, and I am not paying anything. That was what she said all the time. I mean, it wasn't a joke. I wasn't making it up. She used to be in debt her whole life until her parents died. And her thing is she's not leaving shit. She's not paying anybody, and she's not leaving it for her. That was always her thing.
Why would your mom try to take a loan out in her name?
I don't see my mom doing that, to be honest.
Would you use your mom's phone number to apply online with a credit for Lynn?
We might have, but everything I did was with
Why
Lynn's
wouldn't you use
permission.
your number or
I don't
Lynn's
know.
number?
That's what I find weird about it. Sure, like, it wasn't like a second number because I've always used my own or Lynn's. Me and Lynn, everything we applied for, we did together, and I'm not lying. I never tried to take anything out without her knowing. Ever. I'm not, that I can honestly say.
What happened to the jewelry?
We sold it.
Let me see what you.
Well, there's still her ring left.
So the pendant and the $10,000 bracelet you told me about, where is that?
That 10,000 bracelet was sold.
Where?
It's on the corner of 76th Street. Everyone who's involved knows it was sold. They know all about it.
Who sold it?
Me and Anthony made the decision to sell it.
So is it Anthony sold it? Someone's got to put their name on the paper.
No, we talked about it. I brought it in and sold it. We went to about 8 different places.
Okay. So the one on 76,
It's,
is that Robert Hack?
yes,
That's where I got my wedding ring. Where else did you go?
for the ring.
To sell stuff.
Oh, we went everywhere. I mean, I looked all over. Like names, I don't know exact names, I'll be honest, but I thoroughly searched around. Like I went to
So how much did you get for the $10,000 bracelet?
19.
1,900.
Because they said it wasn't worth it. And that was after taking it into 8 different jewelry stores.
And they all said about $2,000.
I got everywhere as low as 1,100.
Really? And Anthony was with you when that happened?
No, he knows about it.
What?
And there's documentation, my driver's license, and they have everything.
Did you do that right away, or did you wait a while?
No, we waited.
Okay.
And actually, that went on in the estate account, and that went to pay one of Lynn's creditors through Rochester County.
Anthony, he helped you dispose of the property then?
Some of it, yeah.
So remember last time we had that estate sale that was a pain in the jukebox?
Yeah.
He got half of those funds?
Mhm.
Was he supposed to get the car?
No. He said so, but that was always promised to my mom.
Because Jim thought he was supposed to get the car.
Yeah, but Anthony said she said it, but there was paperwork on that, and that was always promised to my mom.
Did your mom have the car?
Mhm.
I keep swinging back to this medical examiner report that's puzzling.
I agree.
And I have to explain it. We have to explain it to the boss, and eventually maybe a judge. Is it possible? I mean, that you got the bottles for Lynn that morning, left it on the table next to her?
No.
No?
No, I didn't get her any Visine that morning that I didn't even know of. I think probably the last time I got it, I don't know when the last time was I bought it for, I don't know. I know that morning though, I'm almost positive I did not go to the store before I went to her house. And I know she always had one or two on one of those tables by her and the rest were in her bathroom. I know that for a fact.
But the last 2 days were that she was moving around so well, because you said she...
Well, she was getting up though at
She
least
was
once
peeing.
or twice a day.
She was peeing in
She
her-
had the pee thing right there. Yeah, she did. But that was just in case I wasn't there to help her. She made herself get up once or twice a day to get some movement because she had to.
Mhm.
So usually I would help walk with her, or she would use her walker thing. No, she did get up, but not a lot. I mean, I said that already.
So do you think if she's impaired, that she could get up and walk around? Probably not, right?
I mean, she did to an extent. Not often. I did not give her the Visine. I
Do you have any medical training?
no. I work at a dental office.
That you ever worked at a hospital or a patient
I
care
did do
center
a
before?
third shift ER admitting, but I was the patient. I was the front desk. Yeah.
Because I guess what will concern me, as you said earlier, that so Lynn was in the hospital, you bring her meds.
Mm-hmm.
You were probably well aware that, of course, they're going to give her stuff. So why would you bring it to her knowing that that could be a problem?
Okay, so now remember what I said because you.
I'm asking you to clarify that for me.
Okay, so they took away her certain meds from her. They were giving her generic something. She has a prescription. It was due for a refill. I didn't know that. She knew her refill days and everything. She asked me to go pick it up. I got it for her since it's her prescription. When I brought it back, I let the staff know at the hospital that I went and got it for her. I don't know if she's allowed to have it. She wanted it. So I said, please, no, do whatever you want to do. I just want to make you aware. She had it, and they did. They took it from her. They went in. She had it on her stand, like under a cup or something. I didn't know where she put it. They knew that. But they went in there and they took it from her. And they told her, we'll give it back to you when you're released.
Would anyone else going to try to help her?
I honestly don't know. I don't see it. But obviously I don't see any of this right now, so I don't know.
Did you and Posa know each other before her death?
The what?
Did you and Auntie know each other before her death?
We never officially met. I knew Kareem, but not him, no. We didn't, like I said, none of Lynn's friends really hung out with each other. We didn't hang out with Jim. We didn't hang out with, I mean, they all knew of each other, but we didn't hang out together.
Do you know how we found out about Lynn's death?
I think from me. I'm the one who notified most people, but some of them got a hold of each other ahead of time too, so I don't.
How'd you get his number?
She had her phone book, and I knew Judy's number, because me and Judy always kept in contact when she was sick.
And Judy's his mother?
Judy is...
Oh, Kareem's the mother?
Yes. Judy is Jim's mother.
Jim's mother. Is Kareem and Judy, are they just friends? Are they related?
I don't know if they're friends. They're not related.
Okay. You don't think Jim would have went there, do you?
I don't know any of them enough to tell you. I don't. I'm sorry, but I don't.
Does your mom know Jim?
A little, but I don't know to what extent. Jim was around when I was little, so I don't really remember.
So your mom knows Jim then? If Jim was around when you were little,
but I don't
friends.
know. Like I said, a lot of us know each other, but we didn't all hang out together. So I don't know how much of the time he was around when my mom was. I know they were dating on and off then, but I don't know to what extent.
When you say that, sorry, I got confused. Your mom was dating Jim?
No.
Lynn. Okay. So he's around, but you're there with Lynn.
Mm-hmm.
So he knows your mom through Lynn.
Yeah.
Why would your mom call and threaten him?
Because he has been nothing but an asswipe this whole time.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's been so mean, so rude. He was mad at us because he kept calling when she was in the hospital. Well, she didn't want anybody to know. And then I finally did end up telling him. So he was nothing but rude with us the last 18 months. I mean, he was just not nice. Not nice. And my mom
Give me some examples, because calling to find out Lynn's in the hospital doesn't seem like it's being...
No, they called when my mom was in the hospital and I answered the phone. And they didn't like that she wasn't answering it. And I said, well, I'm sorry, Lynn's in the hospiel right now. Well, why didn't anybody call us? They said, because she didn't want anybody to know.
And that's reasonable.
And then, well, who are you? I said, I'm Jessy. I've been helping them. Well, who are you? I said, I can't remember who I was. Very rude, nasty with me. It was very, I don't know how to explain it, but he just, and then when we called him, he was the first one to say, okay, can I come to our house and pick up whatever I want? He didn't have a good demeanor about any of it. And I guess why we weren't a big fan is because he started dating somebody years ago, and that girl was not the friendliest person, but she always came around, and she thought her and Lynn were best friends, and Lynn couldn't stand her. But Lynn always loved Jim, so she always went out her way, So it just, when my mom drank, or when she drinks, she gets very heated, and he just sets her off, is what it is. I don't remember, I thought he said something or did something that frustrated her. When she drinks, she's just a person that gets very upset. I hate to say it, but she does. So, she'll
Yeah,
tell you off and she'll tell you
it was pretty vulgar. I mean, I didn't expect to hear it out of your mom. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, your mom looks like she'd take care of herself,
Yeah.
but this was like, oh my God.
No, that's how she is.
Detective, before the break, I asked you about some things that Ms. Kurczeweski said in terms of Lynn Hernan wanting to give up.
Yes.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
And in the interview, Ms. Kurczeweski said she heard Lynn say that 3 times.
Yes, that's correct.
After the break, what did Ms. Kurczeweski say about whether Ms. Hernan was suicidal?
I believe she initially kind of changed the version of the story at that point.
Do you remember the term bag method being said?
Yes, she made comments about looking it up, looking stuff up on the phone, and including something described as a bag method.
Do you remember Ms. Kurczeweski describing Ms. Hernan as determined?
Yes.
In terms of
I don't know what that is, but it sounds
the
awful.
questions in this clip, which is again Exhibit 202,
I
Slide
know.
7, did you and or Detective Cole ask Ms. Kurczeweski if she had ever seen Ms. Hernan drink Visine
Yes.
multiple times?
Multiple, yes.
What was the consistent answer that Ms. Kurczeweski gave?
No, she did not.
In fact, did Ms. Kurczeweski say she was shocked because she never thought this would have been a Visine?
Sustained.
What was Ms. Kurczeweski's reaction when Detective Cole told her it was a tetrahydrozoline poisoning?
Very shocked and surprised.
When you interview a subject, and have you received training in that topic?
Yes.
Are there different methodologies that are trained to law enforcement when they interview subjects?
Several.
Okay. Is one of those using information that's not exactly true?
Yes.
Okay. Were there portions of time where you heard Detective Cole say things that you know sitting here aren't necessarily correct?
Yes.
It's called a lie.
Detective Cole talked a lot about real
Weren't
specifics.
correct. They weren't necessarily
in terms of
true.
parts of eye drops. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
This is calling for hearsay. It's calling for he has to rely on
I
hearsay to
understand the
answer.
objection. The objection is sustained.
Move to strike his answer.
Jury will disregard the last answer.
Did you, throughout this investigation, speak with Dr. Budritsky
I did.
multiple times?
Yes.
And you were in court when Dr. Budritsky testified?
Yes.
Did you hear Dr. Budritsky's testimony that you can't calculate a dose of tetrahydrozoline?
Object.
Overruled. She's
He-
asking a question. You may answer.
Yes, I did hear that.
Okay. What was Ms. Kurczeweski's response when Detective Cole suggested maybe she helped Ms. Hernan?
She denied that. Adamantly.
Does that statement change over time?
Yes, it does.
What about Ms. Kurczeweski saying she never saw Lynn Hernan drink Visine? Does that change over time?
Yes, it does.
Okay. If we can please go to slide 8, and this is only about a minute long. And we'll go back into presentation mode. Starting at 8:15:21, if we can play this, please.
The Spanish
Hold on,
bracelet.
it's not
Yeah.
being published.
That's your next $100.
Sorry, Madam Clerk, if we could publish.
Yeah, go back to the beginning. Are you ready?
This is exhibit 202, slide 8.
Are we ready?
We're all set, thanks.
Okay. Then you may want to wait for the jury box since it was off for a bit.
We're all set, thank you.
They were off the.
This famous bracelet.
Yeah.
That she had
Famous
$1,900
bracelet
for.
yeah, that I didn't think was famous at all, and it's very interesting.
It's puzzling to me.
Everything you've told me today is puzzling to me right now. My mind is.
I told you I had information. I mean, I didn't lie there. I mean, it's pretty significant.
Yeah, I understand.
Detective Hoppy, in this clip, is there more discussion about that bracelet?
Yes, there is at the initial stages.
I'd like to switch to exhibits already in evidence, 88 and 89, and publish for the jury, starting with 88.
Let me know when you're ready.
We're all set. Detective Hoppy, do you remember the representative from Robert Hack coming in and testifying about Exhibit 88?
Yes, I do.
And going to Exhibit 89, do you also recall testimony about this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And the jury has seen the bracelet depicted in Exhibit 89 before, is that true?
Yes,
Have you also seen that before?
I have.
From what sources?
The photographs from the medical examiner's office, as well as this photo.
Okay. And going back to Exhibit 88, could you remind the jury what the date of sale is on this exhibit?
10/22 of 18.
And Ms. Hernan died on the 3rd, is that true?
That's correct.
How long did the seller of this item indicate they owned it?
2.5 months.
Again, I don't put much weight behind that.
Do you recall in the clips that we've seen this morning of Exhibit 202, Ms. Kurczeweski being asked whether she sold this bracelet right away?
Yes.
What did she say?
No.
Yet this is within about...
Do put some
within
weight
20
behind
days
that.
of the death?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. We can unpublish for a moment and go back into Exhibit 202 to slide 9, which is another 1-minute clip. And we're all set, Madam Clerk. All right. I'm getting a thumbs up, so we'll go ahead and play. This is 202 slide 9.
I understand.
You had a lot of financial gain from her over the last couple of years.
But I wouldn't kill her for it. I'll tell you that.
And again, I told you I didn't think you did it.
I
think, again, I told you what I think. I was pretty honest. I think Lynn wanted to die, and you helped her.
Yeah,
That's what I think.
Yeah.
And I understand that, and it's a plausible explanation, because based on my investigation of you,
And moving to slide 10, please.
I understand.
you had a lot of financial gain.
It was great. I mean, I'm so glad the kids were at the house because he would have.
You know what I'm
had a heart
saying?
attack if
But
he
you don't
was there.
seem to have the pedigree of a cold-blooded killer. You get it?
No,
The people with big hearts.
no.
That's the kind of person I think you are. And I think if someone that you're seeing every day is saying every day, I don't want to be here, I'm sick of being sick, they can convince you to assist them and then be in their life.
Yeah.
That's the most plausible explanation to all this. That's what I think. I don't think that you were trying to gain financially, like you said, she was in such debt that you got almost nothing.
And it wasn't,
But you
I
helped
never
her.
cared about that. I mean, honestly, she's done so much for me over the years that.
And I get that. So if I don't think you're a cold-blooded killer, the only other explanation, if you're the one that's there at the morning of her death, and you're the one that finds the body, and the ME says you're the one, it appears that this is a homicide. Assisted suicide is the only explanation in my brain, unless you can think of something else, but I can't. And that's something you can go to a judge and say, listen, judge, I'm there every day with her. She's dying, and there's nothing I can do about it. She's begging me to help her. And hindsight, I wish I wouldn't have. But this woman, you don't understand, Judge, she was in pain. She was sick. She wouldn't eat. She wouldn't drink. She didn't want her diaper changed. It was to the point where I didn't know what else to do. That's plausible explanation. I mean, I don't know what, unless, I mean, there's no one else, like you said, everyone kind of liked her, and that's what I'm hearing from everyone. I mean, no one hated her. She didn't have a drug dealer she owed money to.
No.
Her finances were okay. I mean, she had debt, but she wasn't in hock or nothing. It was just,
No.
she was done.
Just let me ask you, do you know where your mom works?
She works for Crohn's.
Crohn's, and where's that?
Franklin.
Franklin.
Why, you guys want to know a surgeon?
No, I thought so. No, I thought
I mean, we're going to continue to investigate. That's what we're going to do.
No, I understand that.
do you want a water or something?
If I could, please, I'm so parched right now, it's fine.
Eventually this may come at you. I don't know.
I understand.
And slide 11, please, is another 3-minute clip.
It's great. I mean, I'm so glad the kids were on. This is now what in a million years, I would have never thought this. I'm not kidding.
I've been doing this a lot of years, and I have never seen anything, this kind of case.
Yeah.
And I mean, no, basically nationwide, there's only been like 2 or 3. That's why it took so long.
Yeah.
Because, doctors don't go on assumptions.
Yeah.
They go on
No,
scientific fact.
I-
So this is why it's taken such a long
Yeah.
time. And then because of the length of the MD's investigation, we dug into a lot of stuff. And it just, otherwise we don't have the opportunity to look so thoroughly into the financial stuff and all that kind of thing. We don't have that opportunity. And again, him and I disagree, but I think you helped her out. That's what I think. She wanted to go and she needed a person. And you're the one that she trusted and loved.
I don't. I can say, yeah, I bought her eyedrops. I've never put them in anything. And I would have never thought that ever in a million years. I mean, that's the biggest thing that's blowing my mind right now.
Oh, she don't have internet access.
No. She doesn't. We always did everything on the internet. I'm with my phone. Always. She wasn't an internet person.
There's no searches on your phone for this, is there?
No.
Or any of your computers?
No.
Because they're going to look at them.
I understand that.
And again, going back, you don't know why your mother would try to.
I don't see my mom doing that. I really don't.
Was your mom there when you and Lynn were trying to do a credit app once?
Um,
It's not for a mortgage. It's for one of those unsecured lines of credit, like a personal loan. And it was done 3 times using your mom's number.
All 3 times. I know my mom didn't do it. I know that for
She
sure.
didn't seem like the kind of girl that would go online to apply
No.
for stuff. She
No.
seemed like a kind of lady.
It wasn't in my mom's name, was it? It was in Lynn's name.
One's name was your mom's phone
So
number.
I'm guessing.
All right, I know he's kind of switched gears here, but him telling her, like, well, you can go and tell in front of the judge and say she was in pain and you didn't know her. I had to. Was that seemed very untruthful. Like he's trying to get her to confess this, or he's, because I know they can lie to you. And it doesn't just, I mean, there's one state, I think, that you can do assisted suicide legally. Sorry, but I don't know that wasn't just trying to get her to say, yeah, okay, yeah, I did it. A lot of times people say, if somebody tells you I'm being 100% honest, or honestly, or I'm not lying, means they're lying. I don't believe that to be true 100% of the time.
I think it would have had been one of the ones we did. And maybe I put it in wrong or so. Because obviously I know my mom's stuff, my Lynn's stuff. I know all of our stuff very well, but my mom wouldn't do it. I can tell you that. I know that for 100%. And I didn't do anything without Lynn. Everything I did was with Lynn. I didn't ever be like, oh, I'm going to take out a loan today in Lynn's name. I've been there, done that years ago.
Well, you can see why we.
That's why when you guys started questioning me, I went, okay, I know where we're going because.
And slide 12 is a 20-minute clip.
Last we knew, it was my mother and Anthony. That was the last time that we knew. I didn't know she changed it to me. I did not know that. So when we actually called, we always had the information, who to call. When we actually called her, my mom called. And she said, I need to talk to your daughter. My mom was like, what are you talking about? I'm in charge of everything. She said, no, you're not. So we didn't know until that actual phone call because I didn't know she changed anything.
Who would you call? Is there an attorney or something?
Lisa, yeah, I gave you her information. Okay. Lisa Merton.
When you were placed on the accounts, I think at BMO, did you go there physically with Lynn together to sign the cards?
do you mean I was placed on the accounts?
Weren't you a signer on the BMO Harris accounts?
I had access to, I don't think I was a signer. I think I just had access to the lockbox and something else, but I was with her.
Okay.
But I don't remember what exact, I know it was for the lockbox and something, but I don't know. I don't think it was, I don't know for sure. But I went with her, yes.
Okay. But then-
Because their BMO Harris's makes you sign
Yeah.
both, because my mom went with her prior too.
Okay.
Both people have to be present.
What, was that about the time you think Lynn changed to the personal representative? I mean, did she ever talk to you about it? Obviously not, if you're saying you didn't know.
No, I don't know. I honestly don't know when she changed it. I know she changed the BMO Harris, and then she changed her medical, and she changed her medical just strictly because my mom couldn't be with her all the time.
And you were there more.
Yeah, and I was there more. So she switched that because she was worried when she would go to the hospital or things of that my mom wouldn't be physically able to, help or be there or anything. But I don't know. That was done, both of those, I think the bank was done maybe a year and a half before she died, maybe. I'm guessing here, I don't. And the health was done, I would guess, in the last year to maybe 10 months. I don't even know for sure. But those were done, I know of those because I was present for both of those. As far as the will, I wasn't present, I didn't know.
Okay.
That was, because Anthony thought the same thing too. That him and, I don't know if he knew my mom, but I think he thought just him or I don't even know. I don't know. I'm sorry, I'm zoning on everything else that you told me today that I can't even think straight at this point.
Why does Anthony get the money and not Kareem?
Because just like me versus my mom, Lynn had it.
But you're there every day. I can understand why she wants to take care of you.
Lynn had it set up that I think first it was supposed to be Kareem and my mom. And then she said, well, if you guys outlive me or something of that nature. And Anthony was kind of like, I don't want to say a godson. He was like me, but he really didn't do anything. He just was somebody that she cared about.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really know how to put it because I didn't know him before. Should I talk to him and talk to his birthdays and stuff like that. But should I said I want you two to meet, but we never did. So I don't have the answers for that.
Okay. That's one odd.
Yeah, a lot of people I've heard that, but I don't know. I just look at Kareen was her good friend like my mom was, and
You understand because you're in the soup, boots on the ground, you're there. You know what I mean? You're there taking care of her. That's the person you want to take care of when you pass,
Yeah, I don't know.
Do you think, if it's somehow possible, do you think Lynn would have taken all this? Because she could just overdose on her prescriptions without taking this other drug.
And
that's what's odd about it, too.
That's what I thought she did.
That's what we kind of thought happened at first. Until the MD calls and says, we got a problem.
So do I think what?
Why do you think she would?
I don't. I don't see it. It doesn't make sense to me. I assumed this whole time it was pills. That's what I assumed. That's what she was known for. So I don't know, were the pills not agreeing with her, where she wasn't keeping them down, I don't know. I don't know what to think of that. I really don't. That's kind of where I'm at right now with you telling me this. I don't, at this point my head is spinning, trying to figure out any of this right now. Because I'm trying to think why, what, where, all of it. I don't know.
I know what you said, Lynn asked you several times, or said several times, I'm done, well, then, kind of a reference to helping her kill herself. Did you ever consider doing it?
No.
Never?
No.
Even though she's in such pain, so sick?
For me, it wasn't an option because I don't think like that. I think of the states that have, what is that like assisted, where the doctor helps you. I think that's, great, and I think every state should have that, but I don't feel that I'm a doctor and I can make those calls. I don't. That's my honest belief on that. I don't feel that that's something that, I feel that that's a lot to ask of somebody.
If she would have told you to call the doctor to do it, would you have done that for her?
To call a doctor and do it? Well,
But
yeah,
let's say
the
we
doctor
lived in California where you can do this.
Well, just make a phone call.
Just
of course
call the doctor,
Yeah.
because I'm done.
Yeah, I would have called
That's
her.
your comfortable with?
That again, that's her decision, but it's a lot different than picking up a phone call and trying to do something to somebody, or two different things in my mind.
While you're out of the office, or from here, I kind of explained to her that I don't think she's a cold-blooded killer, that I think she has a good heart, and my thought was that she helped Lynn finish her life. That's what happened. And so you and I disagree on that point. That's why we're good partners, because we two different kind of
I get it.
visions here, If for some reason this comes down, I want to give you the opportunity to say, I didn't kill her for money.
I didn't kill her.
Because that was bad.
I said that numerous times already, because I feel like that's what you guys think.
Well, that's what he thinks.
I know that just by my past and what you guys came out with. I already know what the thinking in there. I get it.
I think
I get it.
Let's take your past aside. What I see somebody who has, I think, for a caretaker to get $200,000. Hold on a second. just hear me out. I think outsider looking in, I think as the average person, someone got $200,000 over the span of 2 years, and now that money is dwindling, and suddenly you're assigned executor of the will of the estate, and then suddenly now is this suspicious death where she was staged. Somebody staged her death. And it turns out that she was poisoned. For all intents and purposes, she was poisoned because there's no way she's making it from one end of the house to the other with the level of Visine in her system, especially given her mobility issue. She's not making it. So you're the one having the most contact. You're the one taking care of her on that daily basis. You're telling, now you go into, man, she gave me $20,000. It's the inconsistencies that I struggle with, that I struggle with. It's that $20,000. It's that I was only there for an hour or two. No, you were there for 4 hours. And your phone records don't put you on Highway 100. They go back to your house and then to another place and back there. Again, right before you call 911, you're on the phone with your mom.
I mean, I'm on my phone all the time.
I agree, but I find it funny that 4 to 5 minutes before you call 911, you're on the phone with your mom. But then again, you got to account for walking in, finding Lynn, calling 911.
I can tell you one way you guys can check, because you're already looking at records. Check her card that day for her food card, because she gave it to me and used that day.
Okay.
And that'll show what stores I was at and when. I only used that one store.
I
get what you're saying. I get that. But as far as the money, I didn't know he meant like over the span. That's why I said
over the span.
I thought like when she was sick. I'm sorry.
Over the last
she wasn't sick like that for 2 years. I misunderstood that. I see what you're saying and I get it. I mean, obviously me and you're going to disagree because you're looking at me and you feel that I did this. I understand that. I get what you're saying. But I didn't. And you don't know Lynn. You don't know the situation. And I'm telling you from somebody who does. I get you're a cop. You investigate. I understand that. But I didn't kill her. And money wasn't a motive. She had no life insurance, which I've known that for 10 years. You know why she didn't have life insurance? Because her parents always had it. Her mom missed 2 months not paying and never got it. That was her mother. So Lynn never had life insurance. That was, which I know. So what money am I going to get off that? None. I knew of all her debts. So what money was I going to get with her?
She told us before you didn't know. You said that.
Well, I mean, I knew.
I
get what you're saying. I knew quite a bit of that, but I didn't know how bad. Let's put it that way, okay? Who knows?
But I don't know what she was spending it on.
Who knows what people? I mean, you can be with somebody every day and you don't know everything about them.
Sure.
You know, so I personally do not know 100% of this is what she spent her money on, or this is how much debt she was in, or this is how much money she had.
Let me just ask you this question. You pull the average person off the street who has no law enforcement experience, no experience, and a very unbiased person, and you tell them that this lady who has no family and very few close friends suddenly becomes close to you, and $200,000 has been issued over the past couple of years.
Suddenly? I've known Lynn since I was 4 years old.
That suddenly okay. You're taking care of her.
And that's 31 years of my life, so.
And then you tell them that this person has the most access, and pretty much, as you said earlier, you're the only one dealing with her those last few weeks of her life. You go to the fact that the scene was clearly stated because she has no pills in her system. You know, she has the 2 in her stomach, but as far as her bloodstream and where the metabolism ends right there when you die, there's nothing in her system that would suggest she was overdosed. So, what would the average person think? You tell me.
I don't know.
And that you were the last one.
I mean, when you're telling me this and saying staged, I would think, okay, I know I didn't do it, so did she do it? I'm not saying, I'm trying to look at this from the other angle because I know what I did and didn't do. So I'm trying to figure it out as you guys are, and it's frustrating to me because I assumed this whole time she was taking her pills. And that's what happened. That's what I believed personally in my heart. So I am wondering the same thing when you're saying whatever, they mix it or they put it in and she had it hours before. I thoroughly want to know more about this myself because I've never heard of this. So I want to know how long you have to take this or when does it show, or I want to know the same things because I don't buy it. I don't buy it that I got to help her take that. She couldn't take it herself. I don't understand that. And I don't understand that it was taken right before. I don't understand that because I don't know anything about it. I really don't. I understand things happen with pills. I'm not saying that's what she died of. Obviously, she didn't die of. But even that, I know it takes a lot. I watched my mom try to commit suicide twice. Okay? It didn't work. I watched Lynn do it once before with pills, or at least get so sick where she puked them all over. I've seen a lot. I know a lot in that sense. I don't know much about.
We agree because we didn't know either about. I think the most we all follow the same thing you saw in Wedding Crash, the movie when you see it. So when we find out about
and just hear somebody can actually die that way, that's even more.
Exactly, it's really odd. So when you start putting, so like, why would she do that? Let's say Lynn was able to figure this out. Hypothetically, she was able to figure it out. Why would she have to stage the pills? Why would she do that to herself? I'm gonna kill myself, Chris. by using Visine, but then to make it look good, I'm gonna like put a bunch of pills here. That's where, if you ask the average person, it's gonna be, that doesn't seem right. And you're the only one with the access. You're the only one there. You're the last one. Hour or two, actually you're leaving around, I mean, it could have been there longer, but our phone has you there around 12:30. And then 4 hours later, you're back there fine here. I don't know, it looks odd. To help us explain.
I get it. I get what you're saying. I don't know how much more. I mean, I'm just trying to pinpoint everywhere I was that day, what I did. I don't remember being there that long, but I get it. Phone records. I'm not going to deny them. They show it. I only remember what I did that day when I was there that day. You know, that's the. I can give you bits and pieces or time frames. I didn't feel I was there that long that morning. Maybe I was. I really don't remember it, to be honest. And I didn't think I was even that day. But I will agree. I told him in years. I watch Live PD and all that. I watch all of it. So I know how the phone works. I know how things work. I'm not stupid. So when you say it, I'll take your word for it in that sense. He asked, "Oh, are you going to find anything in your searches?" No, you're not. Search away. I don't have anything to hide in that sense. You can look at my financials and think I'm a joke and I did whatever. But like I told him, I said, when it comes to money, that is not. I would never kill somebody for money. I mean, and I don't see why you guys would think that with her, because she didn't have it.
Hold on. Because him and I disagree, but we agree on one thing, that you probably gave her some Visine. That's what we agree on. Just motive we disagree on. Do you ever met Lynn's cousin John?
What?
Lynn's cousin John Fryatt. You ever met him?
No.
The reason this whole thing started upstairs at the medical examiner is John Fryatt's a former U.S. attorney, retired, and he thinks Lynn's death was suspicious. Okay. So he went up to the medical examiner's office and just asked the question, "Hey, I've been a prosecutor for 37 years. When was that?"
Wasn't Jim out of curiosity?
No. Jim poked around too, but John went there first. And he said, prosecutor for 37 years, and Lynn was good friends with his mother, I think. His mother was in a home.
Was that Lynn's aunt then?
It could be.
Because she always talked about her, but I never.
And so he goes, the family tends to think, and again, I don't know that well, but this doesn't pass the smell test for me. Is everything in her autopsy correct? And that's what makes Dr. Linda look at her file again, because she was in the stack of routine problems. I'll get to this when I get to this. I have real criminal cases.
I understand that.
And that's when she looks at it, and
I don't know who he is.
She actually apologizes, saying, "Chris, I missed this." Because she has all these medicines in her.
Yeah.
And then I overlooked this one, and I didn't know what this one was, and then she did her research, and that's when she found out that we have a problem. So again, I don't think you're a cold-blooded killer. I think you're a likable, decent person with a big heart. I think Lynn was dying, she was sick, and you helped her. And if I had to go in front of Judge, that's what I would say. I don't want to put him in front of her going, "Hey, look at all the money," because that would feel bad too.
I mean, let me ask you, how much money did you make at Potto last year?
We did a jackpot.
A jackpot? How much do you think is the most you ever spent at Potto? In one night?
I don't know. I'll be honest. I mean, I don't know. We hit a jackpot. That's why you think I
thought it. I mean, I got that. And I'm asking. I'm like, that's why I'm asking, because if it's a span of over time. I mean, it's. I don't know, Jesse. I'm just trying to wonder where $200,000 went. Do you have $200,000 sitting in your bank account?
No.
Because you dress like a normal person. There's no Gucci or Louis Vuitton stuff. You're not a junkie. You're not putting it in your arm.
No, my arms are completely clean.
You're not a big jewelry girl.
No.
You don't have a fancy car.
No.
You live in a meager house that's rented with your boyfriend.
No.
Where'd the money go?
Where'd it go?
Back in the day, I mean, I used to have a bunch of stupid loans and dumb stuff. I don't anymore. We paid off debt. That was really all it was back in the day.
I don't believe you have nothing to do with this. And I want to give you all the opportunity to come up with a plausible explanation. And again, I don't think you killed her.
I get what you're saying. I did. I mean, I know we're going back and forth. I didn't help her. I guess the best thing I can say is keep investigating and look, because it wasn't me.
What do we keep investigating? You're the only one. You're the one taking care of it. You're the one that has access. You're the one that was there.
You're the one behind the Visine.
You're the one behind the Visine. So you tell me, where do we look? Tell me where to look then, because I'm the one that's kind of this opinion. Kurtz has another opinion.
I don't know. I guess I would start looking into the other people in her life then, because it wasn't me.
Oh, you were there till 12:30. She wasn't freshly dead when you showed up at 4:55. So in that 4-hour span, there was nobody there. A minute ago, you're telling us that she did this to herself.
I think she did, but you guys don't, and you think it was me. So I don't know what to think with that. I didn't help her. And if there's somebody that helped her, then you got to look somewhere besides me, because it wasn't me. I did not do this to her.
And Detective, if I told you you've got about 3 minutes left on this interview, does that sound about right?
Yes.
Okay, so if we can go to slide 13, please. It's a 1-minute clip.
Please. Point, I'm willing to do whatever I need to do so you guys can see that it wasn't me. That's where I'm at. I don't want, because I asked you a question before and I still don't agree with it. I feel like right now I'm being charged with murder.
You're not.
I feel like I am.
I mean,
I would tell you.
And finally, slide 14, please. It's 2 minutes.
If you guys are done investigating, then when are you moving forward?
we're not done investigating.
Oh, you just made it sound like you were done investigating. You just said, what more is there to investigate?
No, I said, tell me who else to investigate.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a plausible lead, I'll take it.
I wish I did.
Because now everything points at you, that's where we're at.
I wish I did. That's why that was the first thing I said to you. Well, she was in the hospital recently. I wanted to know why the hospital didn't see this and medical examiner did. You told me that they feel it was done the day of. I don't agree with those theories.
Originally, I thought it was a...
I get it, they have a license and I don't. I would think this was something done over time, or I would think that stay in the hospital, something would have came up. I don't see how.
Made my case better. Originally, I thought that you did this,
So glad everyone thinks that.
for nefarious reasons, because I thought it was over time.
Yeah.
And I thought over a 30 or 60-day period, you were giving her a little bit in her pudding or her jello or coffee every day, and that's how it built up in her system to such a degree. And the doctor says that's not what happened. So that threw my theory out of the way, which puts you in a better light in my eyes going, well, you have a sick lady that's asking you for help,
Yeah.
and it's just, that's kind of where I spun this in my brain, because, again, we talk to people about you. I mean,
I get it, I'm sure you did.
and you don't fit the profile of someone that's going to cut someone's throat. That's not you. You're helping a lady in her worst times.
Yeah.
That takes a special person. And when I say helping a lady, not your mom or your father or your brother. You're helping a stranger, for lack of a better term. When I say a stranger, you know what I mean.
Like my
It's
mom.
not blood.
Yeah. It's
but
like my mom, though.
but you're taking care of her at her worst time, and that says something about a person. So I was hoping it was over a little bit every day. It's building up in her system, and eventually, Lynn got more and more compliant and lethargic, and her system shut down. But that's how it happened. Which then more to his theory then. So I have to excuse myself for a second. I think I don't have enough thing going in my tummy.
Detective Hoppy, in the
He said he had a rumble in
portions that we
his
just
tummy.
watched, do you recall a discussion about Lynn's estate and the personal representative?
Yes,
Do you recall Ms. Kurczeweski saying she didn't know that she was?
that's correct.
Is that true?
Sustained, thank you.
If I can please show the witness and publish Exhibit 83, which is already in evidence. Detective Happy, were you here when Attorney Nowakowski testified about the probate file?
Yes, I was.
And were you here when there was a discussion about Exhibit 83, which is being published?
Yes, I was.
What does it say for the scanned date on the top of this document?
November 4th, 2019.
And what was the date of the interview we just watched?
July 9th, 2019.
And on the top left, is that PR case number that Attorney Nowakowski talked about?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And if we scroll to page 3 of this document, Detective Happy, is there a signature purporting to belong to Jessy Kurczeweski on this document?
Yes, there is.
Do you remember, well, have you seen this document before this trial?
Yes, I have.
Generally, what is it purporting to be?
A last will and testament.
Who is the only one that is benefited from this document?
Ms. Kurczeweski.
What is the date by Ms. Kurczeweski's signature?
July 29th, 2018.
And remind the jury when the interview is.
July 9th, 2019.
So almost a year between the two.
Just a few days short of one full calendar year.
And the interview the jury just watched, Ms. Kurczeweski said that she didn't even know she was personal rep on the estate, right?
That's correct.
Okay. We can take a publish down. Detective, were there occasions in the next several days when you interviewed Ms. Kurczeweski additional times?
Multiple, yes.
Why did each of those interviews happen?
Every day I came to work, I was notified that Ms. Kurczeweski wished to speak with investigators again.
Okay. Was one of those notes sent on July 10th of 2019?
That is correct.
Did you speak with Ms. Kurczeweski on July 10th, 2019?
Yes, I did.
Was Detective Cole with you?
I believe he was present, yes.
Okay. If I could please just show the witness, and this may take a moment to load, Judge, we're on to Exhibit 203 at this point.
How long is your questioning on 203?
Well, the clips alone are over an hour.
And I know I had an abbreviated morning break, and I think it'd be helpful if we just, since you're on a new exhibit, a new interview, that we break early for the lunch hour. I don't know what time they ordered for some of you your lunch. I'll make sure we do not start. I think it's usually been about 12:15. So we'll start back up. I'll have the attorneys come back in an hour, give you all an hour, and then we'll see where your lunches are at. If you all are done, we'll start soon after that as well. So my admonitions previously obviously remain: do not discuss this case, do not do any research, and enjoy your lunch. I'll rise for the jury. All right, thank you. We are in recess.
So if you weren't here, the reason, or if you came in while he was reading them, the reason he was reading those text messages between Jessy and her boyfriend Scott was because those text messages were in January of 2019, where she claimed that she'd been poisoned while out drinking with her friends by tetrahydrozoline. And she knew in those text messages that it metabolized out of your system very fast. She kind of had some information that she claimed to not know then in July 2019 when she was in custody. I don't think she was in custody for something else. They're not bringing that up. I'm going to assume it had something to do with some financial stuff or fraud stuff of some sort, because she keeps saying, you guys know my past, or because of my past. That's why I figure you're looking at me. But so now, because I was kind of confused why they were doing that with the text messages, but it all makes sense now because she did know and then she lied about it. So let me get us through lunch. I don't know if the judge and the lawyers are going to have a little chat. Because the defense attorney, well, she had raised an issue, but the judge, she already addressed it, so I don't know what they would have to discuss. Turn your mics on. You're muted. Oh, I thought she was going to reach over and turn them on. Come on, judge.
Kind of, make it clear I'm moving from one topic to the next once we get around that time frame.
Okay, great. Yeah, we'll see what I can do. No promises, but I'll see what I can do. All right then, Madam Clerk, if you could have the First, Detective Hoppy, take the stand. It takes a little bit, and then Madam Clerk will get the jury.
Also, if you haven't already, please hit that like button. Whoop, hold my earphone thingy out, earbud.
You guys know that's my left click, right?
I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Almost ready? Oh, got it.
Two young state
Sorry, so let's skip
prosecutors
standing.
are super happy for Friday's testimony. Oops.
They weren't quite ready, but I figure we sit so much, it's good to stand.
So my guess is the state's definitely going to. Well, I'll be surprised if they don't finish out Friday with this witness. Maybe the defense will start their cross on tomorrow. Sometimes I don't know how you rehabilitate some of these people on your questioning, but so far I think they've done a decent job. Except for that attorney with the defense attorney with the probate attorney or whatever she was. That was horrible.
I can hear them.
All rise for the jury.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Attorney Nikolai, when you're ready, you can continue.
Thank you. Detective Hoppy, when we broke for lunch, I was asking you some questions about July 10th of 2019, and I think you testified you spoke again with Ms. Kurczeweski,
That's right.
and that was at her request?
Yes.
Okay. If I could please show the witness, Exhibit 203, and as we've talked about, sir, with Exhibit 202, you're aware that this interview also has been clipped apart?
Yes.
And have you seen all those pieces?
Yes, I have.
Have you also seen the entirety of the interview?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see Exhibit 203 before you?
Yes, I do.
And do you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the interview that was conducted with Ms. Kurczeweski on July 10th, 2019.
Are those video clips fair and accurate pieces of the interview from that date?
Yes, they are.
I move Exhibit 203 into evidence.
Exhibit 203 is received. Permission to publish granted.
And on slide 1, Detective, there's some information just to kind of orient the jury, right?
Yes.
Okay, so moving to slide 2. And again, there's actually the date stamp in the video player as well, right?
That's correct.
Now
Looks like
she's
maybe the
in
same interview room.
orange.
Yes, it is.
Okay. And I know I already asked you this, but if Miranda warnings applied in any of these interviews that was done,
Yes,
and Ms. Kurczeweski wanted to speak with you.
that's correct.
Okay. I would ask to play, the first clip is from 14:30 to 14:35:51.
And I didn't do it. And I was all night long trying to think of everything. I was thinking of the Vikings.
We're gonna pause that, looks like we got some audio problems.
I'm going to unpublish Madam Clerk for a second. Despite our best efforts at testing.
Turn down the source audio from here if we need to as well.
And I didn't do it. And I was all.
Do you know, we also learned in that last interview, she blew through $200,000 in a couple of years. And she didn't have anything to show for it. Nothing. And if I was a juror, I'd be looking at her statement very closely because I would want to see where the big deposits came in and then equal amount of payments went out, no matter what they went to. Because if that's not there, then like I said, there's money missing. I don't know how she would have gotten it back out of her account.
And I didn't do it. And I was up all night long trying to think of everything.
Do we need to maybe perhaps excuse the jury and have you work on that if there needs to be further testing? Why don't we do that?
Okay, I'm
We'll
sorry.
get that figured out. We'll have you brought back in. I'll rise for the jury, please.
You did not do an okay job, Attorney Nikolai. Okay.
5 minutes earlier, he was in the back. Yeah, we'll contact our IT specialist and see if he can figure that out. All right, we'll be off the record then until we get that sorted.
The two? Just the two? Just the one? Oh, they're all. Okay, yeah, just the one. Then we're good. Yeah, I just wanted to not have things.
I don't know if I did something.
I don't know if it was you, but just every once in a while it switches to video conference from video control. Yeah. I think if it switches over to video conference, then it moves it.
All right, are we okay?
Yeah, probably.
I always look at video. I don't.
Controls is the one that you have to deal with. There's no Zoom.
Trying to decide if she's bringing the
back.
jury in. There she is.
I'm helping you all get your steps today. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. And then are we ready to publish?
Perhaps,
I
Brady.
believe we are, Judge. I apologize for that error. I think that
All
the echo is
strippers and
gone at this point,
cocaine.
So let's try. This is slide 2 of Exhibit 203.
And I didn't do it. And I was up all night long trying to think of everything. I was thinking of the Bisons. I was thinking of her waters. I was wondering, she normally always had like 1 or 2 waters there. Was any of that checked? I don't know. I was thinking of literally everything because I'm like,
I swear to God, we tested this and it was working. So, I don't know what's happening. Let's get Zach here.
Come on, Zach.
That was just.
Was it published when we tested it?
No.
Maybe the.
All right, well, that's a good thing that we'll bring Zach into. I'm gonna have to excuse you again. We'll go off the record so that our technology expert comes in and figures this out. So thank you. I'll rise for the jury. Welcome back once again. Thank you for your patience. You may be seated, everyone. Go ahead, you can play the video.
and I didn't do it. And I was up all night long trying to think of everything. I was thinking of the Bisons. I was thinking of her waters. I was wondering,
finally.
she normally always had like 1 or 2 waters by her. Was any of that checked? I don't know. I was thinking of literally everything because I'm like, I want to know what more we can do or I can do. I mean, my biggest thing right now is I am ready to try to find an attorney because I feel like no matter what, I'm going down for this. I shouldn't be, but I mean, after what you guys left me with yesterday, I had a really long night thinking of everything possible, everything, and I'm not kidding. I mean, I was ransacking, trying to remember so much stuff that I just don't remember anymore. But I was trying to think of any possibility, that day, the timelines, everything. I mean, I was really on it, so.
I guess the suggestion I can make is you need to tell the truth.
I am telling the truth.
It doesn't sure seem like it. I mean, there's just a series of inconsistencies and half-truths, if you want to say not-calm lies. Your story, your recollection doesn't match the physical evidence of things.
What I want to know that you said yesterday is about the Visine. How much Visine are we talking about?
Drop the Visine. Drop it.
Why is that?
That's not changing. We told you yesterday.
I
The
understand.
medical
I
examiner
don't
made
know.
that decision. She's made that ruling. That's not changing. It's been almost a year. She has done tests. She's done
But
several.
I never heard how much, and you guys are saying she can't drink that by herself or put it in food or whatever. So that's what I'm trying. I don't know how much we're talking about. I'm sorry, I'm just curious.
So we told
I
you.
want to
We
know.
told
No,
you.
you never told me.
Yeah.
You told me 60 something. I don't know what that means. I don't know if that's cups, bottles. What I don't know is what I'm saying. For me, this is frustrating. So I want to know as much as I can know. I mean, I know you guys think I probably
She
know
died
about
from
it.
Visine.
You said that already.
Yeah.
But how much?
Suggesting it, not through the eye,
No,
through the mouth.
you said that too.
Mhm.
But how much, can kill a person is what I want to know, or how much was in her system? That's what I'm asking.
160 parts are in her system.
But I don't understand, is that this? Is that a whole bottle? Is that 2 bottles? I'm trying to figure out how much it was. That's what I'm asking.
I can't give you an honest answer because they're still researching or developing.
That was my
science.
curiosity, because you guys are saying she couldn't do it. I'm like, well, realistically, anybody can drink some water if it's in there or putting whatever. I guess I wasn't understanding, is it a little bit or a lot of it? I don't know. I don't understand. So that's why I'm asking it. Obviously, you guys don't like that answer, but that's the truth.
No,
I wouldn't be asking if I didn't want to know. It was on my mind. So you told me the 60 whatever, but I didn't know what that meant physically. So that's why I'm asking.
Okay, I can't give you an honest answer because I don't know how many bottles.
Okay. So where are things at then right now?
We're still investigating you for homicide. That's what we're doing.
And nobody else?
No one at this point.
You tell us.
I mean, I asked you yesterday.
The only other person I could think of, and I thought this last night, I'm not saying she would do it, I just was trying to think, she had keys, her neighbor. I literally was up all night long, I'm not blaming her neighbor, accusing her, I'm just giving you a name.
Well, Gene wasn't the one that was getting hundreds of thousands of dollars from Lynn, and Gene wasn't the one opening credit cards and trying to do loans in her name.
Everything
Let me
I
ask
did
you,
with Lynn was-
something, Jesse. Chris said this best thing possible.
Yeah.
It's time to tell the truth
I
because
understand.
this is it. This is true. Real life here, okay? Everybody we've talked to,
Yeah.
you've lied to. You've lied to Scott. You've lied to your mom. We talked to your mom yesterday.
What did I lie to her about?
She said there's no reason Lynn should have given you any money.
Lynn gave me money, but back in the day,
Why is it though that Lynn Jennifer, your mom,
Yeah.
said specifically that you should not have gotten large amounts of money from Lynn?
because she didn't know about it. These were
Why
payoff
would Scott know about it?
Scott did know about most of it.
Scott said, she's not getting money, I'm giving her money.
Scott's crying, seeing that his life is over. You've
Oh,
screwed him over.
Yeah,
So
that was about the house.
So why
About the house.
is he under the assumption Lynn was in the hospital the last 5 months of her life?
Because she was
In a
in the
coma.
hospital.
In a coma.
In a coma?
And you're going in the middle of the night to go see her.
Why does he think Lynn died at Freighter?
She didn't die of Freighter.
No, we know that. He was
I know.
surprised when we told him that she died in her condo and you found her. No,
He knows.
he says, no,
I talked to
she
him when I found her.
she was at the hospital.
Because I was supposed to drive his daughter to practice that day, and I said, I can't do it.
You talked to him last night and he was pretty clear. Talk to him today again.
Yeah. No, I talked to him today too. He was screaming at me about the house the whole day. That's what he kept yelling at me about. He said the house is trashed.
Well, we searched the house.
I get it.
I mean, the funny thing is, you sit here and you're laughing.
The money that you
You're
guys are
literally
talking-
laughing. You're
I'm not laughing that she died
This is
at
your
all.
life, Jesse.
I understand that. This is a huge deal. I'm looking at a life sentence right now. That's a huge
We're
deal.
trying to figure it out. What happened?
But the money that you guys keep talking about, majority of the money she gave me in the large amounts was over a year before she died. She gave me smaller amounts towards the end. The bigger
If we could please move to slide 2.
That's
This is
pretty
about a
bad
one-
if her mom
1-minute
said
clip.
she shouldn't have had any money. That does not help her.
I'm sorry, slide 3.
If you look at Lynn's check stubs, they stated the ones they're for.
Let me ask you something.
Yeah.
And this isn't your best interest to tell the truth. Did you ever write out a check from Lynn to you? Did you ever write it
Did
out?
I write one out?
Did you write one out? Did you ever sign Lynn's name? Did you ever sign Lynn's name?
I have paid bills for her, but a check to me, no. She did one from her account to rent it to me online, and I was with her in presence. But as far as writing, I don't think I've ever wrote one. I mean, I had access to all her funds, but I don't think I personally wrote one to myself.
Don't you think it's curious that somebody got like $200,000 minimum over a 2-year span?
It was a 3-year span. And the bigger chunks were way before she died. That was not anywhere close
So why
to
should
last
give
year.
you all this money?
I just explained that. I had so much debt.
Why does she care about your debt?
Because that was what she was. She always cared. Like, these people were coming after her, and Mom and Grandma never
Why would
filed
she
claims
give your
against
mom
them.
money and specifically write a letter saying, don't, make sure Jessy gets none of this?
And slide 4, please.
I'm gonna do it. She helped my mom a ton, too.
Did you ever claim that on taxes? All that money?
No, I didn't claim all of it on taxes. I know I have to, for one, because if she's helping and she's paying half the bills directly, not even just me.
Somebody gets $200,000, you gotta claim it on taxes.
It wasn't in 1 year either. We keep saying this. This was over a 3-year span. So I get what you guys are saying, but majority of this was like a year before she died. When she was
We're
still
not
alive towards
financial
the end, it was
guys.
smaller.
We don't do financial.
I get
We
it.
have a forensic accountant from the IRS look at all the accounts,
Mhm.
because that's what they do. And this is what he's telling us. 194,000 over the last 2 years.
It's 3, but
Minimum.
yeah.
Minimum. This is the stuff of solid checks and account transfers. That's not any cash. That's,
And if you look on the bottom of all her checks that she writes, she puts what they're for.
yeah, once to the IRS, they never receive any funds from you.
The IRS, she
Yeah,
never
yeah,
even
no,
checked
for
it
you,
out.
yeah. In the memo, it says IRS to you. Or
I've never
IRS.
asked her for IRS money. That one I know for sure I've never asked
The
for.
IRS guy was kind of surprised. Here's one. Here's like, it was like 12 grand or something, or 14, I don't remember. But it says IRS in the memo. He goes, well, we didn't get that.
I haven't owed IRS that kind of money, ever. I don't know, I didn't fill out the memo,
Oh,
she
why-
did it. She
you-
filled it out.
You're very close to your mom.
Yes, very close.
So why wouldn't your mom know about how much
Why
money?
don't you tell her? Say,
Because my
hey,
mom didn't want,
your
Lynn
friends
didn't
taking her
want
care-
my mom knowing half of it. It
So
wasn't me.
your mom wasn't suspicious that all of a sudden now all your bills are paid, your debt's gone?
No, she didn't really know half of it. Part of it, the few things that there was stuff in my grandma's and my mom's name. She covered those because we kept hearing from them.
Slide 5, please.
Do at this point. I'm not lying about that, I'm dead serious.
That's showing restitution.
Video. Quite a bit.
When you hit the 70 large,
Yeah,
why didn't you pay the restitution off and get the monkey off your back?
because we paid our creditors.
I mean, how much money were you in debt because you got all that money from when?
Scott had a credit card of $17,000 and $25,000 was just for taxes. And then I had my few.
Of all the people we've talked to in the last 24 hours, you know who's the most
It's a
credible
far
of all
cry
of them?
from 200,000.
Oh, I'm sure.
He knows nothing about anything law enforcement or jail related
Yeah.
or nothing.
No, he doesn't.
He doesn't understand shit
Yeah.
about what's going on.
No, he doesn't.
And at first I thought he might be a knob,
No, he's not. He's a great guy.
and I talked to him a couple minutes that morning. I'm sitting on the porch,
Mhm.
and
A
Parents
knob.
talked to him extensively over the last 2 days,
Mhm.
and my heart goes out to that
Oh,
guy
yeah.
because he says, I don't know who she is.
That's what he said. I know. It's
I don't know. My world is crumbling. He's on his knees in the parking lot crying. It's all the lies you told him.
I didn't tell him any lies. He just didn't know about part of the money. It wasn't that I lied to him. I just didn't tell him.
When he told her,
Lying by omission. I mean,
I
come
understand.
on.
I get it.
his heart was like ripped out when he says, well, she got about 200,000 over the last 2 years, and he's like, I'm not cardiac arrest. Is how you describe it. He's like, I've been giving her money. She watches my kids. I don't know nothing of this. Was he lying?
That part isn't true.
I mean, you're living together.
Yeah, I mean, we both pay for stuff, but that part, he doesn't officially give me money for anything, no.
Why?
But he's a great guy. He's a great guy.
He seems like a normal,
Yeah, I know.
normal
He's having a really hard
shenanigan.
time with all this right now. A really hard time.
I mean, your house was clean.
Yeah, it's some
You
good
know,
trash.
when I said, it's not trash, it's ransacked, it's
Oh, that's
searched.
what he said.
So everything has gone through. For a guy that keeps a neat house, it looks like
That's
chaos.
not him.
You know?
Yeah.
So that's the most baffling thing. Like, he is convinced that you told him when he was in the hospital for several weeks with a coma, and that's where she died.
I said she was in the hospital. And I mean, I don't know how well you guys know guys, because you guys are guys, but I'll be honest. I can talk to Scott many times, it goes right in and right out. And I know you guys are thinking, yeah, whatever. But he never met Lynn.
Yeah.
He knew I was going out there a lot. He knew there was a lot going on. But I swear, I talked to him when I found her, because I was supposed to take his daughter to softball that night.
But he
So I
also
was
said that
sitting.
you would get up in the middle of the night, at all hours of the night, even between midnight and 8 a.m., and allegedly get a call from Lynn, from,
Yeah,
the,
she's
hospital,
calling me.
from the hospital. I checked your phone records.
Oh.
It's not bad, no.
Yeah.
And you would get calls from the hospital saying, you need to come. Lynn's in bad shape.
They
And then
have
you'd be gone
money,
for an
yes.
hour, and you'd be gone for an hour or two and come back.
Where was I going?
You tell me.
I didn't have another boyfriend.
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care what you were doing, but I'm saying you weren't going to Lynn's house.
Are you sure about that? Because I didn't have another boyfriend, so that's why I'm curious as to where I'd be going. Because numerous times is when she called me falling, so I'd be out by her.
Again, this is the guy who swears he told me she was in a coma.
No,
Why do you,
never said that. Swear to God.
why do you think he's so upset?
Oh, I get it. I'd be upset too.
But why do you think he is so upset? Why does he think that you have totally, he doesn't know you, you've totally ruined
Because
it? Why?
he woke up to a morning with you guys at the door, coming to get me, which he knew last time I came in by you guys for a question.
Yeah.
He knew last week when I told him that you guys called. I told him all that. I don't lie, so I don't know where he's getting.
Well, why is he even still today still so upset? It's not just because his house is a mess.
Oh, he's gonna be upset for a while, I'm sure.
Well, why do you think he's upset? Why would he tell you you're done?
Because he doesn't know everything.
What doesn't he know?
As far as the money wise, he doesn't know all of it. When me and Lynn did a lot of this, we didn't talk about it. So I think you guys are thinking 2 years ago I did this. Obviously, you can tell a difference in handwriting. That's Lynn's writing. I didn't do it.
I've seen that. They're not all the same.
Yeah.
And,
The only ones that I did were the ones for the bills at the end. And that was with her in the hospital writing them. She has a very, very signature.
Have you ever looked up anything with Visine poisoning?
No.
Never. You've never heard about Visine poisoning?
From the movie, yeah.
That's just making someone sick, but you've never heard about someone poisoning with Visine.
I've heard somebody getting sick with it, diarrhea, but not poisoning, no. I've never heard somebody dying from Visine ever in my life.
Never. Never once.
No. I've heard somebody getting sick from it, that's what I just said, but I've never heard somebody dying from it, no.
Okay.
Not dying. I didn't really know that was a thing, to be honest, until you said it.
And moving to slide 6.
Any reason, but she's a great person. She helped me money-wise financially, and now you guys think because of that I killed her for it?
And I told you yesterday, I think she wanted to die and you helped her. That's what I think.
I think you picked out a perfect victim. I think you picked out somebody with no family and no friends. And
I was her family, so was my mom.
Exactly. That's it. You guys, just you two.
Yeah, so why would I want to get rid of her?
Because she was running out of money. You guys were opening credit cards and you opened up loans in her name.
I didn't do anything without her permission. Nothing. Nothing.
What's the jury gonna think?
What's who?
The jury's gonna think.
I'm sure it's not going to look good.
It's not gonna look good.
I get that. But I can't sit here and say something else.
The truth would be nice.
The truth, other than laughing, when we're telling you that we
Because
didn't
it's
kill
so
somebody,
frustrating
you're
that
laughing.
I've been saying the same thing for days, and you guys want me to say something that I can't say because I didn't do it.
I want you to be honest and talk about what happened that day.
I am honest about it. I explained to you that I've gotten the Visine for her. I never put any in for anything for her. Ever. Ever. Never. I bought Nick for her. That's as far as I've gotten. I've never even put it in her eyes for her.
Where'd you get the Visine from?
Store.
What store?
Walgreens or Pick and Save, any of them. Walmart, I mean, everywhere's got Visine, don't they?
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure do. Be nice to see that you buying it though, because, like I said, you said there were bottles right by her. There weren't.
That's what frustrates me because I'm sure. I don't know because I can't look at the picture.
Yeah,
She always had one or two by her, the same within her bathroom. Always. Just like her water. And I mean, the other thing is did anybody check her water?
Well, why would we have checked her water? Because at the time,
Even
somebody
so,
staged
pills
it.
or something in it.
At the time, somebody looked like it was staged.
We'll think of suicide at the time. We'll think of self.
But great, you killed yourself with the Visine, but you decided to stage yourself with the pills.
Well, I know, that's because.
My thought was, that plate was full of pills.
Yeah.
Barely anything was even taken off of it from what I
There was
saw.
crushed up pills in her mouth. There was crushed up powder around her mouth. There was crushed up powder around her nose. Somebody made it very, 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 very obvious.
And she had none of that in her system whatsoever.
No, it was less than therapeutic levels, which means it wasn't even.
Well, she had a full plate. So, okay, obviously if she had a full plate, she didn't take very much of it. There was nothing in her system except for the 2 pills. I find that hard to believe.
There's 2 pills.
Because she also took more pills for that morning than 2 pills when I was there.
Well, forensic pathologists and doctors and people who did testing disagree with you. And it's not just, it didn't happen yesterday, it happened almost a year ago. So it has been a very lengthy investigation on their end.
I understand what you're saying.
I mean, the medical examiner is pretty serious. She doesn't want to call this a homicide or a murder if she can't explain it.
That's why she hasn't ruled yet. But she keeps telling us, Chris, I'm leaning toward a homicide because it doesn't add up. It doesn't add up. But she's trying every way.
I am too. I'm trying to think of everything I can think of. I swear on everything I love. I did not give her that Visine. I didn't put it in anything. I don't know what more to make you guys believe because I didn't do it. If I did, I would have just said, yeah, I helped her.
Oh, you,
Honestly, I wish I could
just
say
say,
that.
yeah, I did.
If I did it, I didn't do it. Because I'd be helping her. That'd be 10 times less worse than not helping her and just trying to kill her. It would be. I understand that. I understand there's a difference either way, but either way, they're both considered murder. But versus helping her where I'm just helping her, or helping her to financially gain myself.
One's going to look a lot better than the other. One's going to, I mean, one's explainable. One's, hey, I'm trying to have mercy on this lady who's having some really tough medical times. The other, which I think is just that this was all for financial stuff, that I think it was. I think either she was out of money,
No.
or
No, she wasn't out of money.
or she caught on to something.
No.
And I think she was real sick and wanted to die. And if you didn't squirt it in your mouth directly, you went and got it for her.
I
and
did get it
disposed
for
of the
her. I
bottles.
said that.
Disposed of the bottles for her because they're not.
Oh, that was the other thing I thought of.
We have pictures all over.
The last time I threw out Visine bottles was probably about 3 days before. And that was when I took out her trash, and there was quite a few in there. I did think of that last night. It was like 2 or 3 days before. It was after the hospital, but that was the last time I took out her garbage and threw out bottles. I did think of that because I was thinking of that over and over again. And before the hospital, it was probably about a week before that.
This was recent. It was that day.
They weren't that day, I'm telling you. I know that for a fact.
Again, originally I thought this happened over a period of time.
So
9 months.
let's get this. So you guys are saying, what happens if, I'm just asking because this is my theory and I'm still thinking it because I would love to see the pictures. I'd like to know if there was water by her. There was always water by her. My theory is, what if those were in the water and they were in there for days? Or they were in the vodka and they were in there for days? The Visine stays in there, does it not? Or does it disappear over time? That's what I'm curious about. Because you keep saying you're not seeing bottles, but there were other things in the room. So I'm trying.
So you spiked the vodka, is that what you're telling me?
No, I am trying to think of different possibilities because I
Why would she conceal her own?
Why would somebody sit there and just drink a bottle of Visine?
Because that's what you would do if you wanted to kill yourself because you don't care anymore.
That's weird to me. I would think you would put it in something. That's my opinion.
But why is the bottle not around? Did you clean up lots of bottles from her?
No, I said the last thing I did was 2 or 3 days before. The last time I threw out a bunch of them. And it was maybe 4 or 5. And that was like her regular. But that was the last time. And it was not the day she died. I can tell you that honestly. I didn't throw anything out the day she died. I didn't, nothing. I'm still trying to figure out the phone call you saying to me, call my mom. Because I walked in and called 911. So I don't know if I called my mom when I was still outside. And I also know my mom didn't answer too, because I couldn't get a hold of her for hours that day.
So how would you know when you called her?
I didn't.
Last night you told me you don't remember, but you remember you didn't talk to her.
No. I'm saying I couldn't have talked to her. I couldn't get a hold of her after the ambulance came and I kept calling her. I couldn't get a hold of her for hours. So I'm saying if you saw a call 4 minutes before, it was probably just a phone call and not talking to her because I couldn't get a hold of her all day that day. I thought of that. I was like, no, even if I called her, I didn't call her until hours, well, not hours there, but I was calling her 4 hours. I couldn't get a hold of her.
I also know you said you were only there for an hour or two, and you were there for almost 4 hours.
I don't remember how many hours I was there for.
And you were never at a Pick and Save in Hales Corners that day.
Did you check all Pick and Saves in the area?
I checked the one where you told me you were at.
Okay. Did you check Lynn's WIC card or whatever? Because I used it at whatever store I was at, and I could swear it was having 100 Pick and Save. If it wasn't that one, it was having 100 National one. Those are the 2 I shopped at. It wasn't the one by your house.
I'm still waiting for the WIC card stuff. But I'm telling you.
I can tell you, once you find it, though, that's going to prove where I was. I know that whole...
Where else did you go that day, then?
I went to 3 stores that day.
Okay.
One was Walmart, one was Pick and Save, and I want to say the other was Woodman's, but I don't know 100%.
And then where'd you go after that?
I went back home to unload everything. I
Would
saw
you stay
Scott
home?
before...
Would you stay home in Franklin or West Dallas? Or
No,
were you living
Scott.
Okay.
Went back home by Scott. I unloaded whatever I had, and then I had 2 cases of water in the trunk for Lynn's house.
And then went back to Lynn, and that's
Yep.
when you found her.
Yep. Yeah, and I was supposed to come back and take his daughter to softball practice the same day.
And obviously you missed that.
Yeah.
Do you miss her?
I miss her a lot.
You sorry about what happened?
Yeah. I miss her every day because she was fun. She was fun. I'd go out there and have drinks with her, and we'd just sit and hang out. I could talk to her better than my own mom. She was a great person. She used to have the house, the lake house, and we used to go out there. I had my graduation party out there, May 18th graduation.
Did you think your mom was jealous of your relationship, maybe? Do you think your mom's capable of this?
I don't.
Do you think your mom talked about the money and...
So, but I don't know. I know my mom doesn't know about the money, and Lynn didn't want her to know because Lynn did a lot for my mom. And she didn't want her to know she was helping me because she knew it would be a situation. She knew she helped me a little, not to the extent. She did. But she didn't. That was Lynn's doing. Lynn did not want my mom knowing. It was not me.
So if your mom found out, do you think she would have been upset?
I mean, sure, she'd be upset. I don't think this kind of upset, but she'd be upset where she'd tell me.
Is your mom capable? I mean, capable of going to kill her?
I don't didn't see it.
She's capable of using very foul language on voicemail. That's she's capable of.
I know that.
She's probably a more likable person than
My
that
mom's a
voicemail.
very feisty person when she
Feisty
drinks.
people with short fuses can do things.
I couldn't tell you. Do I see it? No, but I don't know what everyone's capable of in the world. I don't know.
It's your mother. I tell you, my mother can't kill anyone.
I don't think she could, but I know she's tried to kill herself numerous times. But I don't know.
Dang, I'd hope if my kids were asked that question, they could just say no.
I gotta take care of that paperwork. I'll take care of it. Be back in like 10 or 15.
You know,
Can I
way to
ask you,
kind
is
of
there like a butler or something?
Okay.
throw your mom
Sorry,
under the
I'm just
bus.
so
Yeah,
thirsty.
okay.
Maybe a fly. I could. But thank you. I don't like to hurt things. I could not hurt a human. Ugh, that is so loud. Is she going to be stupid and say something while that she's in there by herself? Oh, I think something's going to happen. Or they wouldn't just show this. She's just sitting there. It's just where they leave her to sit and think about what you did.
So when I talked to Scott today, he told me a really interesting story.
Yeah.
That a few months ago you guys went out and you came home and you didn't feel well. You felt funny. And you went to the hospital and you told them that you had been poisoned with, someone said that they had poisoned, the doctor told you that you had been poisoned with Visine.
There was somebody that we went out with. But it was just, they were just were throwing up. It wasn't, they didn't die.
He said it was you.
No, it wasn't
You. He said you went to the hospital.
No. I went with my girlfriend who was sick. She went to walk in. But it wasn't me.
No. He said it was, why would he tell us that?
I have no idea because it wasn't me. It wasn't me.
You think he just would tell you that for
No.
some reason?
I don't, but it wasn't me. It was our friend that we went out with. It wasn't me at all. It was my girlfriend. We went down to Pistol Pete's to watch a band. She woke up the next day feeling sick, but she didn't die from it. She was just sick.
Who's your friend?
Her name is Tina. Let me see her last name. Spell her last name. I don't know. She works at Scotty's. I don't know what her last name is. They call her T-Rock.
T-Rock?
Would Scott know who she is?
Yeah. Yeah, we both know who she is. And I really would feel better if you guys just left Scott alone at this point.
No.
Because I have to too, obviously.
No.
Scott's very popular and he wants to help us with this investigation.
Oh, well, that I'm sure is fine. I don't
Why would we leave Scott alone?
Well, because if he's helping us, one thing, I just don't want you guys bothering him with his personal life because
If someone
he
doesn't
feels
want-
bad about his kids right now and the house and me, obviously.
Yeah, I think you're his first priority. He feels his world's been turned upside down.
I'm not for priority. These kids are, obviously.
Well, but he's also concerned about
What's been happening.
he feels he's been having wool pull over his eyes the past year. Which he has.
I don't agree with that, but he does all the same stuff I do. So he's just making it out to act like he doesn't do anything. He doesn't go gambling. He doesn't go out and have fun. That's absurd.
But when someone gets a couple $100,000 from somebody and they don't know about it,
He knew about half of it, so that's another thing he's not telling you guys.
how would he know about half of it?
He knew about part of it for certain things. Yeah, he did know about it. Not all of it. He knew certain times when she did it for certain things. Yes, he did.
That's different than what you said previously.
So you just have no explanation for this.
I don't. I honestly don't. I didn't give it to her. I can tell you that. I bought it for her. I didn't give it to her.
When was the last time you bought Visine for her prior to her dying?
While she was in the hospital.
Like how long ago?
I want to say maybe her third or fourth day there she wanted it.
How many boxes did you buy?
Probably 5 or 6 like usual. And 2 of them she kept at the hospital and she took the other ones home. Or had me take the other ones home. She kept saying on her tray at the hospital.
You think that would be easy enough to find on a receipt?
The reason I'm not,
credit card
I can be
receipt.
100% honest with you, I'm not buying what they're saying, and I'm not buying the paper.
So you're not buying what forensic pathologists and doctors who are trained and do this for a living, you're not
I
buying.
sat with her in her house on Monday, and she was drinking vodka and Visine,
Now, how do you know she was drinking vodka and Visine?
because that's what she had mixed together. And that was the day before,
How do you know she had mixed Visine with her vodka?
because that's what she did. She's done it about 3 times.
Why didn't you tell us that yesterday?
Because I didn't want to tell you guys, because you guys are making it sound like it happened the day of, and that's not when she was doing that. She didn't have any more that I knew of the next day. And I'm getting tired of being put on me because I didn't
She never
mix
put
it.
the vodka in her Visine
Never.
in her vodka.
Swear
So
to God.
she put
Yep.
Visine in her vodka. Why
Yep.
would she put Visine in her
Because she
vodka?
wanted something with it.
And Visine's the option?
No. She looked at Visine a long time ago, and I already told you that, when I told you she was buying multiple. She was looking for her way out, and because she tried pills twice and it wasn't working.
How would she know Visine's going to work? She doesn't look on the
She was
internet.
looking for her way.
And when was that? The day before, you said?
The day before is when she had the vodka mixed with it, and it was a glass probably about that big.
And how much Visine did she?
I don't know that because she had it poured in her vodka bottle prior. Last time I bought the bottle, she dumped them in her vodka. That's why I asked how many days it lasts for in there. Because she did it about 3 times and she'd get so sick that she'd shit all over, and that's when she shit her room, and I had to clean that up when she was in the hospital.
And why was she putting the Visine in the vodka?
She was doing it because she was trying to find an easy way out.
She's trying
She
to
did
kill
the
herself.
pills first numerous times and it wasn't working.
So she was trying to kill herself
Yeah.
by drinking Visine and vodka.
She also bought a gun offline that I
Okay.
disposed of her before she died too.
When? How long?
Oh, 2 months, a month. She did a lot of things. I just didn't want to have to put it all out there. Yeah, she bought a gun
What are you worried
offline.
about? You should be worried about you because you're sitting
I'm worried
right here, right
because you
there.
guys are making me feel like I did it and I didn't do it. You said that whole thing I put in there and I didn't. And the whole money thing, I think you guys are just turning it, making me look like shit, and I didn't do anything with the money that she didn't approve of. Never. I didn't ever. But I didn't want to put her out there to be a piece of shit either. Okay, she bought the gun. She bought the gun.
Someone wants to end their life.
Because I didn't want her to do it. I didn't want her to do it as much as I did so much.
But you didn't even stop her. That's with your theory now. You didn't even stop her.
I did stop her. I threw out both the guns. I threw out both the guns.
But you saw her drinking vodka knowing that there was Visine.
I didn't know right away. She told me after she had about half of the cup. I didn't know. She had to get rid of the Visine the day before. I didn't know she had put it in the vodka. I didn't know. She was going back and forth between her water. That's the honest to God truth. That's why I kept throwing out her waters on her, because I didn't want her to do it. And I didn't know. She drank about half the cup, and then she started getting sick, and I asked her because she kept getting sick off of it. That's the honest to God truth. That's why when you guys say it happened that day, it didn't happen that day. She was still alive that morning, so I don't know what changed. I didn't give her anything that day. She had no Visine left in the house that I knew of. And there was none that you guys found, except for there was 2 in the bathroom closed. So I didn't give it to her. That's why I don't believe what they're saying that it happened that day, because it didn't happen that day. I'm telling you. I didn't give her anything that day. She was awake and talking to me in the morning. She wasn't all day.
You just said something that's really cute. You really did. You just said, I didn't give her something that day.
I didn't.
Did you ever do it before?
No, what I've seen is I bought it. I never mixed it. I swear to God, I bought it for her, and I knew she was mixing it. I knew that. I didn't purposely ever mix anything for her. Never. I swear to God, I'm not lying. She put it in her water once in a while and in her vodka once in a while. She kept trying more different doses.
Boy, those
I didn't agree with it.
came on and off really fast.
Anytime that the caps were open, I was throwing them out because I didn't like the idea of it. She was shitting all over. She wasn't dying from it. She was shitting. It was disgusting.
But that's not what it does.
Well, that's what it was doing to her. It was eating out her body because she was literally shitting. She shit all over her bedroom on it. That was the first time she took it, and literally she called me, and I wasn't even there. She called me, and I got there, and she had shit all over her whole room. That's here. She couldn't make it to the bathroom. And that's the first time she said she tried it. And I got there, and there was umpteen boxes empty. I'm not lying. Dead serious. Before that, she bought a gun. She looked at trying to buy, what's that pill online? Get in other states, supposedly a pill or a shot or something.
Yeah, that she didn't give any to her that
it's
day.
It's supposed to be a suicide pill or something. She looked at the hood method. She looked at a million things that I didn't know.
I don't know. I don't think her story's changed
all the time.
too much.
Every time I was there, she used my phone. She used my phone for her credit cards once in a while. She'd use it for shopping once in a while. She'd use it to show me something she liked. She did a lot of catalog shopping. She looked up a ton of stuff. She's bought 2 guns, and I've gotten rid of both of them.
Where she bought? So she bought 2 guns from your phone.
2 guns. What, using her own shit?
But she had.
From where?
They're online places. I don't even know the names. She looked around. You custom put them together. They're not even like
Lynn had been incarcerated, so she couldn't buy guns.
And my mom knew about that because she knew I threw it out. I found her hiding spot and got rid of it. Because I didn't like that.
Then she couldn't buy a gun, not even online.
Not that I know. Maybe have a hunting something. Or not. I don't know.
You had 2 guns under your bed that you guys slept in. You didn't know that there were guns underneath your bed?
I did not. I'm not supposed to be
There were
around
2 long gun cases in the house. That were
they
clearly obvious. It doesn't matter if it's a hunting gun or a handgun.
No, I don't.
Yeah,
I don't
you
know
that.
I know his cousin used to have one. I didn't know he had 2 of them. I did not.
You didn't know there were 2 guns underneath
No,
your bed?
I didn't. I thought those were bow and arrows. I swear to God. I don't open them. I've never opened them. I don't have anything to do with hunting, period. I know they're hunting, the outside is like hunting. This is why Scott doesn't know a lot of this. Because I couldn't tell him how bad things were.
I know there's ways, Carmen.
She knows about some of that. I couldn't tell him because I couldn't face up the fact that things were that bad.
There's ways to do anything.
And she literally didn't care. She tried so many different things. That time I wouldn't even be there. I'd come home and find her. And usually every time I could either get her to the hospital or do whatever we needed to do. And this was the one time I couldn't. And that's why I'm telling you the only thing she had by her that day was water. And I threw out all the bottles of water I thought that she had put stuff in that were opened. So that's why I really don't buy it, because I threw out all the magazines prior. Not that day. So that's why I'm having a really hard time believing that. Now, you know why I didn't want to tell you everything? Because that's everything.
No, I don't know. I don't know why when you're sitting in that chair yesterday and we're telling you that we think you were involved in Lynn's death, and you're trying to say you don't want to make her look like a piece of shit. Well, worrying about somebody. So you would rather sit there and be accused of murder than just say Lynn was killing her, Lynn was trying to kill herself.
There's a reason why I kept wanting to talk to you guys, and I was having a hard time trying to say it. Okay, I was having a hard time in general with this for the last 2 days. So, because I got everybody in my world just lost what I left. And I'm really mad at her for this. I'm really mad. That's the only thing my mom says, the person you question is, she was mad at Lynn for this. I'm so mad at her for this. Because it should have never came to this, ever. I get it, you don't want to be here, but there's got to be a better. I honestly believe that we should have that thing where if you're so sick, you can go to the doctor or whatever the other states have. Because some of those things are just not the way to do it. Twice I caught her with the gun in her hand, and she couldn't do it, but that terrified the shit out of me because I have a really hard time with that kind of stuff. I don't think that's the right answer. I get it, she was sick, but I don't think there's an easy way out. I think you go to the doctor and you find out what's going on with you, is what I honestly think. And she got tired because it was 3 years of them not telling her.
Detective Hoppy, at any point prior to this point in the interview, did Ms. Kurczeweski tell you Lynn Hernan was drinking Visine?
Not prior to this point, no.
Okay. When did Ms. Kurczeweski tell you Lynn Hernan drank Visine near her death?
A few minutes prior to the ending of the interview. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, that was a bad question. In terms of October of 2018, in the clip the jury just saw, when did Ms. Kurczeweski tell you Ms. Hernan had consumed Visine?
The day before her death.
So that would have been October 2nd of 2018?
Yes, I believe she might even reference Monday, but later on she referenced the day before.
Okay. In the clip the jury just saw, fair to say Ms. Kurczeweski changes what she says about whether Lynn was suicidal or not.
Sustained to the form of the question.
What did Ms. Kurczeweski say in this clip about whether Lynn was suicidal or not?
That she was very suicidal and mentioned several prior attempts.
With what kind of methods?
She said, I believe it was twice with pills, and then near the end of that clip, she made a reference that there was a gun in her hand.
In the portion of the interview that we just watched, does Ms. Kurczeweski explain to you how Lynn Hernan was researching ways to kill herself?
Yes.
What did she say about that?
She said that Ms. Hernan was using hers, meaning Ms. Kurczeweski's cell phone.
In fact, Ms. Kurczeweski indicated that Lynn Hernan used her phone for other stuff too, right?
Sustained.
What other things did Ms. Kurczeweski tell you Lynn Hernan used her cell phone for?
Looking things up.
Your Honor, to continued questions of what we've just heard Ms. Kurczeweski say in the interview.
Overruled.
Looking things up, and along with
Did
financial
he just look like
information,
completely annoyed at that defense attorney
and
objecting
other,
and doing her
police
job?
Spending money was a reference, but nothing specific.
Was that information consistent with your investigation about Lynn Hernan?
No, it was not.
Why?
Again, Ms. Hernan was not someone who used the internet. She didn't make purchases. We had no information that would dictate that she was purchasing anything off the internet, that she, again, documented had no access to the internet, and from all accounts, disliked the internet.
Were you able to confirm that the condominium had no internet access installed?
We were able to confirm that Ms. Hernan did not have internet access in her condo unit, yes.
In the clip, Ms. Kurczeweski is questioning things that you and Detective Cole told her. Is that fair?
Yes.
In terms of, what did Ms. Kurczeweski think about the premise that the Visine was ingested on October 3rd of 2018?
Speculation as to what she thought.
Sustained to the form of the question.
What did Ms. Kurczeweski say about whether Ms. Hernan ingested Visine October 3rd of 18?
She did not believe that Ms. Hernan ingested the Visine on the day of October 3rd. She didn't think it was possible.
Does Ms. Kurczeweski change her story about that as we move forward through the interviews?
Yes, she does.
In terms of State's Exhibit 88, which was 188, can you remind the jury what that was around the timeframe of January 2019?
I believe that was the demonstrative exhibit of the messages between Ms. Kurczeweski and Mr. Craig.
Can you point out those messages again on the timeline?
Okay. They are right here.
Okay. And remind the jury what those messages were about?
That was the night Ms. Kurczeweski claimed that she had been allegedly poisoned with tetrahydrozoline and was at a form of urgent care or ER clinic and had been told by a doctor.
Is that a topic that you asked Ms. Kurczeweski about on July 10th of 19?
It is.
And what did she say at that point about it?
She claimed that a friend had been had gotten sick.
If we can move to slide 7, please. And play from here.
As far as T-Rock, yes, she was with me that night. I actually took it. I was having a night where I was met at Lynn, and I did because I wanted to know what she was thinking, so I tried a little bit, and I was sick. So it wasn't. Honestly.
All right.
I just didn't want to tell Scott the whole story.
Let's back up just a tad, okay?
Yeah.
So, let's start with that since you brought it up. Chris, I obviously confronted Jessy with the information that Scott talked to us about today about her getting Visine poisoning. So, originally you said it was a friend. Now you said, yeah, he said that was 3 or 4 months ago was what you thought. So, tell us what happened.
I was actually we did go to Pistol Pizza that night, a girlfriend of mine named T-Rock and 2 other guys. And when we left, I actually took Visine at home because I was mad. I was having a night where I was mad, and I was wondering what she was thinking and why she did it. I only had a very little bit. That's why I don't know, I got sick from it. But that's very true. And that was just a few months ago. I was just having one of those nights where I was mad at her for everything. I don't know her thoughts. So I get them, but I just don't. And she took the easy way out. Is my opinion.
And then while you were gone, Jessy talked about how Lynn was putting Visine in her vodka.
And her water. That's why I was mentioning when her water was checked, because that day I did not give her any, and there was none around. Day before, when I was sitting with her and she was drinking some vodka, she did have Visine in it, and I didn't know until she had a few drinks of it, and then she told me afterward. I didn't know. She used to take it and empty it when I wasn't there, and I would just find the bottles. She has tried it for a few months. She also bought 2 handguns offline that you put together. I've gotten rid of both of those. In the meantime, I found them in the house and got rid of them. She's looked at trying to get the suicide pill. It's from out of the country. I don't know what it is, but it's called a suicide pill. She's looked at numerous different things. She wanted to try to hang herself from her ceiling fan in her bedroom and figured she'd be too heavy for that. She had for months, she was thinking of anything she could. And she tried multiple things. I watched her once with a gun, and that's when she fell asleep. I took the gun out of the house, and she bought another one. And I threw them out immediately. I didn't keep them. I don't have them. I know I could find the websites if I really searched. All she did was look on my phone. And their companies, you can just buy it from me and put them together. And that's what she did. But that's why I said I'm having a hard time with that day, because I don't know of anything left that day. She had 2 full boxes in the bathroom. I thought she had one by her, but you guys said it wasn't there. I didn't take anything and move anything. I threw out bottles about 3 days before. And that's why that's how long they stayed in things, because she was putting them in waters and her vodka, and the waters were always open. So when I would grab her waters, anytime I saw open ones, I was throwing those out. I was literally dumping them out because I didn't want her using them.
When we were outside, fair enough, we didn't ask any questions about the kids, correct? Okay, just so that was
And
clear.
as far as the money, I want to bring that up too. I did not do anything without her consent. Lynn knew she was sick, and I honestly got the money she did prior, the months before. She always said, let's just have some fun. I can't do it, so I want you to do it. She gave me money all the time. Towards the end, she maxed out everything. She did not want nothing left, and half of it was she didn't want Anthony to get anything. That was the honest to God truth. She was too sick, she couldn't change the will. She wanted to change it a long time ago.
Why didn't she just go change it?
Because she was sick at that point, and she felt they wouldn't do it.
And why did she want to cut Anthony out now?
Because she hasn't talked to them in years. They weren't close with her. Like you asked me the other day, you were right on that, but she said it. I mean, my mom knew that too, as far as Anthony, that she was going to take him off, and she never did. And that's, honestly, I mean, you can ask
Was Anthony supposed to get the car?
No. I actually have it in writing and a picture. I emailed it to you. Oh.
Questions, let me fix those handcuffs.
No, and I honestly, I don't, Lynn also promised things to people, but she promised them to multiple people. He swears that he promised her the Jeep. I know Lynn's had 2 Jeeps, that one and one prior. She promised both of them to my mom. She took pictures and wrote it.
Just asking, doesn't mean.
No, I heard that. The same with the bracelet. Supposedly she promised it to 2 people. That's why me and Anthony said nobody's getting her for selling. I mean, I went by everything she hand wrote who got what, and I gave it to everyone. And I did send that all to you in an email.
I'm just asking. Clarifying questions.
Well, now I'm ready to give you what you want to know because I can't do this. I can't.
So that morning when you go there,
Yep.
you go there, no more bullshit.
Nope,
I mean,
I'm not.
laid out.
Yep.
I'm getting tired.
Yeah, I am too. I told him I wanted to tell you. That's why I wrote you twice, and I had a hard time doing it.
We interrupt you. I was there, got you get there around what time?
I honestly don't remember the time, but obviously
Early
it was
morning,
longer.
late morning?
I thought it was like maybe 9-ish, 10-ish.
Okay.
That's what I'm guessing.
And what's Lynn like that?
She was sleeping when we got there.
Okay.
She woke up.
Did she sleep in the chair?
Mm-hmm. Yep, we talked. I asked her, what medicine she took for the day, what she didn't take. I don't remember to what she said she did or didn't. I know we took a few. At the time, as far as the crushed pills, that she must have did after I left. She was doing that, but like I told him, she tried that numerous times and it wasn't working. But I didn't know about that until I came back. I got her a water. I asked her if she wanted pudding. She didn't want the pudding. And that was pretty much it. We sat there for a little bit. And she dozed off in and off. That's what she normally would do anyway. And we just, I don't know, we were probably watching a soap or something. That's normally what we did together. We had set soaps. And she was in and out. And eventually I said, I have to go. I have some errands to run. And she's like, yeah, no problem. Go do your errands. And within 10 minutes, she was snoring again.
You got her a bottle of water.
Mm-hmm.
Are there anything else around her? She has her medicine.
Her regular, yep.
Did she get her some vodka that day?
Nope. She didn't have any vodka that day, or at least when I was there, and I didn't grab it for her, so she wasn't getting up that day for anything.
And why isn't she not getting up?
She wasn't walking around well. I mean, she would get up occasionally, but not well.
Okay. And how long do you think you're there? If you got there like at 9?
I honestly thought it was like 2 hours. Obviously, you guys are saying it's more, and I'm not saying it was. I just don't know. I really don't remember. I don't. I'm being 100% honest on that. I don't remember. And there's no reason like I'm saying I don't, or I wish I did, or we did something. I just don't remember. I was there all the time. I don't.
On the way to her house, did you stop anywhere? Stop at a Starbucks, stop at a Quick Trip, get a coffee. If you're a fat guy, you stop at McDonald's, get one of those bacon, eggs,
I was
and
trying to think
potatoes.
maybe I got a cigarettes or something that day, but no, not that I can think of. If I would have stopped anywhere, I would have cigarettes or gas. That would be it.
We're not a coffee girl,
No,
or nothing like that.
I drink tea.
And
I
stop-
tea. I know
and
that.
stop for a tea.
If anything, it would have been gas or cigarettes if I stopped.
Trying to jog your memory a little bit. Some people have a routine every morning.
Yeah.
And they stop. I stopped at the.
Well, honestly, I was stopping every couple of days because I was driving back and forth so much. But I'm not ringing a bell of anything that I did except going there.
And you're driving the car you have now?
Yep.
So you go there, you take care of her a little bit, you watch a little TV,
Yep.
and then you go run and do your errands. And you're doing errands for you mostly.
Yeah, the only thing that she needed was water, and I think that was it. Maybe pudding? I don't know. Offhand, but I don't think she did. No. When I went for the store to her, it was literally, she wasn't eating, so it was water, the same things I'd always hear, water, Visine, and she really was putting Visine in her eyes too, like crazy. I'm not saying that's where it all went, but she used half a bottle in her eyes in a day. They were so dry. I don't know where that came from, but.
Was it dry in her place? I mean,
Well, she smoked in there, and I haven't smoked in a home in years.
Don't say don't smoke, I just saw you.
No, we haven't smoked. None of us smoked in our homes except for her. So that was the one thing we'd always smoked. So it was very smoky, obviously, in the cats. But,
my
but I
wife's
always
so
have to
sensitive to
see
dry. Oh, it's so dry in the house.
Yeah.
It's so dry here.
Yeah.
Hotel rooms are real dry.
That's me here now.
So it wasn't like that?
No.
So you need something, okay.
No.
So you go and you do your shopping, and you pick up water for her, maybe some other little item.
Yep.
And then where do you go?
I went back home to Scott's.
To Scott's.
Yep.
This time you're living with Scott?
Yes.
And that's all.
And slide 8, please, is the final slide.
We knew it from before I used to work there.
Oh, okay.
But-
Dallas?
Mhm.
And so you pick up the groceries,
Mhm.
and you go to West Dallas.
Mhm.
You drop off the
Yep.
groceries, and then you hang out with him. He's not there. He's
No,
there.
he was there. We sat and talked maybe for, 20 minutes, a half hour.
Okay.
And then I went straight back to Lynn's. Didn't go anywhere else.
Went to Lynn's.
Yep. And I had 2 cases of water in my trunk before.
So when you're going up to the house, I assume you got a case of water in your hand.
Yep.
Up to the condo.
No. I always unlock the door first to come back.
Okay.
That's just, my routine. It's easier.
And what do you find?
I thought she was sleeping when I walked in. She was in the chair because usually every time I walk in, she's sleeping. So I thought she was sleeping, but she's a very loud snorer, or has been for the last month. And all of a sudden I walked in and it just didn't seem right. The TV was on, which was always on. And it was loud, but I looked over and I'm like, I don't know if she's snoring. I didn't hear that. So I did like a double take because I was ready to walk back out and grab the water. Because I said, hey, Lynn, you know, like my usual. And I didn't grab the water. And my trunk was open. I pushed the button to grab it. And I went right up to her right away. And I'm like, Lynn. And I don't know if I touched her face or listened to her breath because I know I did both of them, but I don't know what one I did first. And I knew something was wrong immediately because when I went to touch her, the way her body just shifted, and it wasn't like a good shift. And I grabbed the phone right away.
Okay.
Right away.
And you call 911?
Yep. Because I didn't want to touch her too much and do anything wrong because I didn't know, you know, and that's when they said, well, you know, tilt her head back and do all this. And
So did you do any of that?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they told me to tilt her head back because they said, see if you're getting any, like, breathing out of her mouth, and then they wanted me to check for a pulse. So I did both of them. And I was already outside when I called because I panicked. Like, I knew right away this wasn't good. And I didn't notice she was breathing or not, but I just knew it was bad. And I've never seen her like that before.
I wasn't there. I had the neighbors around. I went outside, and, you know.
Well, she always has the same ones that walk the dogs, and they're out and about. And June was outside with somebody walking the dog. She feeds the dogs. She was outside with her dad, but that was it.
And you asked for help, or
No, because I ran back in because they told me to do, you know, check for whatever, so I did that.
Okay.
And then I said, there's no pulse whatsoever, there's no breath, nothing.
You know how to check for a pulse?
Yeah, I had to take CPR too, so. Yeah.
Okay.
No, if you at the dental office, we had to take the course, so.
Okay, some people
Because I was
don't.
they asked me to do CPR, but then I said, there's nothing, and they wanted me to lay her flat on the ground, and I said, she's in a chair, I can't pick her up, there's no way. So they told me to push it back, but that was as good as I could get.
Did you do CPR?
No.
Again, I wasn't at the scene ever. She was also, how big was she? Was she real big?
She was on and off in her weight, but towards the last 6 months, she was pretty big. Like when we were in the hospital, I remember she was laying flat. She never lays flat. And she was laying flat, and her stomach was so bloated that I'm like, oh my gosh, you didn't notice until she was, and even the doctor said the same thing.
Was it bloated from? Do you remember what they said?
I think she just had a bunch of gas, to be honest, because they were like pushing around and they did a bunch of x-rays, because she always had stomach problems her whole life. Or the last 3 years.
Okay. And then obviously the troops come, the police and the firemen, and they take care of business, and you provide your statement, blah, blah, blah. And you probably don't recall this. But did you see water bottles or anything around her at the time?
I don't recall, but I know she always had one or two by her, because usually when I left her, she always asked for a second, just in case she couldn't make it up.
Hold on a second. Pardon me.
No, you're fine.
You got something going on?
But I'm pretty sure she would have.
Detective Happy, after this point, was the interview ended?
Yes, shortly after.
Okay. The jury just heard Ms. Kurczeweski kind of explain what she saw when she came back to Lynn's condo on October 3rd. Is that true?
Yes.
And what did Ms. Kurczeweski say about what she thought when she got home or got to Lynn's house? I'm sorry.
She basically said she came inside, said hello, and then at this point she believes almost immediately she noticed that there was a problem.
Within this clip that we just heard, was there a discussion from Ms. Kurczeweski about whether Ms. Hernan was sleeping?
Yes.
And what did she say about that?
She believed she was sleeping at first.
At first, when?
When she walked in.
So fair to say Ms. Kurczeweski tells you she was at the condo 2 different times on October 3rd, 2018?
Yes, in the morning and then later in the afternoon.
Okay, so what did Ms. Kurczeweski say about when she returned in the afternoon about Ms. Hernan?
She opened the door, noticed the TV was on, that it was loud, and then she looked over and initially thought Ms. Hernan was sleeping.
Okay. I want to show Exhibit 25, which has already been entered into evidence. And Detective, you have been able to see the photos from this case, true?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to publish Exhibit 25. Let me get it. Yes. We're all set, Madam Clerk. What was this a photo of?
This is a photo of how Ms. Hernan was found on the day of her death.
And you've seen other photos taken around this time, is that true?
Yes.
And you've been in court when those photos were testified about?
Yes, I have.
at any point in this interview with Ms. Kurczeweski, does she mention the powder that's laying on Ms. Hernan?
No, she does not.
Did Ms. Kurczeweski say she thought Lynn Hernan was sleeping?
Yes.
In the interview, State's Exhibit 203 that the jury just saw, we can take this down, thank you. Is Ms. Kurczeweski asked again for kind of a detailed analysis of the things that she did on October 3rd of 2018?
Yes.
Did that include her first visit,
Yes.
which would have been in the morning?
Correct.
Okay. During that play-by-play, did Ms. Kurczeweski mention anything to you about Ms. Hernan wanting to open up new financial accounts
No.
or doing online shopping that morning?
No.
I'd like to pull up Exhibit 147, please. That's already in evidence. And publish that to the jury. This is slide 1. Detective Hockey, do you remember seeing information about this JCPenney account?
Yes.
And do you remember Detective Plennis testifying about this account?
Yes.
Can you remind the jury what date and time this account was opened?
The account was approved at 10:39 a.m. on 10/3 of 18, obviously meaning it was opened on 10/3 of 2018, which is the day of Lynn Hernan's death.
What was the email associated with the account?
Lynn Hernan, 1955 at gmail.com.
Okay. In terms of, if we go to the second slide, does that depict that time that the account was opened
Yes.
from the previous slide we just saw?
Correct. Yes.
And going back to slide 1, do you know based on these records that purchases were made on this card after it was opened?
Yes.
Were those purchases associated with a shipping address?
Yes, it was.
And whose address was that?
The residence where Ms. Kurczeweski and Mr. Craig were residing in West Dallas.
Okay. I'd like to also show you Exhibit 116, which is already in evidence. If we get unpublished, thank you.
And that's really bad. But if she was at Lynn's house for 4 hours,
Detective, do you
well, that she was
remember
there
Exhibit 116?
when she opened that.
Yes.
And Detective Plennis talked about this, is that true?
Yes.
Zooming in on the top part of this exhibit, is there a date on it?
Yes, there is.
What's that date?
There's a written and a delivery date. The written date is 10/3/2018.
Okay. And whose name is in the bill to information?
Lynn Hernan,
What about the ship to?
Jessy Kurczeweski.
You recognize the address below Ms. Kurczeweski's name?
I do.
Whose address is that?
The residence of her mother, Jennifer Flower.
Is there
It's
an
the
email
75-inch
associated with
TV.
Yes, there is.
that? What is it?
Lynn Hernan, 1955 at gmail.com.
And scrolling down, can you remind the jury what this purchase was for?
Television, a wall mount, and we know that the last purchase, or is the watch series 38 millimeter, is going to, which was the $279 purchase.
And again, when Detective Plennis testified about this, he talked about the account of Lynn Hernan's that the purchase was made on. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. We can take that down. Thank you.
Are you moving on to a new topic? Let's take a
But again, that was made at like 9:30 in the morning. So was she already at Lynn's house if she was there for 4 hours? Did that happen before she got to Lynn's house that day? They're putting it out there, but they're not connecting it other than the date of it happening, which looks horrible. But they're not connecting it to where was she? Was she at Lynn's house? They should be able to tell by her cell phone because they brought that up, but they could tell she was there for so long by her cell phone.
break then. I'll rise for the jury.
And the defense should ask.
15, 20 minutes.
Right, Carmen. To me, it just proves she was at her house. Possibly. The defense can ask. The defense can put her there or not. I'm sure they know the answer because you don't ask a question if you don't know the answer. And if she was there, now, she didn't say, Lynn asked me to do this. Lynn asked me to buy this for my mom. Lynn asked me to open this account and buy a lighted mirror for myself. She didn't ever say that in her interview, so that doesn't look good. So I don't know. Those kinds of things I'm kind of on the fence. I'm not putting it as to. I'm not giving it much weight as guilt or innocence. It's just little things in there that kind of don't add up, that they're just seem to be kind of throwing at you. All right. Let's see. This day's actually going pretty fast for me. I mean, it's been 4.5 hours, so it's still a long time. Friday just seemed to take forever. Well, Friday for us, this is Friday's testimony. You know what I mean. Come on, Judge. I saw you. Well, that's an unfortunate pause for you, Judge. So I'm wondering if she's going to finish.
As they were before, you can have a seat, Detective. I don't have a record of 116 being received, but I do have a record of this very exhibit being part of a different exhibit that was received. And I was trying to find the number. Does anyone know what that is?
Sure do. It's 148, Your Honor. Slide 3 of 148.
That was so very close.
I wonder if she's going to finish up with him today and then start on cross tomorrow.
Yep, I found it. Okay, so. So I think the jury should be told about that. I can do it, or you can just clarify with the witness either way. But because 116 is not received. Okay. Okay, that was
Okay.
all I wanted to verify. With that, we'll bring the jury out. Thank you. One, 4, 8, slide 3. Oh, you guys are switching it up on me. No worry.
I wonder if she was a prosecutor. Probably. Most prosecutors
All right,
become
thank you.
judges.
Please be seated. Attorney Nicolai, when you're ready, you may continue.
Thank you, Judge. Before we dive back in, Detective, I want to just clarify something that happened before the break. You and I discussed that electronics purchase, right?
Correct.
and I showed you exhibit 116, that was that ABT receipt.
Yes,
In reality, that exhibit is actually the third slide of exhibit 148. Is that correct?
that's correct, yes.
Okay, so the ABT receipt is in exhibit 148,
Yes,
and that's in evidence.
yes.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple other things I wanted to ask before we start the next interview. So going back to exhibit 203, which is the interview from July 10th of 2019. Do you recall having a discussion with Ms. Kurczeweski about the friend of hers that was poisoned with tetrahydrozoline?
Yes,
Did
Old
that
T-Rock.
story change again throughout that interview?
yes.
Ultimately, toward the end of that interview in 203, what did Ms. Kurczeweski tell you about what happened in January of 2019?
She stated that she was the one and that she actually had taken the Visine herself.
Okay. The other piece I wanted to ask you about, do you recall in Exhibit 203 during the interview talking with Ms. Kurczeweski about Ms. Hernan being in a coma?
Yes,
And who thought Ms. Hernan was in a coma before her death?
Mr. Craig
Where did he think she was in a coma?
at Freighted Hospital.
Did you ask Ms. Kurczeweski about that in this interview?
Yes,
And what did she say?
she denied that. She stated she never told Mr. Craig that Miss Hernan was in a coma.
Okay. Do you know that to be false?
We know that Miss Hernan was definitely not in a coma, correct?
Okay.
Yes.
And now I'm going to show you the paper versions of exhibits 182 through 186 and ask you to look at them. And Detective, have you seen those before?
Yes, I have.
What is exhibit 186?
186 is a demonstrative, or again, a more readable version of text messages between Ms. Kurczeweski and Mr. Craig.
What are exhibits 182 through 185?
Another version, it'll be the PDF version off the download from Mr. Craig's phone of text messages between himself and Ms. Kurczeweski listed in Exhibit 186. Again, it would just be in a timeline format.
Okay. Have you checked to make sure that the data from the download is reflected correctly in exhibit 186?
Yes, I have.
With that, I'd move exhibits 182, 183, 184, 185, and 186 into evidence.
No objection.
All right, exhibits 182 through 186 are all received. Permission to publish granted.
If we could please publish exhibit 186. Detective Hoppy, the jury has seen a couple other exhibits in this same format already, right?
Correct.
And you've read the messages to the jury on those other exhibits?
Yes, I have.
Slide 1 that we're looking at here gives some information about what 186 is, right?
Yes, it does.
What does it indicate?
The messages that we observed in May of 2018.
Okay. Were you here when Scott Craig testified at this trial?
Yes, I was.
And do you recall him discussing these same messages in his testimony?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So if we go to slide 2, again, is the jury able to see the numbers involved in this conversation?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So this is a little bit lengthier of a discussion, is that fair?
Yes.
So what I'd like to do for the jury to maybe make this go a little more efficiently is that I'll read the pink and you read the blue. But remind the jury who's sending the messages, or what phone is sending messages that are in pink.
Ms. Kurczeweski's.
Okay, and what phone is sending messages in blue.
Mr. Craig's.
And the jury can obviously see the timestamp for each message as we walk through this. Is that fair?
Yes, that is.
Okay, so if there's no objection from defense, I'd like to proceed in that manner where you and I read these together.
There is an objection. I do object. Ms. District Attorney is not here to testify.
All right, sustained. We'll have the witness read them.
All right, Detective, again, I'm going to ask that you not read the time
All
because
right.
the jury can see the time, but please begin reading this conversation.
She ain't even doing okay.
Jessy to Scott. Man, they play anymore. Scott to Jessy at 3. Scott to Jessy. I want to thank you for asking everyone we know if I like Whitney the other night when you were wasted. It's all everyone was talking about last night. Absolutely embarrassing. I got approached by 4 people about it. It's one thing to accuse me of lies between us, but then you spread this dumb, childish rumor to everyone as well. Scott to Jesse, so fucked up. Jesse to Scott, I didn't say one word to anyone except Mike, and I swear on my life on that. Jess was the one who asked me about it. I didn't say anything to anyone else, and I put that on everything. I wasn't wasted either, so stop that. You think I'm always wasted. I didn't not tell about it to anyone except Mike when we were alone outside, and I said it's just a question and let it be. So where's this coming from, the same with you? It was a question, and I didn't push it at all. Scott to Jesse, you're always creating drama with everyone, and now you've managed to talk shit about me too. All lies. Well, you and Jess can go straight to hell because I did nothing wrong at all. I'm done with the little kids' games. I'm way done. Jesse to Scott, I didn't say you did all. I asked is if you liked her. That was all I didn't say. You did a thing. Scott to Jesse. Jess is trying to get you to dislike Whitney because of her problems. And now she is telling lies about me, dragging me into it too. And then you ask people what they think. That's how stupid fucking rumors start. Scott to Jesse continuing, and it did. With everyone. Jesse to Scott, I'm not playing games with you or anyone. Of course, I do all is wrong. Scott, you've been done. I'm the idiot waiting for you to change your mind. Why do you keep thinking bad of me? That's all you do. This is why we are going to stay out of the bars. I didn't create any drama, nor was I trying to start shit. Scott to Jesse, well, you did. Always talking shit about people. Whitney, Holly, Mikey, everyone. Now me too. Scott, Jesse again. Everyone is sick of it. Continuing Scott to Jesse, and I'm sick of everyone and feel so stupid. Jesse to Scott, I wasn't talking about anyone the night I was there, and I purposely had fun without talking about anyone and had fun. Continuing Scott, Jesse to Scott, Jess doesn't dislike Whit, nor do I. We were fine. I talked with her before I left, and not anything to do with you. I wasn't starting a rumor and didn't talk about it. I swear to God. I asked you, that's what I did. All I wanted was a no. I don't want any problems. What are you not understanding? I just want you and you only. Jesse to Scott continuing, why do you feel stupid? I didn't do it. What are you not getting? Here I've been running around all day for this country thing tonight, looking forward to just being normal and seeing you and Dom, and maybe for a little, I wasn't going to start drama or create any drama. I didn't do anything seriously. I get blamed all the time. Scott to Jesse, whatever you got to tell yourself, you do it all the time. Jesse to Scott, I didn't say a word, and I put that, how much I love you. I would never want that rumor. Scott to Jesse, and then everyone comes to me about shit. I want no ties to your fucked up head. Scott continuing to Jesse, enjoy your country night. I'm sure you'll have a great time with your so-called friends. I'm absolutely fed up. Jesse to Scott, I didn't do anything and I'm not lying. Do you ever think that nobody wants us together and is creating a problem? Do you ever? All I do is for everyone, and all I do is get shit on. I wasn't talking about anyone. Why would I want people to think you like Whitney? And why would I want that thing for 1 minute? It doesn't even make sense. All you do is think I run around talking about people when I don't. I do everything lately to keep peace, and I don't even hang out there, and it's a problem still. This is crazy. I didn't do anything. I swear that's why you don't ever believe me. I always believe you. Always. I don't lie to you ever. Scott to Jesse. Well, I'm sure everyone will be friends again with you tonight. Just keep buying them shots. Jesse to Scott. You think I just wasted a shit ton of money on flowers so I could talk about you and lie to you so you hate me? Seriously. Think for once I do all I can for you. All I can for you because I want you, and that's why I was willing to give up the bars and bullshit. I'm really only trying, and I'm getting shit on for things I didn't do. I never said a word about Whitney to anyone whatsoever. One question to Mike outside when you were alone, and you, that's it. I put that on everything, and I wasn't fucked up. I had 4 drinks all night. Jesse to Scott continuing, I'm not buying anyone's shit, not even doing now because I was only going to see you and Dom. So if you were trying to ruin my day and night, you did, because I didn't fucking do shit. Do you not fucking get it? I kiss your ass and do everything that I can for you because I love you and I want you. So why would I want people thinking you like Whitney? I swear you asked for no more bars and then you went right back to it. And look, one night and shit. Had a great week together without the bars and it all went to shit. Scott to Jesse. Well, thanks for doing the flowers. I wish you wouldn't have now. Sorry about the shit ton of money. Guess we're even for that 500 now. Please do nothing for me ever again. I will take care of myself. Please do not contact any of my kids or their moms. I told them to tell me if you do. I'm done with all of this shit. I'm so fucking pissed and want nothing to do with you again. I'm a fucking idiot. Jesse to Scott. I haven't talked shit about anyone. Last thing I did was a repeated comment Whitney made about Holly, and I'm the bad guy. I haven't said or done shit about any one. I've kept my mouth shut and haven't talked to anyone. Do you think I care about the money on the flowers? I did it because I care, and I did not take your fucking money. Do you really think I'm such a bad person? You really think that this is me? Wow, you've dated me for how long? I think you know me better than that. That hurts. Jesse to Scott, continuing the worst. I'm not talking shit or taking to ruin the little that we have left. You are the one listening to everyone else instead of listening to what you should know by now. Scott to Jesse, please do not call me. Jesse to Scott, how can you treat me like such a piece of shit? I really didn't do anything for this. Seriously, Scott, how can you say that? Why don't you ever believe me? I didn't do anything. I sit at mom's, don't text or talk to anyone but you, and I repeatedly get yelled at for not saying shit. Scott to Jesse, well, you did. You just don't remember as usual. Not my problem. Jesse to Scott, so you can act fine all day and just lose it on me? I talked to you about Whitney, a question, and I didn't yell at you or accuse you of anything. You just yelled at me. Didn't ask me shit, just yelled at me. Scott to Jesse, you don't talk to anybody because you talk shit about them and run your mouth. They don't want to talk to you. Now me too, seriously. I'm not going to say this again. Stop texting me. Jesse to Scott, wow, I really don't shit and talk about everyone. You are such a dick to shit here and bash me when I didn't talk shit about you whatsoever. You're making me to be this person who you want me to be. Maybe that way it's easier for you. I'll stop texting you. I'm going to just head straight to your house then. Why don't say all this to me in person? While I come get all my shit, you can do whatever the treat mill and cabinet do with whatever. I'm sorry, you can do whatever with the treat mill and cabinet, and I got nowhere for them. Don't care. I'm sick of this. The way you're treating me right now is unbelievable to me. Keep telling yourself a girl who loves you and keeps trying would around talking shit about you cause that, because that makes sense for you then. Keep doing it because I have never stopped. I have never ever. So stop treating me like this because it's pretty fucked up of you. Scott to Jesse, do not go to my house. I'm not there and it's locked. I'll let you know when you can get your shit. Maybe tomorrow while I'm gone. Jesse to Scott, well then I'll wait for you to get home because I'm not doing this. You're not going to keep making me feel like this for no reason. I did nothing, and until you get that in your head and stop being like this, we have a problem. Nope, you can be home because you're going to realize I did nothing. You're not going to make me feel like this. It isn't fair how you can listening to others and snap when you feel like it. Sorry, but no, I didn't just order all your baby mama's flowers for them. I did it for us so I could turn around and talk shit. Get it straight. I didn't do shit, and yep, I'm gonna do whatever it takes till you figure that out. Guess you just fuck with me because I'm such a bitch, right? Yep, that's me. How can you love someone and just be downright cold when you think so? Nothing without any benefit of the doubt. Something without any benefit of the doubt. No fucking way you really are that person right now. It's so fucked up that you could treat me like this over hearsay. Who does that? I'm outside your house. Hello? Scott to Jesse. I told you I'm not there. WTF is wrong with you? Get away from my house. Jesse to Scott. Scott, I'm not kidding. I'm not letting this go. You are being the biggest dick to me, and it's not right. I didn't do anything. Until you figure that out, we have a problem. I didn't do shit, and you can't treat me like this just because you feel like it. I'm not doing anything to your hours. I'm sitting in my car. I'm that kind of person. Never. Not. What is wrong with me? Really, you're asking me that? You are choosing to believe BS that I didn't do, and it's fucked up. Scott to Jesse, why are you by my fucking house? Jesus Christ. Crazy fucking person. Jesse to Scott, because you need to talk to me. Scott to Jesse, I'll just call the cops and tell them there's a suspicious person outside my house. Jesse to Scott, this isn't right. I didn't do anything, and you just lost it on me, and it's wrong. I'm not crazy. I'm normal. You're the crazy one who talked to me all morning like nothing and then just lost it. I didn't do anything. Not a damn thing. I talked to you. Yeah, of course you'd call the cops on me. Wow. Scott to Jesse, so you're going to sit outside my house till I get home? Fucking psycho. Jesse to Scott, if that's what it takes for you to realize I didn't do anything, yep, and that's what it takes. Do you not get it? I'm willing to do whatever it takes for you to realize I didn't do anything. Scott to Jesse, fine, you didn't. What the fuck ever. Get away from my house. Jesse to Scott, you get mad and just keep talking, just keep calling me names. That's awesome. Most people talk, but you just say everything and anything. You never loved me. Nobody would say that and act like this. You don't even get it. What you did and said today is unreal. You just straight up fuck because you caused I'm such a bad person and want everyone to think the guy I love likes wit. Yep, because that's normal and that sounds completely right. Everyone said it's so true. This girl I spent most of the week with just decided to bash me to everyone when she wasn't trying to get you back and do anything she could for you. Scott to Jesse, I didn't bash you at all. WTF is wrong with you? Why would I want people to not like you? You're fucking being stupid. Please leave me alone. Obviously, I need to cool off, and you're making it 10 times worse. Jesse to Scott, whatever. I'm sure you're sitting in house laughing at me because you've got me so fucked up right now that I literally want to crash my car because I'm tired of feeling like a piece of shit. Well, let's see. I walked in on Lynn thinking she was dead. Instead, just coma, probably to never wake up, and then you yell at me repeatedly over something I didn't do. And I lost you all over again before I could get you back. Ever get you back. Scott to Jesse, I'm sorry for your problems, but I don't need this right now. I need to cool off.
Copy, can you please circle the word coma in this slide? And
Just
I
the
would ask
word
Madam Clerk
coma.
If we could please save this annotation and have it marked as Exhibit 186A, and I've moved into evidence,
Receive.
and we can clear the screen. Now, Detective Hoppy, remind the jury what Ms. Kurczeweski said during the interview on July 10th of 2019 about this situation.
That she never told Mr. Craig that Miss Hernan was in a coma.
Oops.
I'll have you continue on page 27.
Continuing Jesse to Scott, I get it, but didn't do anything, and I'm so tired of everyone blaming me for everything. I didn't say anything, and then you bash me about calling your baby mama's kids, and when I haven't been. I am just trying to hold it all together because this is probably the worst day I ever just thought things were good, not together. But good, and they went to shit over one night in the fucking bar again. I'm just tired of you yelling at me when I didn't do it, and you made me feel like the idiot again for nothing. Money's in your grill. Enjoy your night. Maybe you should have cooled off before blowing up on my without thinking about TI. And I'm not out to be the bad guy or bash the one I love. I tried too hard that night, just not to piss you off. I try to do everything so you don't hate me, and it's always something. Never mind, I'm leaving. I'm not putting money. I'm not putting money there because Dano's here again for nothing. Money's in your grill. Enjoy your night. Jesse continuing, Scott, you begged me to keep you from the bar last weekend, and see what happens. I didn't even want to go, but I wanted to see you. I was looking to just chilling, going to Bella's game, and seeing Dom tonight. And now they all just think Jess fucked up again. Crazy bitch. Excuse me. Scott to Jesse. I didn't say anything to my family. Shut up. Stop with your shit again and again. Get away from my fucking house. Exclamation points. Jesse to Scott. I already left 5 minutes ago. Why bother cool off? Do whatever you need. Clearly, I need to get the fuck away from you.
What day are we on, Detective Hoppy?
This is now May 15th.
So a few days after the conversation you just read?
That's correct.
Okay.
Scott to Jesse. At home. Jesse to Scott. Yeah, I'm still sitting in my work clothes. Was going to go after the doc, but wasn't up for it. Okay, good talk, LOL. Scott to Jesse. You're so funny. Jesse to Scott. Well, you never say anything. Scott to Jesse. Not much to say. Jesse to Scott. I guess so. Say anything, keep my company for a little with small talk. Scott to Jesse. What's up with Lynn? Jesse to Scott. Nothing new. I'm going to stop by her in a little, then go stay at her place tonight with the cats. Scott to Jesse. What's wrong with her? Jesse to Scott. I think she's just tired of being sick. She overdosed on pills. Scott to Jesse. What kind? On purpose? Jesse to Scott. A bunch, and I really don't know. She's in a coma. They don't think she will wake up. Scott to Jesse. Are you serious? I mean, come on. What kind of pills? That doesn't sound right. Jesse to Scott. She takes a ton of pills. I don't even know half. You think I'm joking? It is serious. Scott to Jessy, does she have family? Jessy to Scott, and she drinks with them. She's been sick. She's been so sick for a while, and she put on 50 pounds in a month, and she doesn't eat because she just gets sick. She has no family. She was adopted. Her parents both died in the last few years. It's just mom and I is all she has, and like 2 other friends. Scott to Jessy. Well, who is responsible for her? Like power of attorney. Jessy to Scott. Me. Scott to Jessy. Like legally? Written somewhere? Jessy to Scott. Don't you ever listen to me? I tell you this stuff all the time. I've been to the bank and attorney with her many times. It was mom. Then when I got out, she changed it to me because mom can't handle anything. She has no family whatsoever left. That's why she always made sure I knew everything. Scott to Jessy. Well, I heard you before, but sometimes I don't know. Just kind of weird. Jessy to Scott. What's weird? She used to be mom's neighbor in those apartments I grew up with. Her mom and her were best friends. Her dad died and she bought the condo. She likes my aunt, but not related. It's a little overwhelming, but I try not to think about any of it. Docs get shit wrong all the time, and she might be wake up, you know. I don't know. Mom thinks it's probably better. She said she wouldn't want to live being sick all the time. I don't know. I couldn't imagine growing old with no family, nobody. Are you done now? Scott to Jessy. I guess. Sorry, geez. Jessy to Scott. You didn't say anything else, so I don't know. Jessy to Scott. I didn't mean like that, silly. Jessy to Scott. So what else? Scott to Jessy. Nothing, I guess. Picking up Bella soon. Jessy to Scott. Okay, have a good night. If you get bored later, I'll be cat sitting, so if you want to message me. Scott to Jessy. More cats. Jessy to Scott. LOL, she has 2. She has strict instructions, so if she doesn't wake up, they get put down. They are older and picky. She knew we couldn't take them with ours. And that's what she wanted. They are to be creamed and put with her ashes, but for now, I'm just keeping an eye on them. Scott to Jessy. How's Lynn? Same. The docs are talking about trying something tomorrow to see if there's any response and check her brain activity. Too many big words. I don't know. So I said, talk to me so I know what you're saying. How's Bella? Scott to Jessy. Fine. I dropped her off at Hale for a track meet with her friends. Jessy to Scott. Oh my God, now track. I don't know how that girl does it. Does it all. It's too much. Scott to Jessy. No, she's just watching. Jessy to Scott. Oh, so you just sitting at home then? Scott to Jessy. Yeah, laundry, dishes, stuff.
What day are we on?
May 16th, 2018. Scott to Jessy. Jesus, are you getting paid? Jessy to Scott. Yeah, thank God. Scott to Jessy. Well, that's good. Let me get it, LOL, JK. No, hun. Jessy to Scott. No, hun. No, but you should get your overall health checked out. Plus, it's important. Okay, get back to work. Just checking on you. Scott to Jessy. How's Lynn? Jessy to Scott. Same. They said she had a rough night, so they aren't going to try what they were going to today. Maybe tomorrow. Scott to Jessy. What is going to happen? Jessy to Scott. I don't know. I really don't not looking good though. Totally random. I was going to ask yesterday and forgot. What's the deal with Jackie and McGuanago? Scott to Jessy. Who knows?
Detective, was Lynn Hernan ever in a coma at Freighter Hospital?
No, she was not.
Through your investigation, did you become aware whether after the conversation that you just read, Scott Craig and Jessy Kurczeweski stopped seeing each other?
No, we were not aware of that.
Okay. In fact, did your investigation reveal they stayed together after this discussion?
Yes.
Do you know how Scott Craig found out that Lynn Hernan did not die at Freighter?
From us, the detectives.
Now, Detective, I'm going to move forward to Exhibit 204. Did you speak with Ms. Kurczeweski again on July 11th of 2019?
Yes, I did.
Why?
Again, she reached out and asked to speak with us.
Okay. Did you accommodate that request?
Yes, we did.
Can you see 204 before you?
Yes.
And you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
It is portions of the interview conducted on July 11th, 2019 with Ms. Kurczeweski.
Are they fair and accurate portions of the interview?
Yes, they are.
I move Exhibit 204 into evidence. Ask for permission to publish.
No objection. Exhibit 204 is received. Permission to publish granted.
And Detective Happy on slide 1, is there some information there in terms of the video to follow?
Yes.
And what is that?
Again, it's indicates this is a meeting or an interview I conducted on July 11th, 2019 between myself and Ms. Kurczeweski.
Is Detective Cole in this interview?
He is.
Sorry, if we can go to slide 2. All right. And this begins at 9 minutes, 20 seconds.
That's correct.
All right, and we can play from here.
When I left, I did use another card too.
Uh-huh.
So I don't know if that's on mine. I have multiple, but I thought you guys can check that too, I'm sure. So, because I know for sure I went shopping. I'm positive because I brought home groceries.
When you say card, you're talking about the shopper's card, right?
I used Pick and Save card. I used her, like the state food card, whatever, because she always would tell me, oh, I'm not using it, make sure you take it. And then my card.
Okay. When I say that the Pick and Save card, like the Savers card?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
And use yours or hers, you think?
Mine,
Okay, and is that under your phone number or?
under mine.
Okay. And then you said you went.
Because I usually punch in the number, I don't even scan the card.
Okay, and then you went to Scott's house.
Yes. I mean, I believe I went to Walmart and maybe Woodman's. I know I stopped at a few places, but I know for sure Pick and Save, and I want to say, I think Walmart.
When you say Woodman's, which
maybe.
Woodman's would you?
It would be the one in Franklin, that's the one I always go to. Or Oak Creek, actually, sorry.
Oak Creek.
Yep.
Then you went to Scott's house.
Yep.
And you talked for a while, you said.
Unloaded stuff and talked to you.
And then you drove to Lynn's.
Yep.
And you popped the trunk.
Yep.
If I'm wrong, I say you're wrong.
Yep, I will.
And your key, was the door locked or unlocked?
And her door's always locked.
So you unlocked it?
Yep.
And you entered?
Mm-hmm.
And tell me again what you find.
At first I said, well, hi, Lynn, and she was sleeping, or so I thought she was sleeping like she usually does when I come in. Now I say hi. Well, I did a double take because I was actually turning around to go to the trunk. And I did a double take because I realized, A, she didn't answer me, and I didn't hear her heavy snoring like I normally hear. So I literally turned back around, and I went, well, that seems odd. So I walked up to her right away, and I'm like, Lynn, just talking to her, and then I'm like, I don't see her, like, I don't hear her snoring, I don't see any movement whatsoever. And that's when, right away, I checked just to see if I felt any breathing, and I called 911 immediately.
Okay. And then 911 tells you to do some, check the pulse.
Check the pulse, and then they wanted me to lie her on her back, and I said, I can't. She's in the chair. There's no way I can move her.
Oh.
So they said, lay it back as far as you can.
And then the troops come.
Mm-hmm. I stood outside from there. I didn't want to be inside. I literally, when I finished doing what they told me to do, I walked right outside and just stood there.
And was Jean around at the time when you were outside?
She was next door with a neighbor. I believe she always used to give treats to the neighbor's dogs. And I believe she was with a neighbor and a dog. I don't know what neighbor, but they always walked by.
But you specifically remember seeing Jean?
Yes.
And you know Jean real well because she's helped you over the years.
Mm-hmm. She just helped me a day or two prior to pick her up off the floor.
Did she have like a button or something, or she would just call you?
Who?
Like
Lynn? No, she would call.
If she fell.
No, she would call.
What if she never phoned? She'd have to call like the phone or?
She literally had the phone like on her at all times or right next to her where she could reach it.
What kind of phone did she have?
Just a cordless.
Of course, so it's not even a cell phone.
Oh, she had one, but that one she wasn't using for.
So she used like a
landline. Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
That was a cordless.
Oh. So Jean was there, you said, the day before, you said?
It was the day before. It was either the day before or 2 days before. I don't remember. She fell. I was out with Scott, and that was one of the times that I had to leave and go. And then Jean helped me because I couldn't. I had to find help.
Why wouldn't you take Scott to help you?
I've never asked him to help me. He doesn't know Lynn. Lynn never wanted to see him like that.
Oh, I know, but that dude's really nice when you got to pick someone up.
He is very nice.
And he's a nice guy. I mean, basically.
I totally understand, but Jean's helped me about 3 times, and I've never taken him. And he was also out.
Did you call Jean first?
Nope, I waited till I got there. Or I think. I might have called her, I don't know. Sometimes I call her and say, can you at least go over and sit with her or whatever until I get there. And I mean, I race out there. I literally fly out there, so.
You said you and Scott were out together, or were you out separately?
We were out together.
And when you say out, I see him, when I say we're going out,
Mm-hmm.
you're out at a bar?
Mm-hmm.
Did you go out together in the same car?
I don't know for sure.
I just find it odd.
I don't
know. Take the guy
no, I've
for
never.
3.5
But
years.
he's never met her, and that was her, that was her biggest thing.
But if you get there, can you get her off the floor by yourself?
Well, with Jean, we always could.
But what if Jean's not available?
I've never had a problem, so.
Okay. I mean, I don't know.
Well, worst case scenario, I'd call an ambulance, because that's what we did once before.
Because I know my mom's in assisted living, and if she goes down, I have people there to help.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I would bring my wife with me.
I guess
And
I
the
was
kids.
just used to it, because I've done it numerous times. Numerous.
Do you remember which bar you were at when she
Would have been the usual Sales Palace. It's right down the road from my house.
That sounds so established.
We know the owner. It used to be the bouncer at Scotty's owns the bar, him and his wife.
Oh, okay. Thanks. Because you were a Scotty's girl. And then you give the deputies your statement. There's no other civilians there, though, right? It's just.
Well, I mean, now all her neighbors are outside.
And no one goes inside.
No.
The deputies
Nobody
go
has
pretty
walked
fast.
inside. I walked out while I was still on the phone with 911. I walked out because I couldn't. I was just in shock. I couldn't even sit there.
But you remember pretty clearly what she looks like.
Yeah.
Can you
I
describe
can't get that image out of my head.
Can you describe it to me again?
I mean, she's sitting in the chair. That's how she always was. But she wasn't obviously looking at me or talking to me, and she was just sitting there. And when I went to touch her, the way her body just shifted, it was just one of those feelings. I can't explain it. I've never touched anybody in hell before because I've never seen anybody dead before my whole life. Or at least I can think. I mean, besides going to a funeral.
I got you.
It's like, I mean, and that's the hardest thing for me is because I've seen her a million different ways, and to see that, I mean, that image, I mean, I told the guy on the phone, I'm like, I can't sit in there, I had to go outside. Like, I was like sick to my stomach just seeing it, because it's something that you can't get out.
And again, you talked a little bit earlier, but I've seen lots of dead bodies, so I'm pretty used to it. When you see her, I mean, what is she wearing? Do you remember?
I know she had a shirt on. I know she had no pants on. She was sitting on, her pee pad thing that we kept down. And she probably had her blanket on because she always was she would go through hot and cold, so.
And tell me about the spoon and the pills.
Well, when I left the house, that spoon and that plate were always on her side, like one of the tables, either or. Because I shouldn't say table. She had a table on one side and her speakers on the other side. That's where her pills were. That's where normally she had a thing of eyedrops right there. And those were the ones she put in her eyes. That was where usually her water was, her phone, and I don't know if I said medication, but any of her medications. That's where on both sides were. And we always had a plate and a spoon next to her. And when I left, there was like 4 or 5 pills, whatever pills she didn't take for the day, were sitting on top of it, and they were whole. And that's how I left her.
Okay. And then you find her, and where's the plate now?
I thought it was on that side table still, but the pills were crushed.
Okay. Anything else about her that you remember?
No.
I mean, you just said that you'll never forget that image, and I get it.
I mean, well, yeah, I mean, it just, I really can't say anything else differently, I mean, than just seeing her not, I mean, the biggest thing for me is I watched her body, because I was so used to seeing, she was a very deep, heavy breather, and I was so used to always seeing, you could literally see her moving, the breathing, and I couldn't see anything. I mean, it was just, and when he had me touch her, I mean, that really did it for me, because it was just that little, like, I moved, and the way her body just moved over, I mean, there was no, it like gave, I don't know how else to explain it, but.
Describe her face to me. Remember what her face looks like?
Just sad. I mean, there was no movement to it. I don't believe her eyes were open. I guess I wasn't staring at it, but just there. I know she had a hair clip in that she had in for gaze. Yeah, I don't. I think her mouth might have been open a little bit, but that's all I can remember.
Yeah, I can't put the image in my head, what I mean?
No, I know.
I mean, our brains are wired a little differently because we're messed up, that we see things and we cue on certain details and that kind of stuff, you know what I mean? It's actually kind of a curse after a while.
I can see that.
But again, this is your good friend that you love, that you've been taking care of for months and months and months at least, right? Would you say more than a year?
Well, taken care of, no. I would say as far as like the last 4, 5, 6 months. I mean, going out there and spending time with her, yeah. I've been doing that since I've been out, so.
And the last couple of years, let's say the last couple of years prior to her death, at the beginning of that time period, she's not as sick as she is at the end, correct?
She had a lot of stomach issues, but not the same, no.
So because she could move and walk at the beginning when you're going to visit her?
I mean, she'd go to the store, but she'd still use like the cart, to walk around or stuff like that. I mean, she wasn't the best, but she was way better.
The cart or the little trolley, electric trolley thing?
No, the actual like shopping cart.
Okay. And eventually she got to the point where she could drive, she couldn't shop. And that's more like the last 6 months or 9 months?
I would say when she stopped driving would probably be maybe 4 to 5.
Okay. And that's when you really are kind of assisting her
Yeah.
with day-to-day operations. Would you say at least a couple hours a day?
Usually, yeah.
Every day?
Yep. One of the things I forgot, on top of taking care of her, I was taking care of her cats too, because they have the litter box, the food, all that. A lot of times she could feed them, but going to the room to do the litter box was just too much work for her. I did think of that last night.
How many cats did she have?
She had 2. My mom has one of them. We put the other. Well, we had both for a while, but
Yeah.
she put the other one down.
Okay.
I was sick.
And you never miss a day?
Once in a while, I would.
So very rarely?
Rare, yeah.
She was
I mean,
sick.
like when we had softball or stuff going on, she knew. A few times I asked Jean to check in on her if it was bad. I mean, we weren't doing major things towards the end.
Did you only take any major trips while you were off for a week?
No. I think the most I'd be gone for would be 4 days.
And then Jean would come take care of her?
She'd check in if she needed her. Lynn would call her if need be, but that would be it.
Because would you say the last month you're there every day?
Pretty much. But I mean, there would still be like a day I wouldn't go. If I was there late the night before and I talked to her and she was, didn't need anything or was okay for the day. So mostly yes, but once in a blue moon, no.
I mean, I don't know, the reason I asked.
It wore on me. So I mean, some days,
The only
you know,
time
I'd
I've
be
ever
like,
seen her, she's not looking her best.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And it looks like the kind of person that would need help every day.
She really didn't though until, like physically every day until the last, right before the hospital, and then coming home.
And her last
Because
hospital.
she could still make it around. Honestly, the walker, the potty thing, and what else did we get her? All those things, we got her literally like probably 3 days before she went to the hospital.
Okay.
So I mean, she would still get up and go to
Don't
the
you say
bathroom.
hospital, I mean her last trip.
Yes,
to
the last
Waukesha.
one. But like the main reason I got it is because she was still sleeping in her bed up until right before the hospital too. And like I was telling him, she had an accident. She couldn't get out of bed quick enough or whatever the case was. Her bed was very high. She shit the whole room. So while she was in the hospital, I was there shampooing her whole carpeting.
Sure.
So, in her bed.
Prior to the last day at Waukesha, did she ever go to the hospital? Did you know it prior to that?
Yeah.
When was that? Approximately 6 months, 3 months?
She went 2 or 3 times in the last 2 months before.
Okay.
And I want to say 2 were ambulance.
Oh, it's up the hill?
Yes, yep.
I see.
That's where they would only take her.
Waukesha.
That was the only place they'd take her to.
She never been a trader?
So that's where she wanted to go. Very badly.
But she was never there.
I think she's been there, but for doctors.
Talking the last.
Yeah, yeah.
When you're kind of involved here,
Yeah.
you're always going to Waukesha.
Yeah.
Something's bothering me a lot. Because again, I tend to think
No.
that if you're involved in this, it's because she wanted your help. But I can't get past this because Scott's real clear that she thought she was in a coma at Freighter.
She wasn't a freighter.
So
She never went there. That's where she always wanted to go. And the last time I took her to the hospital, I begged her to go there.
and he's
She
real
wouldn't
clear
go.
that you're telling him you're going to meet her at the, go see her at the hospital.
I know that.
Which you're with this guy for 3.5 years. Either he's the stupidest guy I've ever met, or you're lying to him.
I did lie to her. I did.
Why?
Because she didn't want anybody knowing she was in the hospital or at home sick, except mom.
But she never even met this
She
fucking
never
guy.
met him. That was her biggest thing. She
So,
thought though.
so
like
you
when
want
she
to
felt,
lie
I'm
to your
very honest.
boyfriend?
It was.
Instead of a guy, she never got.
I'm looking at it now, going, I should have never lied to him because I ruined everything.
He's crushed.
I know.
And it makes you look real guilty.
I understand that part, but I
And I
honestly
can't get past it in my brain
I
because
get
I'm
that.
the one that just kind of likes you. And
I
it's
completely
like,
get it.
and he seems like I'd like to hang out with him. That's how nice he is.
She wanted Freighter more than anything. That's where I wanted to take her to the last.
But she's
time.
not there to tell him that's where she's at, in a coma, which is a double lie.
I don't remember saying coma. I always said she was in and out of it because she was at home, and that was the truth. She was in and out of it all the time. But I did tell him Freighter, and I'm not gonna lie about it. I'm telling you, I want to tell you everything I possibly can at this point.
Well, we need to get there because
Yeah.
you are involved in this. And I'm trying to put you in the best light to the court
I get it.
that this didn't happen for money, this happened for love.
It didn't happen for money. I'm completely honest, and I will tell you.
And I know you're sorry about what happened to her. You told me that yesterday.
I'm more than sorry than what happened to her because when
That is chewing you up inside. I know this because even yesterday
I
when
wrote down
we
the
talked about the
answers.
magazine, I could see just kind of whip out of your body.
I left here last night, and I told him, or one of you, I slept for a little bit. Not the best. I slept good because just getting it out, it's been wearing and tearing on me. I mean, more than you know. And I think the biggest part for me is that's why I was getting frustrated when they kept saying she had to have it that day. When she had that day, I didn't know, and I'm serious. I said she did one time, the whole time I've known her, she drank 1 bottle in front of me. Just one time. 1 bottle. And she never did that afterward. I was so upset and hurt by it because I didn't want her to do this. I didn't think it was the best way to go. She was trying everything. She threw up
How did she
pills,
find
trying
out
pills.
about this?
She researched it. She
How?
researched numerous things
How?
on my phone. When I'd be out there, she looked up the gun.
You know how that's going to look for you, right?
I understand.
I mean, everything.
She doesn't have
She can't
access to
defend
the
herself.
internet.
She
She doesn't have-
talk from the grave, and it's always on your phone, your internet, your this, with permission,
But
blah, blah,
she
blah.
couldn't-
Ordering a gun. I mean, disposing of the gun is you.
I did that for a reason because I watched her hold it to her head.
And what did you do with the gun?
I took it apart and threw it in the garbage.
Do you have ammunition in it?
Yeah. Yep. I took the whole thing apart
And
because it was a put together
you know how
gun.
to disassemble, you know how to just disassemble a gun?
Because it came with the whole. It was one that you put together. It wasn't like a whole. You know, I don't know how to explain.
No,
There's
I'm
websites
familiar
for
with
it.
it, yeah.
And they're like the ones you're not supposed to order from. And she got 2 of them. She ordered one, and I got ribbon. She ordered another.
When did she have the guns? Roughly.
3 months before.
3 months prior to that.
That was the
Both of
first
them?
thing she looked at.
Because you said that one time you got there,
Yep.
and she was kind of sleeping or passed out with a gun on her.
No.
No.
She actually, at one time, I was in her room doing the Cattler and came out and she had the gun up to her head. Up to her head.
And you took it away from her.
I took it away from her.
And what did you do with it?
I left it by her, but I took it away. It was maybe like 5 feet away. I moved it. I was just in shock. I couldn't believe she actually would do it when I was there. That was her biggest thing that she said to me from day one is, yes, she didn't want to be here, but she didn't want me to be around for it. That's what she always told me. And the fact
Detective, in this first slide of Exhibit 204, are we hearing more about that gun discussion?
Yes, we are.
At this point in time, what did Ms. Kurczeweski tell you she ultimately did with the gun?
Threw it away, disposed of, or took it apart and disassembled it and then threw it away
Where?
in the garbage.
Does that story change over time?
Yes, it does.
Okay, going to the next slide, please.
well, I took it like 5 feet away from her. I couldn't take it.
Yeah, you
know,
can.
But I was in
Did
shock.
you call the police and say,
No, I
hey,
didn't.
listen, we got a problem?
No, I didn't. Because that's not, ultimately I knew what her goal was and she was going to achieve it one way or the other.
But now it's kind of on your conscience.
You think?
Yeah, I do
I
think.
know.
And
Even
everything,
with the Visine. Told you she drank the one bottle in the
why'd you keep buying it
Never.
for?
Because that's
Bottles
what,
and bottles and bottles at a
that's
time.
what she wanted.
You buy her one bottle. My brother's a junkie. I don't give him $500 at a time.
She also,
I give him
when
20
she
bucks for
first started
this.
taking it, her thing was that she liked the way she felt. It would knock her in and out. She'd wake up. She said she lost like feeling of her body. It made her feel good. I'm not saying this is what I wanted, but I know somebody who was so sick that I get what she wanted. But
Give her a little
I
bit of weed or
also
something,
did-
but you don't give her a Visine. I mean, come on. It's weird.
I get
It
it.
doesn't make sense to a normal person.
I get what you're saying, but at her thinking, I didn't want to deny her everything, but I didn't want her to take the easiest way out. And honestly, she was doing it for so long that I didn't think she was going to die from it. I really didn't. I thought, okay, she's getting some sleep from it, that's it. She was doing it for 2 months at least.
Doing what?
The Visine.
I thought you said you only saw her with the bottle one.
No. I bought it for her. I only saw her physically drink the bottle, from the bottle one time. After that, I'd come there and to the garbage and so forth. She got to the point where she said, the first time she took it, she said, this is kind of boring. I go, what do you mean it's boring? She said, it doesn't taste like anything. That's when she started mixing it. I swear to God, on everything. She had said,
You
there's no
saw her
taste.
literally just drink an entire bottle.
One bottle, yes I did.
How long did you stay with her then?
That day I was with her for hours.
And what happened with her?
She just kept falling in and out of sleep. That was it. And then the next couple times that she took it, I didn't know she was taking it until afterwards. She'd have a few drinks and all of a sudden she'd get weary and lazy. And one time she wasn't breathing good. I said, do you want me to call the ambulance? And she goes, no, I took the Visine. And I didn't know because she didn't take it by itself. And I'm dead serious. She didn't take it by itself.
How long ago was this before she died?
Probably about a month. I honestly thought when she was in the hospital they would have figured it out and helped her. That's my given truth. That's what I was hoping.
Did you
for.
tell him she takes Visine?
No.
Do you think you should have? Hindsight's 20/20 now.
Yeah, I probably should have. I mean, I told them a lot of things.
She's your friend. You love her. You want what's best for her.
Yeah, I do.
My mother's in assisted living. I love her. I want what's best for her. But
Yeah.
I don't give her chocolate
I
because
get
she's
it.
diabetic.
Yeah.
Do you think she'd want that? You think she wants a piece of cake? Yeah. So you don't give her every once in a while. You give her a little piece, but you don't buy 4 pieces of cake. I don't buy an entire cake or a box of hobos because I know that's what she wants. And she gets mad at me, but she can't talk, but she's yelling at me, and but I love her, and I don't want her to die that way.
I get that.
But you keep providing the Visine.
I also didn't think she would die from it because she didn't that whole time. I thought she would just.
You took how much when you took it?
When I took it, I took half a bottle.
How'd you feel?
Like crap, bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I was down the whole day.
Well, talk about that day again.
Yeah.
So what happened that night? What went up? What was the?
We just
what
went
was the
out,
deal?
and she was on my mind. The whole thing was just bothering me. To this day, before we even go into that, to this day always wondered, was it the Visine that did it? I knew the night before she drank it. I knew she had water the next day, but I always wondered, and I wondered if I didn't leave for those few hours, had I been able to call 911? What happened? I don't know exactly what happened. Did her heart stop? Did she stop breathing? I don't know. So that's what I always wonder. Now, that night, I was, having a few drinks, I was thinking of her. It was bothering me because I used to sit and drink with her and hang out with her, and she was on my mind heavily at the time. I was frustrated. I don't know, I had a bad night overall, and she was on my mind. And I came home and I thought, I'm just really curious what her thought was on this. What would make you want to do this? Just what do you feel like? I wanted to know. I wasn't trying to kill myself. I just wanted to know what it was. That was plain and simple what I did. I just wanted to know.
And you're home alone?
No, Scott was telling me he was trying to sleep.
And you feel sick enough that you want to go to the hospital?
No, I just left the house. I told him I went. I just left the house because I didn't want him.
So you lied to him again?
Yep. I knew what I was sick from, so I wasn't going to go to the hospital and say, I took some Visine for the fun of it.
And then you
I
came
mean,
home and
to
told
listen
him that
to fun.
someone roofied you at the bar?
Yeah. Because I didn't know what to tell him. I didn't want to tell him, I thought I'd try this.
Here's
I'm
a
honest.
key to positive relationships that last 20-some years of marriage.
Be honest.
Honesty
I get it.
and integrity.
I get it.
And it seems like you have a hard time telling truth. And you have rationalizations and excuses of why you don't do things. You know the right thing to do. You do.
Yeah.
I can tell that kind of person you are. but you have a series of events here that are predicated lies and half-truths and withholding truths and all those kind of things. Is that who you are?
No, it's not. It's not who I want to be. For him, I've obviously lied to him more than anything. I get that.
Do you love him?
I love him to death.
But not enough to tell him the truth.
Well, that's all I want to do now is I want to sit and talk to him, and it's not going to happen for anytime soon.
Does your mother know about the Visine stuff?
No.
Why won't you tell your mother, who's Lynn's real good friend? She's a friend of
knew
Lynn's,
about the
giving her
gun.
cash, just with a letter saying, don't tell Jesse I gave this to you.
Yeah. She knew about the gun, and she knew that Lynn was taking her pills every so often too much. That she was trying. She did know about certain things because when I told her about the gun.
Detective, in this clip that the jury just watched, would it be fair to say that the story about what happened in January of 2019 changed again?
Yes.
What is it at this point now?
That she just took a half a bottle and got sick from it.
In this clip, does Ms. Kurczeweski talk about being in the hospital because of that?
No, she does not.
What did she say about that?
She lied about that
To who?
to Scott Craig.
Okay. In this clip that we just watched, does Ms. Kurczeweski provide some reason that Lynn Hernan was drinking Visine with vodka?
Just wanted to mix it again
Why?
because it didn't taste like anything. The vodka didn't taste like anything. She wanted to put it in there.
Okay. During this clip, does Ms. Kurczeweski talk about how Ms. Hernan said the Visine made her feel?
Kind of like numb, kind of her whole body.
Is that different from a symptom that Ms. Kurczeweski told you about in the last interview that would happen when Ms. Hernan would drink Visine?
Yes,
What was that symptom?
that she would quote shit all over.
And again, in this clip, what does Ms. Kurczeweski say as a result of Ms. Hernan drinking Visine?
That it would make her numb and drowsy.
Going to slide 4.
I knew. My mom knows very well that Lynn did not want to be here anymore. She knows that. She'll tell anybody that because she does honestly know that. She knows what Lynn was like for 20 plus years and what she was like at the end.
If you're struggling so much, why aren't you telling anyone what's going on? If you're struggling internally with Lynn trying to kill herself, taking this Visine, which you know is wrong, not normal,
Yeah.
Especially if she tries to drink a whole bottle in front of you, right? The gun thing, everything, but you don't seem to tell anyone what's going on.
No, do you know what I did? I drank. I drank it away. That's what I did.
You gotta. It seems odd that you don't ask your mother or Scott for some assistance. Yeah, but not even assistance going there with you, but just
Well,
Scott, what should I
Mom
do?
did know some of it. You
Scott,
know?
what should I do?
And my
Should I
mom
take
got
this
to the
Visine?
point where she didn't want to be around it.
What do you think Scott would have said if you would have said, "Hey, Lynn's drinking Visine. What should I do?"
He would have probably called the cops immediately.
Because Scott does the right thing.
Yeah.
And if you know that, that's the reason you didn't tell him, because you knew it was wrong.
I knew it was wrong, but at the same time, there's only so much you can do. And I just feel like I don't know. I didn't know what to do anymore.
You said earlier.
I love her to death, and I didn't want to watch her anymore being
Stop
miserable, but I
saying
didn't
that.
want to let go of her at the same time. I went
Were
both
you with
ways.
her the night before the death?
Second time you've
You
said that.
Earlier, about 6 minutes ago, that you knew she drank a bottle the night before.
Yeah. She drank, not a bottle, but she put it in her vodka. I did know that. I said that yesterday.
And then you go there the next day and she's fine.
Yeah. I mean, she was in and out, sleeping, awake. But yeah,
But she said, yeah, I'll see you later, darling, or something.
when I left, she said, I'll see you later.
She seemed
She
like,
knew I was coming back.
and she didn't seem in distress.
No,
Medically.
not any more than she ever did. No.
She's not having diarrhea, or she's not throwing up.
No.
She's not.
No.
He thinks you fell there for the money.
I swear to God. I
It
did.
sure, it tends to look like that
I
on
know.
paper. And
I get it.
when we meet with the DA, he goes,
I'm telling you, honest to God, when I talked to you guys last night, I felt so much better.
I could tell.
Because I actually, honestly told you guys, and I finally just gave up. And you weren't even in the room. I broke down with him.
Well, I watched it.
Because I couldn't handle it.
I agree.
And I'm telling you, I did not give it to her to kill.
100%.
And I did not. She didn't think she was going to die from it, though. I don't think either. Because she was doing it for too long. It wasn't making her, in that sense, I didn't think
Did
she
you
was
drink to her
going to.
that morning?
I swear to God, I didn't. I gave her water. That's all I gave her. And I said, she always put it in.
Stop swearing to God.
The 3 days that I was there before,
Kind of
I
is
threw
a
in one time,
tell.
that's when she put it in water
When
and
was the last
vodka.
time you emptied the trash? 2 days prior?
Yeah.
And if she's disposing of, where would she throw her stuff out? Would she throw it out in the bathroom? You said there were bottles in the bathroom, right?
Yeah. No, she had a garbage can next to her and the one in the kitchen. And she would get up and walk to the kitchen. She was up in the kitchen until 2 days before that she physically was on her own in the kitchen. Because she would not dump the Visine in the stuff while I was there, ever. Ever.
But you knew she did the day before.
No, I knew she did it because I found all the Visines. That was her thing. She mixed them. I knew
The night
she mixed
before?
them. No.
You said the night before you knew she put it in.
No,
right?
not the night before though. She didn't put it in. She put it in when I threw out all the Visine bottles. When I threw out her garbage.
So it was 3 days prior?
Yes. Yep. And I said, where'd all the Visines go? She's like, oh, don't worry about it. And I'm like, what do you mean don't worry about it? What'd you put them in? Because that's what she was doing for months. The only time she drank it straight from the bottle was the first time. The only time. And ever since then, she put it in her water or her vodka. She said the water didn't taste like anything in the vodka. She liked it because she got like a little more of a buzz off of it.
That morning, the night before, did she have vodka?
The night before she did.
How much did she have, you know?
It was a cup probably like this big. And she had
So
one
when
in
you say
a
cup,
can.
I mean, you're a bar girl.
No, she had the smaller. She used the smaller cup.
So how many ounces do you think? Maybe 4 ounces?
It's probably like a cup about this size up to here.
So
yeah.
10 ounces?
Sure.
And
she had 1.5 of those.
So she had 20 ounces of vodka?
Yep.
And when was the last time you saw her?
When I left that day.
What time? This is the night before we're talking,
Yeah.
right?
I don't know for sure. I really
Okay, was it 6 o'clock or 10 o'clock?
I don't want to say because I don't want to be wrong with my time.
I'm asking approximately, do you think? Dinner time?
I'm going to guess maybe 5 or 6.
So around dinner time?
Yeah.
The night before?
It might have been early. I mean, we were watching TV. Well, because you guys can look at my phone and know times. I don't want to lie about times when I honestly don't remember.
I got you.
I know I was there. We watched on TV.
What did you do the night before her death, remember?
That was what we did.
What did you looked at 5 or 6? You and Scott went out, you went watched a movie, you went to the kids' softball game, something like that.
I don't.
Went to Chuck
I
E.
want to
Cheese,
say
I
we
don't
were
know.
probably just at home. It was a Monday night, and Monday nights the bar is closed that we go to. So we were probably just home.
Was it a Monday night? I don't even know.
She died on Tuesday.
Okay.
I remember that plane was dead.
But you went there like at 10 o'clock news time.
No.
You'd be home before.
Yeah. I mean, I've been there late like that.
But the day before, you would remember if you were there at 10 o'clock. Because you would have told the deputies, last time I saw her was at 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
Last night. I mean, because they usually ask you what the last 24 hours of when you saw her. And she drank 2 10
1.5. 1.5.
1.5, so 15 ounces of vodka then?
Yep. And when I left, I dumped it out, and she said, "Give me water." And usually I always brought her 2 waters that she put by her.
Okay. And the waters were sealed when you gave it to her?
As far as I mean.
You wouldn't know, because when you pick up a bottle of water, you can tell it's been open.
Well, no, but the thing is that she knew I kept throwing them out on her because I was getting frustrated because every time I saw, because I didn't even drink the bottles of water the last month. I didn't trust it because I knew what she was doing. And sometimes she'd say, "Oh, did you get that from the right or the left?" Or, and I'm like, so I didn't trust it.
Okay.
I usually went out there with my own sample.
You said you 3 days before, you threw out the trash or a bunch of Visine in it.
Yep. I threw out all her water bottles. There was
From
a
that
ton of
time,
Visine.
did you purchase any more Visine for her from that time to the time you found her dead?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
But when I say Visine, what kind of Visine were you buying? Do you know, did she have a specific brand
She did. She liked the certain kind for her eyes. That she actually put in her eyes.
Okay. What kind did
Is
she
it all
like?
Visine for your eyes?
She really didn't have a preference.
Just like that one
What kind
kind
would you buy?
for your
Whatever.
eyes.
You just usually buy the same one. That's kind of what people do historically. Yeah. You go to the
I
same gas
honestly
station.
just
You order
bought
the
whatever
same.
was cheap, to be honest.
Okay.
I didn't sit there and pick up. But her eyes, she liked it very expensive, and it was a good one for your eyes because I actually used it a few times when I had itchy
Because
eyes.
Visine comes in that like weird bottle. It's kind of a weird
Yeah.
shape. Is that what you were buying? Do you think? Or are you buying off brands?
Honestly, they were just whatever.
But what kind did she want? What was the kind she really liked for her eyes?
For the eyes, it was tear eyes, tree size, something T eyes. It was like
And what did the bottle look like?
$12.99. White bottle with blue on it, and I think it was like T eyes or tree size or something.
Would she drink that one ever?
I don't know for sure on that. I don't think so. She really liked it.
I think
for
it was
eyes, but I don't know
Theratears.
for sure.
It does not have that ingredient.
For
No,
drinking?
no. When I first did it, the first time I went, I bought all the regular. She said, "Can you get me some more eye drops in my eyes?" That was the first time I ever bought eye drops, or bought her multiple, more. And because she, on a regular basis, went through probably 6 boxes of the regular ones for her eyes. So the first time I went, they were all regular eye drops for her eyes, and that's the one where she undid it and literally squeezed it into her mouth. And that was the first one.
Did you ever see her use the $13 bottle stuff for her drinks?
Oh no, I've never, except the first time she drank it, I've never seen her do it since.
But you're the one providing
Yeah.
it. So you know what you're buying.
Yeah.
So you're buying the $13 bottles, and she's using that for her eyes, and then you're buying other kinds
Yeah.
that you think she's ingesting.
Yeah. She honestly,
She
I
goes
never
through a lot
watched
of
her.
$13 bottles, $13 bottles, or she go more through the little bottles?
More through the other ones. But I never, except for watching her drink it the one time, I never ever watched her do anything with it. One time she took it and like put drops of it in her glass of vodka. And that was the only 2 times that I saw her physically do anything. I would come back and the bottles would be empty.
But you know she's using it.
Yeah.
Because she's going through bottles and bottles. But getting back to my original question,
Yeah.
3 days before you throw it in the trash,
Yeah.
a lot of bottles in the trash. How many bottles did you buy that last week? Do you think?
Maybe 8 to 12.
Do you remember where you bought them?
Offhand, no. Because I just don't remember.
You bought the
what
cheap
she told me.
ones or the expensive ones?
Both. Because when she died, there was still 1 or 2 boxes in her bathroom of the good eye ones. And I think one was open. And I thought it was next to her, but maybe it was on the kitchen sink, or maybe it was, I don't know. The one she actually used for her eyes.
And you remember it being there when you found her dead?
No, I don't.
Okay, you don't. That's clarifying.
I don't remember where, because I think he said that we didn't see it. I don't know where it was around her, or if it was in the, sometimes some of the stuff was on the kitchen counter. I don't remember. Honestly, I don't. I'm being.
I get you. And when I ask questions, it's because when you say something, it comes out a certain way because your brain, it's your life. So I want to make sure that we're clear on the same page. So I'm not saying you're lying. I just want to make sure that you and I are 100% on the same page.
Does it say, is that my report?
Yes.
Does it say what stores I went to out there? I was going to ask him.
No. But I do have a question.
Yes.
So during their follow-up question with you that night,
Yeah.
they asked you, do you think Lynn was suicidal or wanted to die?
Mm-hmm.
You said yes or no. I know she loves her cats and always worried about them, but she was tired of being sick and tired of not being able to get around as she used to. At what point did you tell the deputies that she was suicidal? That not too long before this, she held a gun to her head. She bought a gun off my phone and put it together. I mean, she's dead, so don't worry.
Detective, throughout the interview clips that the jury has watched thus far, were there portions of those where Ms. Kurczeweski said that she never saw Ms. Hernan drink eye drops?
Yes.
In this clip that we just watched, what does Ms. Kurczeweski say about that?
Changed it from one time to seeing at least 2 occasions her putting eye drops in something or drinking eye drops. But confirming that she knows that Ms. Hernan's drinking more than she's allegedly seen.
I wrote down the words extra buzz during that last clip. Do you remember that?
Yes.
What was that about?
Again, she said that's why she was putting it in her vodka.
Who said who was doing that?
Ms. Kurczeweski said Ms. Hernan was putting that in her vodka
Why?
to give it an extra buzz.
Is that a different symptom than the quote shitting all over?
Yes.
Okay. Were you in
I
court
would
when
say so.
Doctors Budritsky and Kasinko testified in this case?
Yes, I was.
Do you remember those doctors being asked about whether drinking Visine gives you some sort of a high or buzz?
Object. If it goes beyond just yes or no.
Sustained, the jury can refer back to their recollection of that testimony. We don't need it repeated here.
Understood. Why don't we go to the next clip? I believe we're on slide 5.
Well, I wonder if her mom really does have
Because I
one
need
of her
somebody else to know
cats.
about it.
Because she clearly put one
I mean,
down.
I didn't talk to my mom since I've been here. You guys can ask her about the gun. She knows. Because she was pissed. She was so pissed.
You know, and what I keep coming back to, Jesse, is when we talked yesterday, something keeps playing back that you said to me, and I think that this is where you're kind of concerned about possibly getting yourself in trouble. You said, I didn't put any Visine in her stuff that day. You several times yesterday was that day. So I want to know, truthfully, honestly, in the past, have you ever put any in there? Knowing she wants it.
Once I put in 2 drops for her.
Okay.
Once.
In what?
In her vodka.
Okay. And once was how long before that?
That was a month and probably 4 weeks. 3-4 weeks before. That was the only time I ever did it.
Did you ever look up anything online? Like, of the
I did
effects of
afterward.
Visine?
Yeah, I did afterward because she kept wondering why she wasn't dying from it, and I didn't find anything that said you died from it. That you got sick from it.
So
But she looked it up first. Seriously, she did look it up first because I didn't know anything about it. Well, we were together in the same area, but she used my phone all the time. She was because before she looked up the Visine, she was determined to get the suicide pill. Determined. First the gun, and the second thing was the suicide pill. And the thing is, it's not in this country. And I don't know, she looked at umpteen different things. She emailed asking questions, trying to figure out how to get it, where to get it. She was like determined on to get that because supposedly that's like
She
a one and done.
emailed
no
you?
issues.
I don't think
Because
so.
nothing was working the way she thought. When she overdosed on pills, like the
Oh,
2
took
times
my
when she
closed
overdosed, took
captions
too many.
off.
It didn't work. She just got sick all over, and I had to clean it up.
So,
But other than that, I've never done it. And the only reason I did it is because the Visine was in the bathroom. And she asked me to make her a drink. And I literally did it in front of her. And I only did 2 drops. And she took the bottle from me because I wouldn't put any more in it.
okay, so
So I'll be honest. I did 2 drops once my whole time.
okay, that's what I want to start. And that's what I want to start out with. Jesse, we really need to start
I
with a
know.
clean slate here because it's been piecemeal
Yep.
of you worrying about this and you worrying about that. Yesterday was no, I never,
Yeah.
I never. Now I did it once. Remember,
My biggest
how
thing
this
is,
looks if you're not being honest with us.
I feel like, and that's, I'm telling you, I'm just putting it out there. I feel like no matter what I say or do, and it's hard for me is because that day, I know for a fact that was the only time I ever gave her drops. She was doing the shit and put it in shit behind my back because she knew that I didn't like it. She knew it. And when I would come there, they would be all emptied out. And I'm like, what are you doing? I didn't know if she took them all in one, I had no clue. And that was the hardest part for me is I'm like, do I have to sit here all day? Do I have to worry about you all day? Or do you put them in something? Because I knew she did both, so I never knew what to think. And I swear I would have thought anything different. I didn't think she'd ever died from it.
But I thought you said that she thought she was.
She thought she was.
Because of why?
Because she read about it.
Okay.
I didn't read anything about that.
But weren't you concerned that she said she read something and you thought she was trying to
Well, she
kill herself?
this was a way to try. She didn't know for sure, but it was one of the things she found, just coming across different things. She was looking into everything possible. Everything. I mean, I've never even heard. I never heard of this before. I'm being honest.
Did she have a computer at the house?
No,
Was there a
that's
computer
why
or
she
laptop?
always use my phone.
What kind
Always.
of cell phone did she have?
It's a throwaway you get from the state.
Oh, okay.
So it doesn't have internet.
Okay.
No, she had no internet access.
Did she have Wi-Fi at the house?
No.
No.
I have it where you can,
Your data plan?
yeah, whatever.
Okay, so you print out your data? Or
And it should show every time that she looked at it was while we were at her house. I looked at it months later because I was curious. I mean, when I knew she died that day, I was curious. I always wondered, was it the Visine? I think that's probably why I called a million times. Because I was so curious, because I wanted to know, was it really the Visine that did it? And I wanted to know, had I been there in that time frame, what could have been done different? That's my biggest thing. Because could I have helped her? Could I have stopped it?
Well, I mean, you knew what she was trying to do. You could have stopped her then. I mean, let me ask, was there a part of you that, and maybe Chris is right, maybe you just thought she was sick and you were going to let her do her thing?
I mean, she was sick for so long that I honestly think, had I left that gun there, had I left it, I think she would have used it. The way she pulled it out, I mean, I was terrified. I've never seen somebody stick a gun to their head, I'm telling you that right now. That image alone sticks in my head for a long time, too. And it's because that's just not normal. I get it, she was so sick. And I get that she just hit a point where she didn't want to do it anymore. I get that. But I think part of me always thought, she's not going to go through with it. It's not going to actually happen. I went both ways with it. I really did. I didn't think, because she was drinking for so long, I didn't think that she would actually die from it. I really didn't. I thought, well, she tried the pills, that's not working. She tried this, that's not working. So my thought is that morning I go, what was she thinking? When she crushed those pills, what was she thinking? Did she already know what she was drinking and trying to do 2 things at once? And then I thought the same thing. Well, there didn't seem like much was off that plate. The plate looked pretty full to me. I know that.
Yeah.
I admit that. I just don't know. I don't know. I really don't. And I know you guys think the money thing, or you do, or whatever. I don't care who thinks it. I didn't steal her money. If you knew Lynn and you knew how she was, she called me, she called my mom numerous times. Let's go on a vacation. Let's just pack up and go. I'm like, where are we going? I just want to spend some money. Lynn was that type of person. And it was not rational, but she was like me. Back in the day, she didn't have money. So when she did, she wanted to do stuff. When they took down her one credit card, they took maybe like 10,000. She called me screaming. She called my mom about it too. They took away like 10,000 or 1,200 or something. I don't remember. A large amount. And I'm going out, and that's when she went out and bought all her jewelry. She maxed out 2 of her credit cards. And I'm like, who does that? That's not normal.
She didn't.
But that was her type of, she just didn't care. I mean, she was on a point where everything changed about her. The last year, she wasn't the person I met 20 years before. She was a fun, let's go out, let's do this. She was at the point where she was at fuck everything. She didn't want to see anybody. She didn't want to talk to anybody. She didn't care. She just didn't care. So everything changed about her.
And I guess the part that kind of confuses me a little bit is, and I know, yes, I told you before, I have my suspicions on what everything, but understand how we look at it.
I do.
When you haven't been honest,
I get it.
When Scott's telling us you're lying, your mom is telling us you're lying. Your mom's saying you shouldn't have had this, or that. And now, we've talked to you, and every day is a little bit more. How are we supposed to look at it?
It's going to look bad. I know that. I understand that.
So that's why I'm telling you, this is it. It is now time.
I understand that. I understand everything's looking bad.
How
And you know what?
about-
I'll be honest with this. I told you to look at the memo lines?
Mm-hmm.
Because Lynn always put something on the memo. Lynn was always...
Detective, we've just ended slide 5. Thus far in everything that the jury has watched, has Ms. Kurczeweski been asked if she gave Lynn Hernan any eye drops on October 3rd, 2018?
Yes.
And what has Ms. Kurczeweski said thus far?
No, she has not.
Does that change as time goes on?
To the exact extent, yes, she acknowledges, or there's later on, there's a story, her story changes, yes.
Okay. Judge, there's about 40 minutes left of this interview, which I'm happy to pick up with on Monday if you'd like.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, it's been a long day, a lot of video, so knowing that there's 40
objection.
minutes left, it's already 4:05. There's still, I'm sure, be some questioning. I think we'll break for the day. I'll read the instruction to the jurors. Ladies and gentlemen, please do not begin your deliberations and discussion of the case until all the evidence is else, until your final extends to all forms of electronic communication or social networking sites. If you come in contact with the will not contact or speak with information that you personally think might be helpful to you, either in person, on radio, television, or consult dictionaries, computers. Do not seek information regarding the public misleading, inaccurate, or incomplete. Relying on this information, correct it. Do not communicate with any cell phone or other to share any information about message, social media about this matter, either in person
Good. Great.
or that to me. I appreciate that it is tempting when you go not do so. This case, the jury have not heard the evidence, and it is improper for them to influence your deliberations and decisions. These rules are intended to assure that jurors remain impartial throughout the trial. If any juror has reason to believe that another juror has violated the trial involving additional time and significant expense to the parties and the taxpayers, you are to decide the case solely on the. We'll see you Monday morning at 8:30.
Doesn't look like there's maybe anything from the judge, but we'll wait and see. Jesse's like, can I get a bottle of Visine?
All right,
Or 6.
You may step down. Anything I need to? My door closed? Not yet. You can be seated. Anything I need to address from the state today?
Yes, Judge, thank you. The state we were taking testimony from Detective Hoppy at 3:47, received an email from Ms. Risto out of Attorney Kukler's office with 2 new witnesses and a investigator's reports on those 2 witnesses. These 2 witnesses were not named on any of the...
I'm not going to take that up right now. I know it came in. I briefly looked at it. We'll take it up Monday morning.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anything from the defense?
No, thank you.
All right, have a good weekend, everyone. I think what I'm gonna have to do is Teresa email you all her most recent exhibit list. Once it's completed, please check.
Court TV cameraman's like, I'm out. It's weekend. Well, alrighty. That's it. Friday, caught up. To tomorrow, we'll do Monday. So I plan on starting around 11:30. That gives us a little bit of buffer time to hopefully maybe able to fast forward through lunch and not have an hour plus break to get through, because that's a long time. And it's hard to keep talking for that long, if I'm really honest. So thank you for watching. Please hit that like button, subscribe button, share if you would like. And I will plan on seeing you tomorrow around 11:30 Eastern time. And I hope you enjoyed your time change day today. I have not. I'm very tired because time changes are stupid, in my opinion. So let me do this. And I will see you all tomorrow.